What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas Edge Ethan Burke will join us at 9:15 for his weekly conversation, brought to you by our friends at Real Truck. We'll recap the win over Arkansas and preview this Saturday's matchup against Kentucky with Ethan. Speaking of Texas and Kentucky, we've got our first injury report of the week for that game. We'll talk about that and give you some very interesting nuggets about this upcoming matchup here in Austin on Saturday, plus real or overreaction in the NFL. We will run over some big storylines and try to figure out what is going on in the National Football League. We've got Texas basketball back in action tonight, taking on the Syracuse Orange. They-thems. I think that's what they're called these days. And, of course, it is a Buck-Off Thursday, so your Buck-Ons and Buck-Offs, and plenty of fun to be had between now and 10 o'clock. Buck on to you, my friend. How are you?
And it's a beautiful bucking morning, too, outside. How about that? 38 degrees this morning. 38? Are you kidding me?
That's you and I have different definitions.
That'll get your furnace kicking right there.
You and I have different definitions of beautiful, right? You sometimes say it's beautiful when it's like 85 in the morning, and I think that's too hot. And then now you're saying it's beautiful when it's 38 in the morning. That's too cold.
Just happy to be alive, brother. Just happy for another day above ground.
All right.
It's how about crisp this morning? Now that's cold. That was cold this morning when I went out. 38 is cold. I can take the 40s. Nobody wants to see anything in the 30s. You can have all of that stuff. You can have winter for 3 days. I don't want it for a day. I want it 40 and then 75. But it was, my heater went click click. I'm like, what? What are you doing that for? Is it that cold? Yes, it is that cold. We were in the 30s this morning, but the sun is shining right now, and big buck off to no shakes on the plane, but burgers on the plane. That's my first buck off. Yeah, that's right, Delta Airlines. You're not trying to fool anybody. You can fool the people some of the time, but you can't fool Bucky any of the time. You trying to get burgers on planes, that's not working for me.
Oh.
No, that's right.
Good burger? What's wrong with the burger?
Oh, I don't want burgers, fries, and shakes on the plane. Just give me the shake, which will give me the you-know-whats after I drink that shake up there, bouncing around. No.
Yeah, I don't want to be sitting next to you if you're drinking a milkshake on a plane.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I don't want to be within 20 rows of you if you're drinking
That's
a
why
shake
I'm
on a
the
plane.
aisle seat guy. I'm not coming over the top of anybody from the corner and then telling me this. Hey, you don't have to stand. I can get over you. That's the other one, too. Buck off to those people that tell me, hey, you don't have to get up. I can get over you. Really? I haven't had anybody get over me cleanly yet in a plane that tells me that they can get by. Yeah. Sure there. You're not that skinny, round-shouldered person.
Good insult. Well, I hope that, they act like they are being the courteous ones by offering that up, right? No, you can sit down. I'll move past you.
Yeah, how about that?
They're being jerks by doing that because they're basically saying, I want to put my crotch in your face and there's nothing you can do about it. So you either take this ass to your face or you take these nuts to your face. And you can't move.
How about when they sit their crotch on your knee when they go by you, like they stop and then they bend down and their Johnson is laying on your kneecap? How about that coming across you? No, hey, you just stay right there. I'll get up. I'll stand in the aisle. Not a problem. I don't like that. Top of the morning. Yeah, that's great. Here, top of these nuts on your knee in the morning. I love that. And I love the ones who have to pass by you. Like if you get an early flight and it's 6:30, 7 o'clock, and then all of a sudden their bodies start to react that time in the morning. And then they've got it. Instead of falling asleep, excuse me. I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't you go to the bathroom before you got on this plane 15 minutes ago? Excuse me. Oh, no, it's now 6:15. I need to go now. I'm like, my goodness, get your system going before you leave the airport. We've We just got up here, you know?
Had a cup of coffee or something. They got to go.
Oh, those are the
Yeah.
ones that get me. But no, I'm not down. Buck off to Delta trying that maneuver with a burger. How much
Yeah.
is that burger? I got to believe that burger is $26 or something.
Well, if you buy a first class ticket on
Oh,
Delta,
yeah, you've already been hosed right there.
well, you don't have to pay any extra for it. That's one of your meal options on a first class flight. But I didn't see a price for if you're sitting in peasant class and you want to buy a Shake Shack burger. It doesn't say in the article I read how much you've got to spend for
No, they
that.
just say, which credit card will you be using for this?
Yeah, exactly. We'll take your money too. Oh, and you want to watch something? Yeah, we're going to charge you for that as
Oh, my
well.
God. What about these little ear things oh, yeah, when they come with their little plastic deal, those are going to cost you now too.
Oh, those better not cost you. Those things are awful.
They kill your ears.
Yeah, they don't do anything to block out the noise, which
Oh, no. That's why I bring my own headsets with nothing, no music playing. Just don't talk to me. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the wonderful job that you do. Thank you for keeping us safe, and do be safe out there.
yeah, buck off to everybody trying to put
These nuts
on my
knee.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love
That's
it.
assault, brother. That is assault. You can't just be dropping your junk on someone's leg like that on a flight.
No, as soon as someone says, "Oh, you're all right," I get right up. I go, "No. You're not climbing over. No, I'm not the monkey bars here. You're not going over the top of me and sticking your hand on my shoulder or on my kneecap or putting your junk." I get up. I don't even when somebody's thin, heavy set or whatever starts to maneuver towards me and say, "Oh no, you don't have to get up." I get up immediately. I'm like, "Oh no. This is my protocol. This is not your protocol. Here's what I do. I get up and you just go right ahead."
I don't want you twerking in front of me, 40-year-old man. All right.
And believe me, I'm waiting for them to come back because I'm going to get up again. I may even stand up until you come back an hour later after dropping your deuce in there or whatever you're doing.
Wake me up. All right.
Yes.
Don't even, if I'm asleep, don't be like, "Oh, he's asleep. I don't want to bother him. I'll just try to come across him." No, wake me up. I don't want my eyes to open with a crotch in my face. Okay.
But
I'm not Mike Elko. Remember what Mike Elko said earlier this season?
Oh, yeah.
We got to focus on the 6 inches right in front of our face. I do not want to focus on your 6 centimeters right in front of my face, guy.
No.
All right. Get that out of here.
That person is the worst. Only other person that's close to it is talking females about what they're going to do when they get to their spot. When they start having a conversation that's so loud, you can hear it like 5 rows in front of you. They just sat in the airport for 2 hours before they got on the flight, but they start their conversation once they get in the plane and it's dark in there and everything's quiet. And then they start telling everybody around them what's about to happen when they land, when they get to their destination. Now, I know you can get your headphones on and turn it up loud. I hear right through that. And that conversation is always dead in front of me.
So let me make sure I have this right. Your 2 least favorite things on an airplane are guys Johnson in your face and a woman talking.
No, I'm not saying just a single woman. It seems to be the whole row of them when they get in. It's like a gaggle. When they start telling you about their day, what the plan is. And I'm
get like a bachelorette party. They're all flying together and you just have to listen to the entire itinerary on the flight.
I travel early in the morning to do one thing, is to get to my destination and sleep on the plane. They travel to talk the entire, I'm like, the flight is going to be 1 hour and 45 minutes and they're going to talk for 1 hour and 40. I'm like, wow. Yeah. Weren't you people just together?
Right. And aren't you going to be together when you leave this plane?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody else, everything is quiet around you and you hear this conversation and they're like laughing. And I'm like, oh my God.
Let's open this up to the people. Give us your buck-ons and buck-offs about everything, but especially about air travel, right? What are your favorite and least favorite parts about air travel? Somehow, some way, we get into air travel conversations on this show seemingly once or twice a week. And Delta Airlines starting to serve Shake Shack burgers on board spawned this conversation. So
yes,
there you go. There you go. All right, we'll get back into this.
I want them to bring the cart down the aisle with gummies in them. Would you like some gummies? Would you need some gummies there this morning? Oh, sure. Oh, are they free? Yeah. Oh, these are free. These are on the house. Sure. Why not?
Yeah,
I need
no chance.
Because these three in front of me won't shut up. And
No
the guy
chance
just put
those
his
would be
nuts
free.
on my knee. Can I get some rest? Can I get some rest?
Oh my God. Yeah, look, that's if you need a gummy before a flight, you've got about 20 people that you know that you could talk to. And one of them is the guy you're looking at right now. So let me know if you ever need something like that, and we'll find a way to.
BK, I truly thought that middle aisle person was actually the worst. They're not as bad as the one over the monkey bar person. Now I'm thinking about it. I've had less problem with middle seat person, because they got the middle seat, they think they got screwed. So they get both armrests, like this. And they're coming into your space. Yeah. That's not as bad to me as over the top, window person. That one that's got to come over, that's got to go 2 hurdles over, 2 pairs of legs to hurdle over everybody into the aisle.
Yeah, here's a rule that should exist for those sitting on a window seat. You only get to leave your seat one time over the course of a domestic flight.
I buy that, yes.
If it's an international flight, of course, I understand that's 8, 9, 10 hours. You got to go a couple of times. That's understandable. But if we're talking about like a flight from Austin to LA or a flight from Austin to New York, that's like 3 hours, then either don't buy a window or sit your ass down and stay down and take a piss in that bag that they give you.
That's right. What do you think that bag's for? I've never seen anybody barf in that bag. That's a piss bag. That is not a barf bag. You ought to be able to get whatever you have to get in that bag and pee, and bring your own little wire thing in there. You can get that by the TSA people. Just bring that little wire and then stick it back in front of you. I don't care. It's not going to bother me.
No.
If I'm telling you something, if somebody whipped it out and peed in that bag and tightened it up and put it in front, I wouldn't even blink. Now, if they tried to crap in that bag, we all have a problem.
Yeah. 915 area code, checking in from the El Paso area this morning.
Nice.
Says the worst thing for me is TSA pat downs. I get searched all the time. It never fails.
I don't even worry about that. It just happens to me. You know me. They grab up underneath my undercarriage. They get me all the time. Like the old man. Let's take advantage of the old man. Let's just hit him there. He probably doesn't feel it anyway. Well, I do. I'm very sensitive to that action, especially the ones at Austin area, the Austin airport. They go above and beyond duty there. I don't know what happened. I don't get it any other way. Well, I did in Idaho because, they haven't seen a black person in 50 years. So this is just a little something different for them when I was there. But Austin is like, because they have so many people that come through here, so many foreign people, maybe people from other countries, all these concerts like to be mugged before they get on,
Yeah, a little cop a feel. Why not?
Sure.
Get a little action. It's been a long time.
I'm almost disappointed in Austin if somebody doesn't go underneath my undercarriage and say, hey, are you sensitive here? I said, I've been sensitive there forever. Why all of a sudden do you think I'm not sensitive when you have your hands grappled around my nuggets? You know what I'm saying?
So now you actually like it. You shouldn't complain about the TSA. It sounds like you like getting felt up.
Well, I'm disappointed when they just kind of pass me by, or my pants don't, where they tell me to take my belt off and my pants don't hit my knees. I'm always expecting something there. By the way, the TSA deal that remember I signed up for months ago before I went to Pennsylvania, it hasn't arrived yet. It's over 8 weeks now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the TSA. Like, if you're looking for a passport or a driver's license or a TSA pre-check approval and you're thinking you're going to get it in a reasonable amount of time, then you're going to have a bad time. So,
well, I thought it was 2 weeks before I got it done. They said, this could take up to 6 weeks. It's now 8 weeks and counting. And I'm now having to go over to the same place because you don't have any phone numbers. So I've got to drive over where I did it and say, hey, listen, I've already paid for this. Where's my new, get on board without being mugged? I'm going to miss that.
That doesn't sound like you want the pre-check anymore. Sounds like you want to take off your shoes and your belt so they can see what's going on down there. You know?
I need to lube up before I go to the airport. You're probably right.
God. All right, we're done with this for now. Who knows? It's an off the rails Thursday here on TSU. Let's dive into some football though. Texas and Kentucky, 2 days away from Senior Day here in Austin, Texas. USA America, the final regular season home game of the year, and I hope it's the final home game of the year for the Texas Longhorns, because
for sure
we all want them to get to the SEC championship and then win the SEC championship game and get a first round bye in the college football playoff. So we'll try to manifest that. But how about this, Buck? Our buddy Brian Davis from A to Z Sports tweeted this out yesterday. This is unfathomable. So this is the second matchup all time between Texas and Kentucky. They played in 1951 here in Austin. Texas won that game 7-6. Ed Price was the coach for the Longhorns. Bear Bryant was the coach for Kentucky, by the way. Yes, that Bear Bryant. That's not the unfathomable part, that these two teams have only played once. The part that is mind-boggling to me, that is the furthest west that Kentucky has ever traveled for a football game. Ever. Meaning this return trip to Austin on Saturday will tie for the furthest west that the University of Kentucky has ever traveled for a football game in their program's history.
Wow. Never to the West Coast, huh?
Never to the West Coast. Never to the Mountain Time Zone. I mean, they've never been to Colorado, forget California or Washington or Oregon. They've never been to Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah. They've never been to El Paso, speaking of El Paso. Well, Kentucky football started in 1881. They've been around for 143 years. They've never gone west of Austin, Texas. How is that possible?
I don't know. I mean, in this day and age, you didn't get that on your schedule at all?
No bowl game? And look, we're talking about Kentucky football. They haven't always been playing in bowl games, right? But
you mean they've never made it to the Alamo Bowl or the Sun Bowl? Come on.
No, none of those. No Holiday Bowl. No San Diego County Credit Union Poinsettia Bowl.
Man.
No Cheez-It Bowl, no Fiesta Bowl, nothing.
There's not a lot of schools like that. There's not a lot of schools that can say that now.
No, I don't know if there's any school that can say that.
Man.
I mean, within like the last 5 years, Texas has played in every time zone. And once again, Kentucky football has existed for more than 140 years, and they've never gone west of the Central Time Zone. That is random.
Welcome, Big Blue.
Yeah, and I'm going to change a take that I had earlier this week, because I didn't think there were going to be a lot of Kentucky fans at DKR on Saturday. Because of that stat, I now think Kentucky's going to have a pretty strong contingent here this weekend.
Sure. They want to travel.
I don't think it's going to be Georgia level. I don't even know if it's going to be Florida level, but there's going to be 5 figures worth of Big Blue Nation.
Well, the only part about this is just before a holiday. It costs to come here, but we now have some hotels available. We don't have any F1 or major concerts going on, and this has got to be a destination trip for SEC folks. Going to Nashville, coming here. It's got to be. I mean, it's not like they'll do it every other year, but first time around with Texas playing as well as it is, and Kentucky being as crappy as they are. I mean, those folks would like to come. If they got the money to come before the holidays, there's some hotels available and stuff like that. And it's a nice time of the year here. It's not when it's 105 degrees. We're in the 40s. We're in the the 70s. It's okay.
It should be gorgeous on Saturday, right?
Oh, yeah.
The high temp on Saturday is 76 degrees. And with kickoff at 2:30, it should be right around that temp at kickoff. So
sure.
Should be a gorgeous day. And, Texas gives out an allotment of 5,000 road tickets per game, and which is not a lot, by the way. I mean, DKR holds over 100K, so 5K isn't a lot, but none of those tickets were returned to Texas, right? Sometimes if a road team isn't going to bring a lot of fans, then some of those tickets go back to the University of Texas and they get to sell them to its own fans. Kentucky's taking all 5,000 of the allotted tickets, and
good.
I'm sure they'll have.
Good.
I'm sure they'll have more than that too. But yeah, look, I bet most Kentucky fans bought flights and tickets before the season started, thinking, well, you said, hey, we've never been to Austin. This will be fun. And hey, we might have a half-decent football team that has a chance to win this weekend. I didn't anticipate being 3 touchdown underdogs and being 1-6 in SEC play coming into this game.
No, they did not. They were expecting this to be a good year for them. Their defense was supposed to be really good, and their offense was supposed to be at least average. So now they've still got a pretty good defense, and their offense is just hump. It really is. I mean, they have struggled offensively. So we'll see. I still like their defense. This is one of those games that I was not quite sure of early. The Arkansas game for sure, but this game I thought would be, that this Kentucky team would find something offensively, and they really haven't. They've really struggled.
Yeah, to your point about how bad the Kentucky offense has been this season, they are 16th out of 16 teams in the SEC in points per game. They're averaging 21.9 points per game this season, and that includes their games against Murray State, Southern Miss, and Ohio U. Not Ohio State, Ohio U out of the MAC. So they've played, 3 pretty bad non-conference teams, including, Murray State out of the FCS, who Kentucky played this past weekend, and they are still dead last in the conference in scoring offense. So
it's interesting. This is with people thinking their head coach needs to retire and stuff like that. There's just a cloud around them, and it's not their basketball program. This is their football program that's done okay over the last couple of years. A lot better than people would assume they would do. I mean, this guy's had a 10-win season.
A couple of them. Yeah. And I'm glad you brought that up, right? Like this is, Kentucky's playing for something on Saturday. I think they're 4-6 right now. They've got 2 games left. They have to win both of them to make a bowl game. And it's not going to be easy because they're here in Austin, and then they play a half-decent Louisville team in a rivalry game next weekend.
Yes.
But Kentucky, look, making a bowl game is a big deal for everybody. Kentucky's made a bowl game in 8 straight seasons. Texas doesn't have a streak that long. So you want to keep that alive. And to your point about, Mark Stoops being consistently at least decent at UK, they're not used to being this bad. So there's going to be some motivation for UK. We would like to, send our seniors off with a trip to the postseason this year. So they're not just going to roll over and die.
You're talking about the all-time winningest coach in the Kentucky history. And as you said, Bear Bryant was there. So this is a big deal, and when they start talking about their when you start hearing rumors of maybe it's time to retire and the head coach going, what are you talking about retiring? I'm not retiring. Are you kidding me? Man, this has been a tough year. I mean, Stoops family losing their, the mom and everything else. This has been tough for Bob Stoops and the brothers and all that stuff. And their expectations was this team was going to be a decent team because they knew what they had, like I said, defensively. But not so much. This is not for Texas to let a group to get well. This is when a group is down. This is when you kick them when they're down.
It is 100%.
Yeah.
And Kentucky has 1 SEC win this season. Now the SEC win that they have is a pretty good one. They beat Ole Miss in Oxford earlier in the year. And that's the thing about Kentucky, right? You talked about their defense being the strength of their team. It undoubtedly is. You look at the overall defensive numbers for UK, they're 9th in the conference in scoring defense, 9th in total defense, 13th in rush defense. Now, some of those numbers aren't spectacular.
Yeah, and they've had guys in and out of the lineup, but they've also been behind that they've had to do some things outside of the box defensively in order to try to help the offense. They've taken some chances and gotten burned in doing that,
Yeah. And here's another thing. Kentucky's defense has been at its best against the best teams that they've played, right? They gave up 17 in that win at Ole Miss. Ole Miss, Jackson Dart should be in New York for the Heisman ceremony at the end of the year. That Ole Miss team is incredibly talented offensively. And at Ole Miss, Kentucky held them to 17. Yeah. Kentucky held Georgia to 13. That was a game Georgia won because, to your point about Kentucky's offense, it's ass. So they held Georgia to 13. they held Tennessee to 28, but the Vols needed a pretty late touchdown on their home field to get to that 28. So, like, they held all three of the best three teams that they've played below their season average in points per game.
Yes.
It hasn't always been like they gave up 40 plus to Florida. How does that happen? But when they've needed to against great teams, their defense has given them a chance. And when you look at what the Texas offense just did against an Arkansas defense that's not as talented as Kentucky's, then that could spell some trouble this weekend, because on paper, that's the matchup that most favors UK.
No doubt. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. I don't know. Once again, this is one of those games where I don't know how they score, 14 points against this Texas defense unless offensively you give that to them.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like Arkansas's offense was really good, right? And Kentucky's offense is terrible. So unless I don't even know if turnovers are going to be enough to help Kentucky's offense. I think like they need defensive scores, maybe plural, to pull off an upset on Saturday. So as long as you're not
sack fumbles, things like that, where they get the ball at the 8 or the whatever it is,
that might be a field goal.
Yeah, you're right. They still can't punch it in. You're right. They really have some struggles, and that's I would have thought by now they would have. They're still looking around. What do they play, like 2 or 3 different quarterbacks?
Yeah, I mean, Brock Vandagriff has been their guy when he's healthy. Last week in their blowout victory over Murray State, they were able to get Vandagriff out of the game early in the third quarter.
Sure.
And he actually got hurt in that Tennessee game. That was 3 weeks ago. So another thing, look, I think Texas is going to win. I think they're going to be right around the 20.5-point line that Vegas has right now. So I'm not saying all of this stuff to try to scare you or anybody else right now.
Yes.
But I will say this, another thing about Kentucky, this is the healthiest they've been in a long time, because they've basically had 2 bye weeks in a row. Like 2 weeks ago, they actually did have a bye.
Right.
And then this past weekend, they played FCS Murray State. So they were able to rest some guys. They were able to get most of their starters out of the game by midway through the third quarter. So this is as healthy as they've been in a long time. And you don't really have to prepare for Murray State. You could be incredibly vanilla and beat a team like that.
Sure.
So you would think Mark Stoops and the Kentucky coaching staff, they've been focused on this game for like 2+ weeks now.
Yeah, this is a job saver. This is getting people off your back right here. They know that.
Yeah.
He knows that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the deal is with Mark Stoops, and we're going to get a Kentucky expert on tomorrow and ask like what the future holds for him in Lexington. But like maybe they want him to win the last 2 games to make a bowl game to keep his job. Maybe it's just, hey, you beat Ole Miss and Texas on the road in the same year, then we still believe in what you're doing. But yeah, maybe Stoops is coaching for his job this weekend. So you talk about motivation. That's plenty of motivation right there for those guys.
Yeah, I understand when you start hearing rumors about, is he past his time? But when you start hearing stuff about retiring and people thinking you should retire, I'm like, that guy's not like this old dude. That guy's not. And he's saying, what do you mean retire? When those rumors start coming up about him retiring, that's like worse than getting fired. They're trying to tell you you're old and you have no clue what's going on. Talking about retiring. That's still a young dude when it comes to coaching. The winningest coach, and you're telling him that maybe it's time to retire. He's going, no, dude. He's going, I'm not retiring.
Yeah, you know what? I'll consider retiring if you pay me everything I'm owed.
Yeah. He doesn't even want that. He wants to just keep getting paid. What is he in his early 60s, late 50s, maybe?
57.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Late 50s. Yeah.
So maybe, maybe Kentucky fans are thinking there's a chance that Stoops hangs it up because, Bob hung it up at a relatively young age because, the Stoops father died on the sideline.
Yeah.
Had a heart attack coaching and died. So like that was part of Bob's retirement from Oklahoma. It's like he didn't want to risk that, right?
I think because mom dying that they were thinking that this is too much for him. He's probably not. This is knowing that his dad died like that and then his mom has passed away and all the brothers and stuff, they were probably thinking, Kentucky was thinking, oh, what a nice time. You're the winningest coach. You've done some nice things. Let's go find some young guy to take over our football program now.
Yeah. That's
and he's like, oh, no. I got kids. I still need checks.
Yeah, that guy's made a lot of money in his coaching
Oh,
career.
yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't need the checks. But yeah, look, sometimes you can take the coach out of football, but you can't take the football out of the coach.
No,
You
you're
know,
absolutely right. Not in that family.
and yeah, that's a football family to a T. I mean, like Bob Stoops. Bob Stoops retired from Oklahoma. He couldn't stay out of coaching. He went and coached in the XFL.
I know.
Like,
Oh, you
he
don't think
still
he
wants
made
to
enough
coach.
money? You don't think he made enough money at OU to
Yeah,
never coach
exactly.
again?
And OU, they're still paying him to serve as like an advisor for that
Sure.
program, right? He's getting like the Vince Young treatment. Here's some money, just be around and say some things and help
Absolutely.
us out. So that's yeah, it's a weird storyline to follow. Once again, we'll get an expert opinion on the future of Mark Stoops and if it's on the line here in Austin on Saturday at 2:30. We'll also get to an injury report in a second. Some good news and some bad news for Texas on that front. But before we dive back into this game, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs, Buck.
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick. We were there yesterday, and I hope somebody came by and got those gift cards yesterday, BK, because we offered up some nice gift cards and some wonderful things. It was also great to see Jay and the whole gang over there get our Olipop and that wonderful birthday gift that just keeps on giving for me from June. My birthday was in June. I continue to get gifts when I go there, and the rotisserie piece of metal that they have at Sue Patrick that they gave me to stick up the chicken's rear end and then stick it in the oven. It didn't make the cut.
Oh,
no.
Come on.
I don't think my wife can look through the little window of the stove and see the chicken with a thing stuck up its butt, sitting not sideways but upright. I don't know if that's designed. That's designed to go up the chicken's rear end. She said no. And it's metal and it's nice material. And somebody that would have made a nice wedding gift, and I know the $10 sticker that had it on there, and then they got it for 75% off.
Mm.
The mullet open, they will take that though. That's going to go big. Somebody will try to put that on the grill, and stick that chicken's ass in there.
Sure.
Yeah, that's going to work for them. But it didn't make the cut. Sorry, Jay. Sorry, guys. The Olipop was delicious. I did like the ginger ale at the Olipop, but that's another one of those gifts that's piling up down there in my mudroom right now. The Sue Patrick's has everything, folks. And you saw the new items there, all the wonderful hats, men's and women's clothing there, offering free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, of course. And they're located at 5222 Burner Road. Remember, that game is at 2:30 on Saturday. You can start going to Sue Patrick's now. And, they've got all the long sleeve stuff there now, too, with the cold weather that we're getting. They've got hoodies. They have it all. They got these wonderful dresses there for the ladies. But you name it, they have it at Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yeah, our buddy Jay Willems from Sue Patrick is tuning in this morning, and he's not happy with you, Buck.
Oh, he thought that was going to make the cut, the metal.
He thought that was going to make the cut. It should have made the cut. That's a great gift.
Yeah, and she saw those little Debbie cakes, and she heisted those too. She goes, I can't let you put those in your system. Maybe the little Debbie's cream cakes, but the little sprinklers with the unicorn, that didn't make it either.
Sprinklers?
It has little sprinkle things for little colors on them, You don't want those in between your teeth, for sure.
Now, most people call them sprinkles. I've never heard them referred to as sprinklers.
Okay, the little sprinkles, no, they didn't make the cut either. She saw those and she started reading the ingredients of those. I'm like, wait a minute. We're talking about taste. We're talking about what tastes good. We're not talking about ingredients inside the food. I mean, people care about that. I didn't know the ingredients were that important. I thought that only mattered in Olipop.
There it is. That's the greatness of Olipop right there, because you don't have to sacrifice. Normally, if you're trying to eat or drink healthy,
yes,
it tastes like shit.
Yes.
That's not the case with Olipop, because Olipop tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping. And
that's
the
right.
soda that you've come to love for years, but it's actually good for you. I don't know how they did it. Like they deserve a Nobel Peace Prize or something.
They should get a Peace Prize for that. You're absolutely right.
It's fantastic. They've got 19 different flavors. They're easy to find, available wherever you buy your groceries all around the state of Texas. H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you go, you can find Olipop on the shelves. And yeah, it's a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. So yeah, you don't have to sacrifice, because Little Debbie, I guess, yeah, you're sacrificing. It tastes good, but you're probably
You're going to
shortening your
die.
life by.
Yeah, you may die after you eat one of those cakes. They've got some stuff in there that my wife is gonna. She like shows me on the computer, like, here's what could happen to you from that. I mean, it's not like the diabetes where you lose like a toe. It's like you lose a leg. You know.
And I didn't realize you were married to RFK Jr., Buck.
The
Just
FDA.
kidding.
That's what I'm married to.
I love your wife. She knows that.
This is
But
it's. I don't. You know, I've never. I until I got married to her. I didn't. I'm looking at ingredients and I'm thinking, okay, it makes the food. It makes it taste good. I didn't know they were trying to kill us.
I mean, we're going to die. Doesn't matter.
Yes.
No one gets out of this life alive.
Hell, I quit drinking. Don't you think I can have some sugar?
That's added some years to your life. Now you have to balance it out by subtracting some years.
Thank you. It can't be all fair.
Oh my God. Hey, shout out to Olipop. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. You're going to have some family coming to town this weekend, or maybe you won't have family coming to town this weekend or next week for the holiday. And you're tired of traveling. You don't want to go to your in-laws' place. You don't want to get on a plane and have to deal with getting mugged at the airport or dealing with crotches in your face. You don't want that stuff. Well, maybe it's time to renovate your home. Make your home the place to be for friends and family next holiday season. Or you just say, you know what? Screw you guys. We just want a nice house for ourselves. We don't want to go anywhere. You could do that by calling our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your kitchen, renovate a bathroom, or just do an entire custom home remodel, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are here to help. They've been in Austin for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team. They've got more than 50 years of combined experience. But once again, their company, McCall Custom Homes, has been in the Austin area for more than 4 decades. They could turn your home into something truly special. If you know what you want, hit them up. If you don't know, hey, give them a shout. They'll help you come up with some ideas to make your home something really, really great. Just give them a call. Our buddy Mike listens to TSU all the time. Great dude. 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Shoot him an email if that's easier. Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Nice. I'm sorry about that,
stuff.
Jacob. My wife won't even let me give those little Debbies to the homeless. I said, when I go out and give socks next week, can I slide one of those little Debbie, that new little thing that I just got? Can I find that little strawberry cake inside the sock? She said, you can't do that to the homeless. I'm like, what?
Now your wife hates the homeless, huh?
I mean, a little sugar for them. They need sweets too. And the ingredients, they're eating worse than that. I got to believe they've had worse meals than that.
I legitimately don't know. I don't know the answer to this question. Like, I assume it's better to eat Little Debbie's versus eating nothing, right?
That's what I'm thinking. She goes, no, you can't give that to those people. That's not fair. I'm like, what? I said, now I'm starting to think, is Jay and those guys trying to kill me?
Like, obviously,
they just know what's best for us.
Yeah, they do. They know what's best for us. And the Little Debbie's cream is always good for us.
Absolutely.
Okay, maybe the homeless, they got to mix in a salad from time to time. Hey, Mike McCarthy should mix in a salad from time to time. But, you still got to eat something. It's better than eating nothing, right?
I've truly not seen a round-shouldered homeless person lately. I've not seen a big one. I haven't really. I've seen some really thin, emaciated-looking homeless. I've not seen too many, in this heat here, them carrying the little dog and the little hobo stick with the little bandana. I don't see a lot of them around.
If you see a round-shouldered person on the street, they're not homeless. They're just trying to catch the bus.
I go to the bus stop.
Yeah, you can't be like, I'm not giving you any money or snacks if you're fat. That means you're well nourished. Right?
I don't give them anything if their signs are too funny. I'm like, you're too funny to be hungry. No, I'm serious. If their signs are way too witty, I don't do it. I just go, no, you're not hungry enough to be funny. You're too funny to be hungry. Hungry people aren't comics.
You don't want to reward somebody for coming up with a good joke?
No. I'm like, no, you're too funny. Go get a job at a comedy shop.
Oh, you tell them that? You roll down your window and say that to them?
Sorry.
That's mean. All right, back into the sports. We've got our first injury report of the week for Texas and Kentucky. Good news and bad news for the Longhorns. The good news, Jaden Blue is not listed on the injury report. He actually left Fayetteville in a sling last week, which I thought was pretty weird. He played most of the game. He had that fumble late in the fourth quarter that thankfully went out of bounds. Otherwise, I could have spelled doom for Texas. But Jaden Blue did a lot of good things in that win over Arkansas. Seemed like he was 100%, but yeah, left that game in a sling. Whatever was hampering him, not hampering him, because he's not on the injury report at all, which means he's all systems go on Saturday.
Full go.
Yep, so that's the good news. And once again, we'll hear from Steve Sarkeesian again today. But the not-so-good news on the Texas injury report, DeAndre Moore listed as questionable. So we talked about this on Monday, Buck. We thought it was weird because DeAndre Moore had one catch for -8 yards against the Hogs. And that guy's been one of the most consistent receivers on this team this year.
Yeah, he gets targeted a lot. He does by the quarterback, yes.
And it was like one catch. That's weird. And then I went back and thought, and I'm like, it didn't feel like he played that much. And then I went back and watched, and he didn't play that much. And then I looked up the stats. DeAndre Moore played 5 snaps against Arkansas. He nicked up his foot. That's the exact word Sark used. He called it a nick. He nicked up his foot early in the game against Arkansas, and that's why he wasn't a big part of the offense. So he is now questionable. We'll hear from Sark today. We'll get another injury report tonight. We'll get another one tomorrow night before Saturday. But, yeah, look, Texas should still be fine offensively without DeAndre Moore, but not good because that guy, once again, has been pretty important to the success of this offense this season.
You're right about that. He's found a way to get open, making catches, making big plays for him. So that's interesting. You know, I did wonder what the heck was going on. I mean, I'm like, this guy's been the guy that they go to. And as you said, 5 plays only. That's interesting.
Yeah, 5 snaps. And he has, 20 catches, 263 yards, and 5 touchdowns, which is tied for second most on the team with Isaiah Bond. So he's been a weapon for the Horns.
Wingo may be a part of the plan maybe this week.
Maybe. And this is one of those things like, look, Steve Sarkeesian called the Kentucky game the most important game of the season, and it's not, but you have to treat it that way, right?
Sure.
This could be one of those situations like Sark has done this a couple of times this year where, hey, let's maybe rest a player for this game because we've got a bigger game the following week. And we'd rather have that player close to 100% for that bigger game. And we still feel like we can beat the team that we're playing this week without him. I could easily see that being the case. Like, Texas has enough good receivers to where they could still beat Kentucky and beat them pretty handily. We all know what's at stake next Saturday. I would not be surprised at all if it's, hey, DeAndre, rest up that foot. We're going to need you in Aggie Land next Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, that foot must be hurting because for me, it's all hands on deck. I know you got a lot of receivers, but I need to keep the momentum going between Quinn Ewers and that particular receiver because they've done some really nice things. I don't want to have 2 games where the guy doesn't play, only if he can't play. So I've got to believe it's more than just a nick. You call it that, but those guys are like racehorses. If their little ankles are hurt, I mean, it's like then it becomes a pack mule. I mean, just barely getting around. So I don't want to have a limped up wide receiver. We saw that with Isaiah Bond. That guy on a bad ankle is faster than 80% of the people on the field, even with a bad ankle. So I think Isaiah Bond, that guy is back to 100%. That's, and now use him, let him go loose. And as you said, you do have enough wide receivers. So you may be right. You may be right in that because now you get some other guys involved. Like I said, Wingo to me should be a guy that's in your game plan every week. And he hasn't seemed to be that guy. And I know he's young, but he's not young. He's good. So, if he's good enough, if he's young enough, or is he good enough, he's young enough, No,
that's not the line.
What is it? If he's young enough?
I'm not going to say it. I don't want me on tape giving these P. Diddy quotes, all right?
If he's good enough, he's old enough.
There it is.
Yes.
Way to go, Kevin Spacey. Appreciate that.
And he is.
And Isaiah Bond, I'm glad you brought him up because he's an example you can look at, right? Remember, Isaiah Bond and Andrew Makuba both got banged up in the Georgia game.
Yeah.
And they did not play against Vanderbilt the following week.
Absolutely.
And Texas had a bye after that Vandy game. So it was Sark basically saying, like, yeah, we could probably play those guys, but let's give them 2 weeks off. We can beat Vandy without them. We can beat the bye week without them. Let's make sure they're ready to go for phase 3 of the season. And it worked out. Bond's been great
What they
since
do
coming
is they
back.
see how the game goes. They see how the game goes.
Yeah.
You know, if they feel like they need that a certain catch or a certain play, they'll put them in. You know.
Yeah, maybe DeAndre Moore's in uniform on Saturday, and it's a break glass kind of deal.
Sure.
Right? Like if the offense really sucks and, you know, we're just not moving the ball through the air at all, then all right, get out there. We got to win this game.
Yes.
So, yeah, I could see that happening. But I think there'll be – if DeAndre Moore does play on Saturday, I think it will be very, very limited because of, once again, what's at stake next Saturday. That's not overlooking an opponent. That's being smart, I think. Just knowing.
And like you said, they've got enough wide receivers. They need to get going. And I think that the big freshman is one of those guys. From this point on, you need to get him going. I mean, these are some really important games, and he's a big-time player. Don't lose sight of him all of a sudden, making him into, oh, maybe we'll throw a ball or two to him during the course of a game. No, make him a part of your game plan because he can be a part of your game plan as big as and as good as he is.
Yeah, I think you still have 4 wide receivers that you feel really good about. And plus, you've got Gunnar Helm.
Yes.
Plus, you've got Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner, who have proven to be good pass catchers out of the backfield.
Hell, they even throw to the guy from Alabama, don't they?
Mari Nyblack.
Yeah.
He's got 4 catches this year, so they could throw to him. They could throw to Juan Davis. Juan Davis had a catch last week.
Yeah, I see that guy catching balls now.
Yeah, so I don't know if I want to revolve the game plan around Juan Davis. But with Golden and with Bond and with Bolden and with Wingo and Helm and Blue and Wisner, like that's more weapons than most teams in college football have. So,
by the way, BK, when you talk about Juan Davis, he's got nice hands. He catches the ball. He's not a body catcher. He'll reach up there and get the ball.
Juan Davis has been a nice story, right? That was another one of those guys that Steve Sarkeesian spent a lot of breath in the offseason talking about, right? You know, Trey Wisner was kind of number one. Trey Wisner's been really good for this football team.
Yes.
And Sark praised Juan Davis a lot. And he's more of a blocking guy. Like he plays a lot of snaps, and he's usually a block first kind of tight end. But, yeah, doesn't have a ton of stats. He's got 7 catches this year, but feels like he's been sure-handed when they've thrown it his way.
Yeah, he seems like the kind of guy that can double his production in catches next year. When you lose Gunnar Helm, he seems like a guy that can, double up that 7, being almost 20-some catches. He seems to be okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the tight end position looks like post Gunnar Helm, right? Like maybe Amari Nyblack increases his role or sees his role increase. You got Spencer Shannon. You've got Jordan Washington, who's a freshman that the coaches really, really loved in the spring. So, no, we're not too focused on 2025, but yeah, like Gunnar Helm should go pro after this season. That guy,
there's no doubt.
That guy's made himself some money with what he's put on tape.
Yes, he has. And there are a lot of people that broadcast the games talk about him glowingly and how far he's come and what he can do after the catch, which they didn't think. They were like me. Catch it, get yourself schemed open, get down on the ground. But now this guy's making catches and running with the football. Now he's thinking he's Jim Brown once he gets it, and that's okay because he's doing a great job.
Hopefully he treats women a little better than Jim Brown did.
Yeah, he does.
Why is that the thing I remember with Jim Brown? What's wrong with me?
I don't know. I think he threw a young girl off a balcony or something.
He did some bad things to multiple women.
Yeah, that dude was rough around the edges.
Yeah, it's more than around the edges. He throws someone off the balcony.
I guess that's pretty bad.
It's pretty rough to your core, but that's all right. He's a good football player, so we forgive him. A couple other injury nuggets: Mo Blackwell and Colton Vasek, who have missed the last couple of games, they are also questionable for Texas. So I'm sure, once again, Sark speaks today. I'm sure he'll get asked about all 3 of those guys, right? DeAndre Moore, Mo Blackwell, Colton Vasek. We'll get more updates later today. That was the first injury report for Texas. Kentucky has a lot of guys out, but they are, I said it earlier, they're as healthy as they've been in a while, and they get 2 key defensive linemen back. Deion Walker, who I think is the most well-known of the Kentucky defensive linemen. He's a potential first-round pick in next year's draft. He missed the game against Murray State because why not? It's Murray State. And Jamon Dumbass Johnson. I believe that's how you pronounce
Dumas.
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 Looks like dumbass to me. I'm seeing Jamon Dumbass Johnson. That's what I've got written down. I shouldn't be mean. That guy's a hell of a player. Both of those guys are studs. But Deion Walker, like last year, he had 13 TFLs and 7.5 sacks as a D tackle. This year, only 4 TFLs and 1.5 sacks. So he hasn't quite been as disruptive. He's been banged up at times too. But man, the D line, I mean, that's the strength of the Kentucky defense. It's one of the best in college football. And yeah, this Texas offensive line, they did a lot of good things against Arkansas, right? They've got to show
they
more
handled
of that.
A pretty physical group. They got some pressures put on them, but they did okay because that's not the offensive line that we thought they were. Sorry. I wish I could say it was one of the top 3 in the nation. It's not. But you know what? They held their own last week.
Yeah, and I thought they did against Florida too. Like more penalties than we would have liked in that win over Florida, but they gave Quinn Ewers a lot of time to do a lot of things in that game.
Yes, they did. So, and last week, 2 penalties in the whole game. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's a hell of for that group, that's a hell of a game right there.
That's absolutely. They're averaging close to 7 a game this season. So to keep it to 2 on the road in a hostile environment against a rival, pretty salty.
Yeah, and this is a you know, I said that, you know, with which Sark putting his arm around the officials in Fayetteville, that ain't gonna work. Well, it's back to get your arm around them this week at home, because Kentucky shouldn't come here and you get more penalties than Kentucky gets.
I've got an idea here, Buck. What about you get with Steve Sarkeesian this week and give him that chicken roaster, and Sark gives that to one of the refs for the game?
That would be awesome. Yes. The official would say, you know, Coach, can you have somebody put this over the locker? Please don't bring this on the field and give it to me. Like hand it to him right there on the field. How cool is that?
Before the game, you know, you're shaking hands with the refs and, hey, head ref, I got you something.
Here's a little something for you.
A little holiday gift for you.
This was, just in case you guys are having roaster for Thanksgiving instead of a turkey, just in case you're having one of those little chickens, here, stick this up the chicken's ass for Thanksgiving. No, just stick your arm around him and make sure you got some hundies sticking out in that hand that's around his shoulder.
Oh, what's this in my pocket for all little Debbie snack for all of you?
No, that's not going to do it. SEC officials want cash. They don't want presents. They want straight cash. If it's an envelope, that's fine.
Oh my God, there's 7 refs. I just happen to have 7 zebra cakes.
That's true. Hey, share those when you go back in the locker room. A little snack before you come back out for the game. I think that just leave it there with a note on it in their private locker. Just leave it there in their locker room. This is on me, boys. Have a good one.
Yeah, I like that thought. You know, make sure the zebras are on your side here.
Little zebra cakes from Little Debbie's.
Absolutely. These cakes are just for you guys. Look, they have your name on it. It says zebra. I got you. Oh, man. Hey, by the way, while we're on this, I was doing some search last night just about this game and just looking up some random stats for both of these teams. So Texas, after their 2 penalty performance, they are now 87th in the country in penalties per game. Getting better.
Coming down?
Yeah. Kentucky is 74th, so not too much of a difference between these two teams.
Okay.
But here's the, you know, I was thinking, right, because for the last 2 years in the Big 12, Texas got shafted by Big 12 refs.
They just weren't very good, period. I mean, I know it was Texas got shafted, but they weren't good in any of the games that you watched. They were just terrible.
No, but you look at the numbers, and Oklahoma got shafted too. It was like Texas and Oklahoma
on the way out, yes.
Yeah, the fewest penalty yards against them last season. And, you know, that didn't make sense because those were the 2 most talented teams in the conference, probably.
Right.
I mean, Texas won the league. Oklahoma finished 3rd, but they won double-digit games. Like, it was absurd that, no one's holding these guys? Really?
Right. That's what always bothered me, yes.
So you're thinking, all right, well, we're out of the Big 12. All that stuff is behind. You know, Brett Yormark was pissed. That was that conference giving us the middle finger on the way out the door. Made some sense. How about a welcome to the SEC moment for Texas? Texas is dead last in opponent penalty yards per game.
Hey, listen, that's what you get when you get this schedule, though. That was a part of the deal. Sorry.
We got a
Sorry
favorable
there,
schedule, so we're not
man.
going to get any favorable calls.
Yeah, we got the schedule. I'll take that. We can overcome the calls right now. But that can't be a consistent in the SEC. You know, after year one, hey, welcome in, boys. But we're not going to do this to you every year because that's garbage.
What did David Byrne of the Talking Heads once say? Same as it ever was?
Yeah, it is.
Same as it ever was. 2 years in a row, 2 different conferences. Texas dead last in opponent penalty yards per game.
But a sweet schedule, though.
Hey, I'll take that trade-off. My God.
That's what I'm saying. I'll take the sweet schedule than to have like I said, we can possibly overcome the penalties, but it has to stop after this year. This is not an ongoing thing where we're always holding and nobody else holds. Too many good players. Hell, last year was so ridiculous. You know, 2 of the top defensive linemen in the nation didn't get holding penalties against them, but one of the alleged top offensive lines kept getting holding penalties. I'm like, wait a minute, it doesn't work that way. And it's not supposed to work that way when you're at your home stadium.
No, you're
I don't
right.
care. I'm not kidding about the little Debbies. This is a hey, send some flowers to the officials' wives or something, or their girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever. But you can't get hosed at home. You're not supposed to.
No, and yeah.
And why didn't it happen last week? I
don't know. I mean,
you know why? Because I made the call. I'm saying don't screw us there. You guys this is bull.
Arkansas only had 2 penalties in that game last week too. So Texas didn't win the penalty battle, but only 2 called on the Longhorns, which feels like a huge win with the way things have gone more often than not.
Dude, senior day on Saturday. You're not supposed to do that to the seniors. You're not supposed to be throwing a bunch of flags. It's supposed to be a clean game. They got a lot of kinfolk coming to the game. You don't want all that. You don't want all that madness. I just think I think the penalty stuff is just a sign that we may have overinflated this offensive line a little bit.
Maybe
I'm not saying that they're bad, but they've got their flaws, and they got exposed by one team, which is now everybody else is trying to expose them.
They got exposed by 2 teams. I mean, Vanderbilt exposed them too. I know Texas won that game, but that was a pretty bad O-line performance up in Nashville. But they've cleaned it up. The good news is they had that bye week. That was you and I's top priority over the second bye was figure out the offensive line, please. And they were great against Florida, and they were pretty damn good against Arkansas with only 2 penalties.
I would agree.
So,
I was very happy after the when you said they only had 2 penalties. I was like, there's no way 2 penalties. Yeah. And then only to find out that Arkansas only had 2 penalties also was like, wow. That group.
I know. Because they were ranked below Texas in the penalties per game category, but we digress. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are open as well. Friendly reminder, a couple of events coming up. Today, Eric Henry and I will be broadcasting live from Via 313 Pizzeria, the Bee Cave location on 620 and 71. We'll be there from 12 to 1. We'll be giving out a couple of $50 gift cards to Via 313. So come by, grab some lunch, talk some Texas football with us. And yeah, if you show up, you'll have a chance to win a $50 Via gift card. And then tomorrow, Covert Bee Cave from 12 to 1. Our Texas football pregame luncheon returns. 2005 national champion Casey Studdard will be our guest.
Speaking of offensive line, talk some offensive line play.
You talk about unfiltered. That guy, we should give that guy a show on this network. Going to be a good time with Case. Maybe another special guest joining us as well. We'll keep you posted there. But food from Via 313 and Smoky Moe's Barbecue will be provided. It's a free event. Anybody is welcome. Hope to see all of you guys and gals at Covert
Thanksgiving coming up. Skip this Friday. It's lunchtime. Go have lunch with us. You're not going back to work anyway. Got people coming into town next week. You got things to do. Have a free lunch.
This is, do that, because no one's going to be doing anything next week. Like, I know most people are working Monday to Wednesday, and we'll be doing shows Monday to Wednesday, but it's like, it's not quite March Madness level of production at the office. but it feels like it's a pretty low level of production at the office.
This is about to be the Horns and the Aggies playing of the weekend. Are you kidding me? Nobody's doing anything.
Now, we're doing our thing. We'll be talking plenty about the Lone Star Showdown, brought to you by Cotton Holdings. Don't forget about the sponsor, Buck.
Nice.
I don't want the Cottoners coming after us. But, start your weekend Friday. Come see us at Covert, and it should be a good time. All right.
Get yourself one of those Covert trucks and get it over to Real Truck and get it all hooked up, baby.
There you go. Yep. Shout out to Real Truck. We'll tell you more about them because we'll be talking to Ethan Burke in about 15 minutes. And, of course, our weekly conversations with Ethan are brought to you by our friends at Real Truck. Shout out to centextickets.com. Hey, senior day for the Longhorns. If you want to be at DKR for the last home game of the year, get your tickets, centextickets.com.
Start asking Shelby about playoff tickets, bowl tickets, the whole works, because those will go fast. Get your name on a list. If you're interested, I would say do it as quick as possible. Plus, you can get those Dallas Cowboys tickets at a bargain price now.
Yeah, no, I think Shelby has offered to pay you to go to a Cowboys game.
He's got some tickets for you.
That's not true. But, hey, use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You'll get 10% off. And, yeah, the price of Cowboys tickets, they've gone down. The next home game for Dallas is Thanksgiving against the Giants, who also suck. And it's getting close to baseball ticket prices for the boys right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. By the way, buck off to Jerry Jones. That conversation you threw up there yesterday, that right there was the epitome of how old do I want to get? I know I can babble and I go off in different little tangents. I don't know if I'm quite there yet of how Jerry was going yesterday. That was really scary, BK. That guy's the CEO of many corporations. I hope he's not talking like that. The Cowboy fans understand him, and the team and the management around there understand when he starts. But to be the CEO of these major corporations must scare people if he's talking like that. Because I don't know what he was saying.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys are a front for the rest of the Jones family's business operations.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, I think he prioritizes all of the other stuff that he does more than the Dallas Cowboys. And, the Cowboys are just a fun side project,
Oh, he's using you people's money.
Oh, of course he is. And us people are still dumb enough to pay him for it.
Wow.
It's good to see that people are finally not spending money on Cowboys tickets. Maybe that will send a message. Like Monday night was embarrassing, not just on the field, but fans were brown paper bags over their heads. You had a bunch of Texans fans there, and look, that's how it goes. If you play that game in Houston, there'd be a bunch of Cowboys fans there. But still, bad look when in the fourth quarter your team's down by 24 points. All of your fans have left. There's only Texans fans there, and you see some brown paper bags. And, oh, by the way, your stadium's falling apart.
That's true.
Forgot about that, didn't we?
Yeah, let's not forget that the place is coming apart.
Yeah,
and you got it built in the wrong direction.
It's all bad for the Cowboys.
Everybody's winning there but the Cowboys. Jake Paul got a win there. I mean, everybody, they're fighting. They've got winners coming in there, except for the team that's the home team there. And they used to win home games there.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter, and you can't put anything on Twitter that's not true. I think those are the rules.
Right. That in Wikipedia.
The Dallas Cowboys are the only franchise in professional sports that does not have a home win in 2024. So you look at baseball, obviously that whole season was done. You look at hockey, season just started. You look at basketball, season just started. In the NFL, every other professional team in the big four major American sports, I'm sure you could throw MLS in there too, they have all won a game at home this year. The Dallas Cowboys have not.
Man.
So how about them Cowboys, Buck? How about them Cowboys?
Hey, tearing it down and building it up again. It's only problem is the guy who has to build it back up again.
Yeah, he needs to die.
No, he doesn't need to die.
Yeah, he does. He really does. He has to go. He's not going to step aside. I wish I could say he just needs to step aside, but he won't. So he's got to die. I'm not going to kill him or anything. I've thought about it. I'm not going to.
I thought about it, but I don't know, but his son is going to take over. And is his son much better now? I mean, doesn't his stuff wear on to your next of kin or whatever?
Well, that's the scary part, right? Like so many Cowboys fans, and look, I say it too, in part to joke, but in part in
Oh,
reality,
by
it's
the
just
way,
look.
his son has done a decent job with some of the draft picks and some of the
No,
things that they've done.
that's
No?
not his son. That's not his son. That's Will McClay, who has been the draft guru for the Cowboys. But the scary part is for Cowboys fans is the son, Steven, he does more than Jerry now. Like Jerry obviously talks the most because he's Jerry. But in terms of like day-to-day operations of running the football team,
Yes.
Steven is doing more than Jerry. So it's not as simple as like, oh, once Jerry leaves, it's all going to be better. I don't know. You know, the hope is like Steven is smart enough to realize, hey, I can't do this on my own. Let me hire an actual GM. That's the hope. But I like Steven has basically been the GM of the Cowboys for the last couple of years. So
Wow.
yikes. I don't know how we got there. I was having a good day. Buck off to Jerry Jones, but that might be how we got there.
Yeah, it was just that rambling deal he went on the other day was like, this was I don't think he's catching himself, you know? Sometimes as you get older and you start babbling, you do catch yourself and you'll kind of stop and then somebody else will come in and start something that'll help out. He doesn't stop.
No, that guy likes to hear himself babble, so he doesn't care if he talks himself into a corner. He's just going to keep talking.
And maybe he'll talk his way out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Ethan Burke will join us in about 8 minutes to talk Texas Longhorn football. Speaking of Texas football, Buck, I want to talk about the secondary for a moment.
Yes, sir.
I know we spent a good amount of time talking about them this year, and rightfully so. They've been the best pass defense in college football, and it's been a huge part of why Texas has been the best overall defense in college football this year. Here's a little bit from Steve Sarkeesian on Monday, talking about why the secondary has been so damn good.
I think the experience of our secondary is what has led to a lot of this. Now they're all very talented players, and but when you start talking about Jade and how much football he's played, and Manny Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo and Makuba and Michael Taff, and then now you're adding in a Jelani McDonald, and then I think incorporating the linebackers into that. These guys are really dialed. You know, they just don't. We don't blow coverages. The communication is at a really high level. They recognize the route combinations that are coming. They make every pass play feel contested. When there is a guy open, it's kind of like, what happened? You know, everyone's like, how did that happen? And in the end, I think they're playing with a lot of confidence. You know, and that's a great space to be in when you're playing from a confident football standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I like about them is they don't give up like the slant routes that they used to. These one-on-one plays when a cornerback gives up a little bit of room, you know, he gets pushed off the line of scrimmage and the guy runs a 8-yard slant and catches the ball and run. Those guys don't give up any of that stuff. And you know, Jade Barron, he doesn't give up anything to anybody on the slant. He's going to contest those balls. They get a lot of contested balls now from the inside guys, so they get a lot of deflections, and the ball goes off of helmets and shoulders and arms. You know, where a guy doesn't make a clean catch and goes. That's why they get so many picks, because the balls ricochet off of defenders' hands and offensive wide receivers' hands, because the routes are contested now. They used to not have contested routes. You know, the guy used to come off the line clean and you know, gets into a zone, sits there, and the balls are caught. No more of that, which is great to see. They know where they have to be. He's right about that. They understand and the guys who have coached them have done an unbelievable job in a year.
Yeah. Sorry to bring up a bad memory, but go back to the final drive of the Oklahoma game last year.
Oh,
where, I mean, like butter, like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, there was nothing contested about any of that.
No, I mean, the Oklahoma receivers were getting free runs on the line of scrimmage. They were wide open. They were making catches in space. They were breaking tackles. Like, I mean, there were plenty of drives and instances in 2023 that you could point to where that happened, but that's one that I know is one of the most painful for Texas fans. You're not seeing that stuff this year. And man, this may be the best secondary in school history. And it's not ever going to be considered that, because like the 05 secondary had multiple Thorpe Award winners and 3 first-round picks on it.
Yes.
The 01 secondary had Nasty Nate Vasher, Quentin Jammer, and our guy Rod B on it. But like by the numbers, you just look at the numbers, and I'll credit our friends at Orange Bloods for coming up with these or doing the research for these. You just look at the numbers. Here's where Texas is through 10 games in 2024. They've given up 3 passing touchdowns, and they have 15 interceptions. Buck, that's a 5-to-1 interception to touchdown ratio. It's usually the other way around. You're usually talking touchdowns to interceptions. This Texas defense has 5 times as many INTs as passing touchdowns allowed this year.
They're also getting more pressure from the outside than they've gotten before. The balls are coming out of the balls are leaving the quarterback's hand. You know, there's not many quarterbacks sitting in pockets here anymore. They get pressure from the outside. We talked about they needed more outside pressure. I think they're getting that from a variety of different players that they stick in there. And plus they're getting, you know, Alfred Collins with his big ass paws up in your face at 6'6" or whatever, knocking balls down and tipping balls. So they're getting some help by the defensive line, which is, I mean, that's part of the plan, I would think.
Oh, sure, definitely. There's no doubt. But Texas had a great defensive line last year. You're right, the edges weren't as good, but like they had Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat on that D line, and it didn't matter. Like the secondary was still not good.
You're right.
And you know, a lot of new players said goodbye to a lot of guys, right? Like, oh, guys transferring from Texas, what's wrong? Well, they're not good enough to play at Texas. So let's go out and get an Andrew Makuba. Let's go out and get some Javion Cole to add some depth to this team.
And once again, when you get guys like Jahdae Barron who decide to come back again, and you know, in all likelihood, is the best cornerback right now in college football. And I'm looking at him, and he didn't. I mean, you know, we've met him and I've seen him personally. I'm like, this guy doesn't even have a cornerback body. He looks like a safety, like a plug and play half linebacker, half safety. But that guy's playing cornerback. Yeah, I mean, he's covering the best of the best out there and doing it well. He's in their hip pocket. We knew what Andrew Makuba was. I think we knew what he was. He wasn't like the kid that they got from Arkansas who was going to get hurt. Andrew Makuba was a hell of an athlete from high school. People around here saw that dude play, and that guy could play just about any position, including wide receiver on the football. He's just a football player. Michael Taft has turned himself into not just a you know, gym rat kind of guy. That guy is around the ball. He makes them all better back there because they see from his talents on what you have to do. And I think that's been really a big deal for the young players, the young cornerbacks that watch the way Michael Taft goes to the ball, the angles that he takes, how he's around the ball. If it's tipped, I'm going to be there. If there's a fumble, I need to be in this position. I know where that ball is coming out. I think that is great for the younger players to see these experienced guys. That's why the younger players look so good so early now. Yep. Before those younger players, they're looking like, well, man, these guys aren't any good. What am I getting from watching this guy play in the secondary? You know what I'm saying? Some players have to learn from the older players. They didn't have very much to look at and say, okay, I'm learning something. But Michael Taft has helped these guys all become better.
And now these guys can actually sit for a year in college instead of, oh, God, this true freshman might be our best option in the secondary. We got to get him out there. He's got to play. Right. Like these guys don't have time to kind of develop and learn how things work in college football. Now they do.
You have people that teach them. You have players on the field that show them good examples on how to do things.
Yeah, now, you know, the stat, right? 15 interceptions to 3 passing touchdowns. Just comparing that to some of the best secondaries in Texas history, Buck. 01, 6 touchdowns allowed, 15 interceptions. 05, national championship year, 10 touchdowns allowed, 11 interceptions. 09, played for a national title that year, 14 touchdowns allowed, 25 interceptions. So all great numbers. The 25 picks in 09 is absolutely insane.
Yes.
But like those numbers aren't, if you're just looking at the ratio of passing touchdowns allowed to interceptions, none of those elite secondaries that Texas has had since the turn of the century, are as good as the 2024 Texas secondary. So
yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they have more experience and the examples of young guys to see about how to be around the football and what to do. And it's on film. It's right there. They get a chance to view it over and over again. Plus, they watch these guys at practice, and they truly have 3 studs back there with Makuba, you know, Michael Taft, and Barron. They got 3 studs. I mean, just out and out, just ballers. And once again, I got to give a lot of credit to the secondary coaches. I mean, to everybody that are on the same page. The scheme seems to work. They understand the scheme. And as coach says, there's not guys pointing around going, wait a minute, that was your guy. There doesn't seem to be that confusion. It doesn't. They've got it. And I mean, that's a credit to the coaching. And those guys are under fire. I guarantee you their asses were getting chewed out. When the coaches get together and the boss starts talking to you, he's letting you know things got to change. And I think those guys have done a fantastic job of coaching that up.
I think you're right. All right, well said. There's a little love for the Texas secondary. Buck, before we have our weekly conversation with Ethan Burke, about another quick round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our good friends at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services. Love those folks there. Pond Springs Road up north, and of course down here at Monterey Oaks. If you're getting ready, these 39, 40-degree temperatures and getting ready to do your gardens or just thinking about planting some shrubs, some roses, getting them in the ground. Hell, you can still either do landscape on your grass. You can still plant, whether it's Bermuda or getting ready to put that ryegrass in. Go talk to the folks there on if you should. Maybe this is the year that you don't put ryegrass over the top of the Bermuda that you have. Maybe it's the year that you back away and let over the last 2 summers we've had these tough summers. Maybe you don't want the Bermuda and the ryegrass fighting for the nutrients in the ground. Find that out. I know that because I'm a gardener. You know what I'm saying? But you need to go to the real pros, not a substitute teacher, but they'll let you know. Jeff down south will let you know what you need to plant or who you need to see. If you need a contractor to come out and look at your yard or look at the way your house is built and what's the best side of the house to put roses on, they can do all of that at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services. Mention TSU and get 10% of savings off of your entire purchase, folks.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to our friends at parallellending.com. Hey, the markets, they're crazy, seemingly more volatile than they've ever been. There's a need to diversify your portfolio. Look, investing in stocks and bonds, great strategies, but the most savvy investors are diversifying their portfolio with alternative assets. And right now, the most popular alternative asset is investing in private credit. That's where our friends at Parallel Lending come in. They are a lender that provides short-term business purpose loans backed primarily by real estate in the great state of Texas. We're talking single-family real estate, too, not those commercial buildings that aren't being used anymore. Parallel Lending, these guys just launched a flagship fund, and they are confident that they are targeting an 11.5% return rate net of fees. And the best part is your investment is only locked up for 1 year. So if you're an accredited investor and you're looking for the opportunity to fund the loans that Parallel Lending is providing, you want to turn some money into some more money, check out parallellending.com/fund. That's parallellending.com/fund. They're raising capital over the next couple of months. They're already more than halfway to their goal. So the time to act is right now. Once again, parallellending.com/fund. Accredited investors only. Returns not guaranteed. An investment in Parallel Fund involves risk. Please review all disclosures before investing.
By the way, my Woods comfort systems just kicked in. Must be a little cool up here. The heater just turned on. I love Woods comfort systems. I told you I had the folks out here before all this madness started. As it started to get cool, they cleaned out the ducts. They cleaned out all the vents that I had up here for the wintertime. If you haven't done that yet and still are thinking, oh, it's not quite cold enough for me to call anybody, go check. You need to check up on that. And Woods comfort systems, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing, they've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. They are the absolute best.
If you've got smoke or dust coming out of your vents,
that's a problem.
That's not good right there. No. WoodsComfortSystems.com, 512-842-5066. All right, without further ado, and a quick disclaimer here, we're about to play our conversation with Ethan Burke. We had the conversation last night, but this is the first time the public will get to hear and see it. The quality of Ethan's video in this one, not great. Had some Wi-Fi issues. Come on, Texas. We're not paying for Wi-Fi for our football players?
Dude says he's going to have to go across the street next time to use the Wi-Fi system there.
Yeah, it's a mess. The sound is
not
perfect.
A part of the NIL deal. It's not a part of the deal.
I guess not. Come on, Texas One Fund. What are we doing here?
Come on now.
The sound is perfect, which is what really matters. But unfortunately, there's a little graininess with Ethan's video, but still a good conversation with edge rusher Ethan Burke. So without further ado, here it is. and BK. He is third-year edge at the University of Texas, Ethan Burke. And our weekly conversations with Ethan are brought to you by our great friends at realtruck.com, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States, with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party, hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and so much more. Gear up for football season and bring your truck to life with our friends at realtruck.com. Ethan, thanks as always for the time, my man. How are you?
Yeah, man, I'm doing good. Excited to get to talking.
You know, it's Ethan, it's getting towards that time now. I mean, this is the time of the season where start to get a little fatigued, but the excitement has to be there for the last home game. The seniors must be so excited, to have you guys send them off with a win and them going out on the regular season. I'll just say this is a part of the regular season, this finale, but I think there's other big things to come, but you've got to be excited for some of your senior teammates that are about to leave the University of Texas.
Yeah, some of these guys have been here since I got here, and nowadays, like, that's rare. Honestly, some people go to new places every year, so there's been a great group of guys around for the 3 years I've been here, and it's kind of sad to see them go, but also exciting. This is a new age of Texas football, and these guys really like set the standard for everyone and got this train going, really.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Ethan, I want to talk more about the Kentucky game, but of course, a look back to this past weekend, 20-10, another strong performance from the Longhorn defense. Just your thoughts on that win over Arkansas, and what were the fans like? Was the environment as hostile as maybe you guys thought it was going to be?
Yeah, the fans were legit. The student section's right there in your face as soon as you walk out. They're saying crazy things, but they were an intense crowd, I will say. It's always good to just, I feel, in the SEC, go on the road and get a win in that way, and we did it pretty handedly, I feel. And I think it was a good weekend for sure.
Now, did you feel the energy? When you guys first came out, did your team and you and well, there's no doubt about the defense, the energy that the defense played with, but was there that certain feel once you guys, when you leave the locker room and you go out there and you're going to leave that locker room and there's going to be a kickoff after that? Was there a certain energy that you could feel, certain vibe?
Yeah, dude. As soon as you get on there and everyone starts booing, I think that just empowers our team, really. And I said it last week. I think most people enjoy going on the road. Dude, just one sec. My computer's being weird. Sorry. Yeah, we enjoy being on the road, I think. And it does well, and it helps us, I think, for the most part. So the energy was great for sure.
Wow.
So how did the Arkansas crowd compare to, let's say, the Cotton Bowl, right? When you guys are running out of the tunnel into the OU side of the Cotton Bowl, like, was this close? Was this better? Was this worse? How did it compare to another rival that you guys played against this year?
Man, I don't think anything really compares to that game, and the feeling that you get. Almost you get chills in your body. And don't get me wrong, I did in Arkansas, but compared to OU, there's nothing like it. Really isn't.
Yeah, that's kind of a different world, isn't it? That's a different kind of rivalry. It's like you're trying to figure out what this rivalry is about. I mean, for you, it's a game. But when you play against Oklahoma and you come through the Cotton Bowl and it's at the State Fair, there's a different chill that you get coming down that tunnel.
Yeah, there is. And then you go through their fans, and then as you reach the 40, 50, you start hearing hoorahs for our team. So I don't know if there's any other game that is like that in the country or even in the world, but it is such a fantastic experience just to play there and experience all the history that's gone on there and be a part of it.
Well, we won't jump to 2 weeks from now, because there'll be a different vibe you're going to feel at this place too. That's about to happen in a couple of weeks. But the game at hand, this is, you're at the part of the year. It's win, baby, win. It doesn't matter how you win. You can win ugly, but you got to win. And are there anything differently that you guys are doing now, or is this just let's go back to work? We know we got to take this game one game at a time, one practice at a time. Nothing any different than what you started out the season with?
Yeah, nothing different. We haven't even spoken about a week from now. We're focused on this weekend and who we got. Obviously, that we know that'll be exciting. Not much chat about it yet, but I bet you that week practice we'll be ready to go. Not that we aren't all the time, but that'll be a fun week of preparation, I'll say.
Yeah, Ethan Burke joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered and our weekly conversations with Ethan, brought to you by our friends at realtruck.com. Ethan, yeah, kind of following up on that, how do you not overlook Kentucky? Like, it's easier said than done, but with everything that's going to be on the line next Saturday, I mean, how are you guys? What's kind of the message been from the coaching staff, and how are you guys as a team really able to just hone in on, this team that you're supposed to beat by a lot? How do you guys just keep the focus on the here and now?
Yeah, we can't overlook them. I don't think there's anyone in the country we should overlook. We know how talented we are, and we want to focus on ourselves. A slogan we have around the facility is respect all, fear none. And that's, I think, the mentality we should have for this, because we do respect them and they're very talented. But I think if we do what we're capable of doing and show how talented we are, then it should be working in our favor.
Yeah, I for me, I can say just win them, but when you go out, you want to play to that standard that you guys have set for yourself. So, and that's not just win it. That is to play excellent on in the three phases of the game, which means that you should, if you do the right things, you'll win, and you'll win handily. And it's just, I guess it's, for me, being an old ball coach, it's like, I just want to win the game. The players want to crush in the game. And as I said, especially the guys that may not play there again, that you just don't know. You don't know what the outcome is going to be as time goes on, if you'll have a playoff game there or not. But they know this. They've got everybody's grandma, grandpa who's still alive will be there, uncles and aunts for those guys. And that's a big burden, not only for those guys to perform as seniors, but to you guys to send them out in the right way too.
Yeah, it is huge. Last game of DKR, I know people are going to be emotional, so that it's kind of a weird feeling, like even high school senior night, it feels weird. Kind of sets you off. So just having those guys send off in a good way and hopefully remember their last game in DKR in such a great manner, right? That's the goal here, I think.
Yeah, Ethan, won't ask for the full game plan, but what are you seeing from this Kentucky team, and more specifically this Kentucky offense? What type of challenges are they going to pose to your defense on Saturday?
Yeah, I think they want to run the ball. So first stop the run, and then we can get the reward of going after the quarterback. They have a few different quarterbacks playing. Both of them can run. So for us, at least on the edge, is keeping them in the pocket, and when they do try to run these QB runs, making sure we have good leverage on them and getting him off his spot and not allowing him to get out of the pocket.
Yeah, you guys did a great job last week with the big quarterback from Arkansas. You really did a fantastic job keeping him in the pocket, and I could just tell that as much as they said he was healthy, I could tell that knee was still just a little gimped up. And I tell BK, I said, this time of the year, if you get hurt in game 4 or 5 or whatever, it's going to be there for the rest of the season. It's not like getting banged up in the first game, and then by this time of the year, you're feeling a little bit healthy. It all hurts now, and it stays with you for the remainder of the season. I thought you guys did a good job of pressing their quarterback Green back into the pocket and back to the guys in the middle. That was fantastic last week.
Certainly it was. We got a lot of pressure on him. I do feel like he may have been a little banged up, and I kind of feel like we expected that, but that doesn't change the game plan. We still know he's a threat, right? But those injuries do linger. Everyone deals with them. I know we got guys right now. I dealt with one last year, and they don't go away, but you just got to – for me, it was waking up, going to rehab, and living in the facility and living in the training with the trainers,
Mm-hmm. Ethan, I think that's a TV behind you, so I'm going to assume that you watch TV from time to time. Yeah. I don't know if you were watching yesterday, but the ESPN CFP rankings show happened last night, and Look, you guys are ranked number 3 in the country, but it feels like everybody on that show and everybody outside of Austin, Texas is hating on you guys right now. Does that bother you at all? Does that bother your teammates at all? Does that serve as any extra motivation to maybe go out there and like send messages every time you take the field? What do you make of everybody seemingly hating on the Longhorns right now?
I mean, what's new, you know? I love it. So I think we're going to use it as motivation for ourselves. Not much else, you know? I mean, we got 2 more games, so those don't mean much to me. And I think we win these next 2 and then hopefully go to Atlanta and then get on with the whole season, play whatever it is, 7 more games, 6 more games.
How will your next week, you know, after this game, how will Thanksgiving play out for you guys? Do you recall or remember last year at this time and games that were played at this time of the year? Do you go to coach's house or do you get to go home, or how does that work generally?
Yeah, they give us some time off Thursday, I think. And then like we get a few hours to go see our family. There's options to go to coaches' houses, I know, and then like people are inviting everyone over to their house. I remember last year I went to pairs with my dad, I think. So it's always nice that they give us some time to go be with family and enjoy that holiday. You know, it's a really important holiday, I feel like.
Yes, it is.
That's it. Just Thursday, like no Black Friday shopping or anything like that.
Man, too old for that now.
Hey, and it's back to walkthroughs. You got to do walkthroughs on Fridays. Got to run back to practice.
Walkthroughs.
Yeah, I guess
Black Friday shopping's all online now. That's what we've come to, I guess.
There you go.
That's true. Yeah, you're too young to know what it's like, Ethan. You know, back in my day, we had to camp out the night before. I had to watch the Texas A&M game on my smartphone. It was tough. All right, people didn't know what it was like back then, man.
Oh, man.
Oh God. All right. Couple more questions for you here, Ethan. By the way, Ethan Burke with us, brought to you by realtruck.com. A couple of weeks ago before the Florida game, I don't know if you know this, but Steve Sarkeesian talked about, I'm sure he told you guys in the locker room, he talked about wanting you guys to lead the nation in turnover margin in the last month of the regular season. You guys have played 2 games this month, +2 in the turnover margin against Florida, +2 against Arkansas. Is that attainable for you guys, and how important is it as a football team for you guys to win that stat every time you take the field?
Yeah, it's the most important stat in football. The data shows that majority of the teams that win it, almost probably 90% or so, they end up sorry, dude, my computer. They end up winning the game, really. So that's a goal for us, and we kind of got rid of the first half of the season, and we knew we had a second part of the season. So for us was to dominate the turnover margin in this second half, really. And we think when you win it, you're going to win the game.
And that becomes part of practice too. That's not just let's go and hit the quarterback. It's let's make him fumble the ball. Let's make the receivers, the running backs fumble. That stuff is practice. That doesn't just happen because you make a tackle, right? You guys practice those things. Strips and the whole works.
No, it doesn't just happen in games. You know, you got to rep it in practice, and you got to talk about it, and you got to believe it, and you got to imagine it. You know.
Yeah, Ethan, would love to ask you about Alfred Collins, right? I mean, he's one of those guys who's been a part of the program for a long time, right? A guy who is a senior on this football team, maybe playing his last home game as a Texas Longhorn this Saturday. Man, he's been great all season, but his game has really gone to another level over these last couple of weeks. What's it been like to share the field with him over these last few seasons and to see him just kind of rise to greatness here in 2024?
Yeah, man, it's wonderful. And AC brings so much energy to our defense and explosiveness, and he's so versatile as a player. He can go on the end, and he can be inside and dominate. He's a huge human being. So when I was talking about the seniors, you know, and senior night, that's one of the people I'm really referring to who's set the way for everyone else in this program.
Yeah, I mean, there were high expectations of him. And he's trying to meet the expectations of what the football team wants out of him. It's just kind of cool to watch him grow. I know there are a lot of people that wish he would have grown a little sooner, but dude, that guy is now out of control. He is dominating on, like you said, on the inside, on the outside. Not a lot of single blockers being able to block that guy right now.
No, yeah, they need to double team him, and I think everyone knew of his potential, and
yeah,
he's really able to show it now. So it's been awesome to see. He's making all sorts of plays, from hitting the quarterback to in the run to making forced fumbles in the screen game. So there's just, like I said, so much versatility to him as a player.
Ethan, how is your new defensive line coach? You had Bo was there last. He was fabulous. You had a great defensive line coach. How's the new guy? How does that feel? Have you learned a bunch of stuff from this guy?
Yeah, I certainly have. We're working with them a little more in the D line. We're in their meeting a little more, and Coach Breaker's brought so much to my game, and I think everyone else's game, just from a mentality standpoint. And I think he really understands pass rush. He was in the NFL for a while, so to have him here has been, I think, super valuable for us as a team, and I definitely don't take him for granted. I try to learn whatever I can from him.
Definitely. All right, Ethan, couple more for you. Always want to end with some fun stuff. Are you 21 yet, by the way?
I am 21, yep.
All right. I know you waited until you turned 21 to have your first beer, but now that you finally made it, where's you got a spot or a couple spots you like to grab a beer around the city? Where some of the go-to places for you?
Man, good spot. Matt's El Rancho, just good vibes. Everyone goes there. Good food too, so they always hook it up there.
There you go.
Yeah, I feel like the Texas football team is a very close relationship with Matt's. I've heard stories about recruiting visits being done at Matt's and people committing to Texas at Matt's El Rancho. So that place has been good for the Longhorns. Last one for me. What about favorite place to travel? Obviously, in the middle of the season, you're not really going anywhere, but hopefully after you're celebrating a national title on January 20th, you get a little bit of time to go somewhere with friends, with family. What are some of your favorite places outside of Austin to go see?
So I grew up in San Diego, so that has to be one of the spots for sure. I love it there.
Where do you go to Del Mar? Do you go to Del Mar?
I could be Del Mar. I grew up in Carlsbad.
Nice.
So go there, visit my buddies, try and get in the beach. And then I love Maryland. I got family there. There's the Chesapeake Bay. It's beautiful. So those two spots, honestly, those are my places to be. And Florida. I love Florida. Beautiful.
So you can eat some fish. You're a seafood. You like crab, a soft shell crab?
Man, I fiend over crab constantly. Whenever I'm going there, I'm so excited to eat it, man. And everyone knows that about me. I love crab. There's some good lobster out here too. So all seafood, I'm all for it.
Nice.
That's awesome. Ethan, we'll always enjoy these conversations, man. Really, really appreciate the time. Best of luck this weekend against Kentucky. Enjoy the last home game of the regular season, and we'll chop it up again next week.
Yeah, guys, appreciate it. Hook 'em.
Thank you, man. It's always good to talk to you. Hook 'em.
All right, there he is, Ethan Burke. Thanks to our friends at realtruck.com for once again bringing you that conversation. Good stuff from Ethan. Big seafood guy, Buck.
Oh, yeah, man. He loves that soft shell crab, that Chesapeake Bay crab. You know what he also loves? He loves these seniors. He's learned a lot from some of these guys that are about to have their last home game. Well, their home game, during the regular season. So that's probably been a great learning experience for him, in his second year. And he's got some good guys around him, good coaches around him. I was very interested in learning a little bit more about his new coach. Says he's getting a lot from that dude.
Yeah, and I loved Ethan calling it a reward to be able to rush the passer, right?
Oh yeah.
It's like, we got to stop the run, and then we get the opportunity to get after the other team's quarterback. Like, that's a reward. And that's spoken like a true edge rusher right there. It's like, that's the fun part. You get to pin your ears back and try to sack a quarterback, force a fumble, all the above. I love that mindset, because that's probably what's being preached in that locker room is, hey, stop the run, then you get the gift of getting to crush some poor quarterback. Good stuff right there from Ethan. All right,
plus,
a few more.
To ask about Alfred Collins on how he's watched that guy grow too over the last 2 years, and that's, I mean, that guy, the things he's doing this year are fantastic for this football program and for him and for his confidence too. I mean, they're having a hard time blocking him one-on-ones right now. They have to pay attention to him. The opposing offensive linemen have to have, they got to do a lot of communications with that cat. He's hard one-on-one now.
He's a game wrecker. Yeah, he's a game wrecker. And you're right. If you think you can block Alfred Collins one-on-one, he's going to ruin your game plan and make life pretty miserable for your offense. It's been great. Look, Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, they're no T. Sweat and Byron Murphy, but I think all of us were worried. Like, how much of a drop-off is there going to be on the interior of that Texas defensive line? I mean, that was one of the biggest concerns I think any Texas fan had in the offseason, and it hasn't been much of a drop-off at all.
Yeah, the defense has even gotten better, which is incredible to believe.
Yeah, the overall defense is better this year than it was last year, and you're still getting very good production from the defensive tackles on this team. So, look, neither of those guys will be first-round picks. Neither of those guys are going to win the Outland Trophy this year, but both of those guys are NFL players, and both of those guys have had phenomenal contract years at the University of Texas. I think both Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins will be playing their final home games at DKR on Saturday. Those guys should get massive ovations because they have developed. There's that D word, Buck. They have developed into really, really quality pieces and really important pieces for this Texas team.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the coaching staff on that defense side of football has done just a fantastic job with those guys, because that is when you come under fire as they did last year, and especially in that secondary. And that wasn't just hearsay. That group was under fire. Don't let anybody kid you. That was what was holding this group back. The whole defense was the fact that secondary was so bad. And now it's a secondary that has a lot of experience. It's a secondary that's getting some young players valuable time and has good mentors in front of them, to learn from. So you expect Texas to be very good in the secondary for a long time to come again.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I hope you are right, because it's a lot more fun to watch your defense when they can stop the pass.
Oh, yeah.
Versus what we saw last season when it just felt like any quarterback could pick this Texas secondary apart. A lot more fun having a defense that can keep you in games. How this defense is winning games for Texas this year.
For sure.
It's been fun to watch. All right, Buck, we got a little Texas basketball to get into tonight. The Longhorns back in action, and they're actually playing a team with a pulse. So no more Houston Christian. Well, yes. I mean, compared to the last three teams that they've played, the Syracuse Orange have something going for them.
And they're playing them in the state of New York. They're not playing them at the Dome, but they are in the state of New York, huh?
They are in New York, yeah. Playing in Brooklyn at Barclays Center, home of the New Jersey Nets. 6 o'clock tonight. It's the first of hopefully 2 games for Texas in the UKG Legends Classic. If the Longhorns win, they will advance to take on the winner of Texas Tech and St. Joe's, which is the nightcap at Barclays Center this evening.
Good test for both teams, for Syracuse and Texas. That's a good way.
Yeah, look, Texas has played one decent team this year, and they lost, right? That was the opener against Ohio State in Vegas. Yep. Trey Johnson played a whale of a game, but Texas just didn't get enough around him to beat a Ohio State team that has a chance to make the NCAA tournament this year. Now you're going up against a Syracuse team that, has talent. This is not a prime Jim Boeheim coached Syracuse team by any stretch. I mean, Texas is a 10.5-point favorite in this game tonight. So, there aren't that many instances in recent college basketball history where Texas would even be favored, let alone a double-digit favorite against Syracuse.
No doubt.
So, Syracuse, they're 3-0 this season, but you look at who they've played. I mean, it's about as lackluster of a 3-0 start as you could get.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Syracuse needed 2 overtimes to beat Youngstown State last weekend.
Oh, yeah, for the MAC.
No, maybe MAC. Well, they're in football. They're not Division I. They're not FBS.
Oh, okay. So they're not even Mackers.
No, they're not even Mackers. Youngstown's not even a state, Buck.
No, it's not.
And Syracuse needed double overtime to beat them last week. They beat Colgate by 2. They beat Lemoyne, whatever that is, by 4. So they've
Where's
Colgate.
Lemoyne at? That sounds like someplace in the Midwest.
Lemoyne College.
Indiana or Carolina.
Lemoyne College is in Syracuse, New York.
Oh my God.
So that's the Sisters of the Poor in Syracuse. And the Cuse only beat them by 4 at home.
That would be like Texas playing ACC in basketball.
That would be like
team, yes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe St. Ed's. And St. Ed's has been great, but, St. Ed's is what, D3? So that's what that would be. And that's Texas beating St. Ed's by 4 points if they played.
Man.
So, yeah, the Orange are 3-0, but they have played 3 bad teams, and they have struggled against all 3 of those bad teams. Like, Texas has played 3 bad teams as well, but the Longhorns beat the crap out of Houston Christian, Chicago State, and Mississippi Valley State. Syracuse has played 3 teams that are only slightly better than those. And once again, they've all been way too close for comfort.
Well, this would be a good game. This is a game that Texas can use on the road. It's still on the road. It's still in New York. So, it's going to be a Syracuse crowd.
Yeah, 100%. And it'll be technically a neutral site game. We'll see if Tremont Mark plays tonight, right? He has not played for the Horns this season. The Arkansas transfer who averaged 16.5 points per game last season for the Hogs. He's been dealing with that ankle injury, and he's been practicing this week. I haven't seen anything official from Texas yet on Tremont Mark's status, but it would obviously be nice to have him for these 2 games in New York.
Yeah, this should be fun tonight.
Yeah, Texas, once again, a 10.5-point Vegas favorite. Ken Pom has the Longhorns winning 83-73. Syracuse's defense has been terrible. You think about Jim Boeheim and that hostile zone defense that you just couldn't permeate even if you tried. Syracuse 175th in defensive efficiency, according to Ken Pom. Oh, by the way, Syracuse 107th in overall Ken Pom. Look, they're rated below Yale, Princeton, Grand Canyon, Sister Jean and Loyola of Chicago.
Wow.
Bradley. Apparently I have a university.
Bradley Beal.
And UAB. All of those teams are higher ranked on Ken Pom than Texas. So what I tell you is this is a good opportunity to play Syracuse, and you better win this game because I don't think Cuse is going to make the tournament this year.
Oh, my.
You already lost to a borderline tourney team in Ohio State. You don't have a lot of tough non-conference teams on your schedule. You lose this one, then you're going to have to make up some serious ground in the SEC when we get to conference play.
Yeah, because conference play is pretty good. That's pretty stout, the SEC right now.
Don't forget, you still have UConn coming to town in a couple of weeks.
Who are they?
Yeah, the back-to-back champs. Oh, my God, Dan. So UConn beat East Texas A&M.
Oh, my God.
I think it was only by 35 or something like that. And look, 35, that's a lot of points. That's an easy win. Dan Hurley came to the post game and is like, that was comically bad. We suck. So that dude is still a psychopath, and he's bringing the back-to-back national champs to town. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Game Texas should win tonight. Once again, 10.5-point favorites. This would be a bad one for RT. So don't lose.
Let's get to this one so we can get to the texters. Let's hope they win.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing St. Joe's because they're not good.
But you want to play Texas Tech. Why not? Hey, why not?
Well, because Texas Tech is number 10 in Ken Pom. They're better than us.
Well, we need that game.
I don't want to lose.
Hey, it's out of conference. Who cares? We need that play. We need that kind of play.
Well, it'd be nice to win that game. That's true.
That's what I'm saying. We don't need it just to play it. We need it so we can win it.
I don't want to deal with texters, man.
Of course you do.
We beat them in the last basketball game, beat them in the last baseball series, only beat them by 50 in the last football game. I don't want them to be able to have some bragging rights.
It'll be out of the state of Texas. Nobody will care. Nobody will know it ever happened in New York.
Introduce you to a website called twitter.com, Buck.
What? They have the X? They have that?
And they've got the X.
Oh, really?
They've got the X. We'll see. Hey, hopefully Texas wins tonight, and hopefully they beat Texas Tech when they play. Will the murderer Jim Boeheim be in attendance this evening? I don't know.
It was an accident, VK.
He's still
The
a murderer.
road was slick.
Okay, Tony Stewart.
Congratulations, murderer.
I mean, really. Let's not forget, it was on an overpass. The road was slick.
You know, I've been on overpasses with slick roads, and I've never killed
Oh,
man on it. So I don't,
you
I don't know.
never slid off the road and hit someone?
No, haven't done that. But we'll see if the murderer's in Boeheim. Oh God, that's
Is
bad.
Jim Boeheim
All right.
still coaching Syracuse?
No,
That guy's not there anymore, is he?
no, I've said that like 10 minutes ago. No.
Yeah, I haven't been involved in Syracuse basketball in a while, and I thought Coach Boeheim. How long has he been retired now? 2 or 3 years?
I think this is his second year away. I think year 2 for Adrian Autry, who was an assistant on Boeheim's staff, who got the gig after
Right,
he
got the gig.
left.
It won't be, he's not longing for that gig. They'll be looking for a new dude.
Yeah, that's always tough, right? When the legend goes away and he gets to handpick his successor. Sometimes it works, sometimes not so much.
It don't work.
So,
And speaking
like
of coaches,
Villanova's a disaster.
You told me that Mac Brown is thinking of coming back.
Yeah, saw it yesterday. Mac Brown is telling folks that he plans on returning in 2025.
Okay. You got that, you got a big game this week against Boston College in Chestnut Hill. Look out.
Here's a picture that accompanied a tweet about that Mac Brown announcement. I saw this yesterday.
That's
it looks
not
like Mac Brown's about to have it looks like he's about to have a baby, dude.
Dude, that's not fair. That's just wrong. That's bad.
And he looks pregnant here. The guy needs paternity leave.
It's not. I'm not telling that guy when it's time. That guy can coach. They're gonna have to push him out the door. He's letting them know that.
Here's a picture of Mac Brown. The pregnant guy emoji.
They'll have to push him out. If he wants back, he just all he has to do is ask the players.
Well, we talked about this with Mark Stoops, right? It feels like Kentucky fans are kind of hoping Stoops decides to retire after the year. I think there are some UNC fans who are hoping Mac Brown will do the same.
It'd be hard to fire that guy, though.
Yeah, and remember earlier this season, didn't Mac Brown threaten retirement?
Well, he wanted to. He asked, and the players said, "Come back," and he did.
Yeah, when Dolly Madison put up 100 points against his defense, he was like, "Well, maybe my guys don't want me here anymore. Maybe I should just leave right now." And at the time, it was like, "No, coach, please stay." Now it's leave, please leave, coach.
They put up 53 at half on him.
I am praying for a smooth delivery of that baby, Mac. Good luck to you.
Wow. He just wants to keep doing. Yeah, he'll go back. He won't go away though. He'll do some with ESPN. He was doing a good job doing that. And how he ever wanted to come back to that, how he wanted to ever come back to the field was beyond me. That was good. That was good coin, less headaches.
He's making good coin at North Carolina, and he likes coaching. Said it earlier. You can take the coach out of football, but you can't take the football out of the coach. And
you're right.
Yeah, he did have a coach gig on ESPN. He was doing a great job in the studio there, and he gave it up. North Carolina, he coached there obviously before Texas, so he knew that place. He loves that place, and
the
job
there.
Opened up. Yeah, and it hasn't been a total failure. He's been there for a long time and had some success, but he's getting up there in age, and it's like it might be time, but who knows? He says he wants to come back. We'll see if the school wants him to come back.
That's the deal. They're probably looking for a younger type of head coach right about now.
Yeah, you might be right. Speaking of old people, do you see this picture of Jay Leno?
No, I haven't seen a picture of Jay Leno in quite a while.
Here's a screen share of a picture of Jay Leno. He did a recent interview on TV. He's still touring, doing shows around the country.
Is he still doing bits, comedy bits?
Yeah, I guess so. And look at him in this shot. I mean, he's the whole left side of his face is black, and he's got an eye patch on.
He looked like he took a header off the garden into the cement like I did, except for he didn't break his fall. He used his head to break his fall, his face.
And he lifted up his eye patch at one point in this interview. Like some random local reporter interviewed Jay Leno and was just asking him some questions. And then he's like, "Oh my God, what happened to your face?" And he lifted the eye patch, and it's even worse under there. Like he can't even open his left eye.
Is this from a fall?
So he says that he fell down a hill at a Hampton Inn and Suites. And I find that very fishy, Buck.
How drunk was he?
Well, I'm thinking it's either how drunk was he or how much money does he owe somebody in gambling?
Yeah, that looks like a huge bruise, doesn't it?
I mean, Jay Leno is worth $500 million.
Yes.
He said he fell outside of a Hampton Inn and Suites. What in the hell was that guy doing staying at a Hampton Inn?
Yeah, no kid. Maybe he's going for the breakfast, the early morning 6 a.m. breakfast at the Hampton Inn.
That's where all.
Hey, why do you just stay at the Knights Inn?
Yeah, right. Well, the journalists
they
stay at the
do that.
Hampton
They have
Inn.
an extra bed in the windowsill right there, where the window is, that you can put a kid up there or two kids up there for sleeping. I know that well.
I don't know, man. Like something ain't adding up here. He says he fell down a 60-foot hill. He was trying to take a shortcut. Like instead of walking around on pavement to get to the bottom of a hill, he thought he could scale some terrain and make it. And he says that's where he fell. But it feels all a little fishy for me, man.
Or is that the initial contact with the side of the hill when he went slipping? Because going down the hill, what did you continue to bang your face on the hill? I thought you would maybe put your arm up to save your head.
Yeah, you know what? That's not him hitting a hill. That's him hitting a baseball bat that was swung by somebody else.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, maybe he went down when he was running down that hill. He slammed into the tree there, Sonny Bono.
Or maybe he saw 6 dudes in Adidas tracksuits walk into the hotel lobby and he tried to run and then he fell. Maybe he did fall down a hill, but he wasn't just taking no shortcut, dude. He was trying to get away from something if he did fall down a hill.
That
he was
dude
running.
hadn't stayed in the Hampton Suites in his life.
Hampton Inn and Suites?
No.
Jay Leno?
$500 million? No.
Dude, I think it's gambling debt, bro. This guy's been hanging out with Ipe, Shohei's translator.
Good Lord. He looks like some comic book villain here.
It's bad. It's bad look right there. Yeah, worth more than $450 million, so almost $500 million. And it's net worth.
If I was worth that, I'm not staying at any Hampton anything.
Dude, I'm not working if I'm worth that.
So maybe the net worth is hills.
Right. Yeah, that's, I don't know, bizarre. So hope Jay Leno's all right. Hopefully he's not getting beat up by some mobsters, but quite a scene.
Yeah, that's going to take away from his comedy routine right there for a little bit. That's got to that's got to hurt.
No, he's still touring, dude.
With the patch, huh?
He did a show that night looking like that.
What is wrong with him?
Show goes on.
Show must go on, huh?
That's what they say, right?
I guess. Just needs a little bit more money, I presume. Still got he's got a couple payments to make to those guys.
Yeah, clearly. He owes somebody some money. That's why he's staying at a Hampton Inn and Suites like 20 miles outside of Pittsburgh.
He's not fading the buck, that's for sure.
No, if he was, he'd be rich. That'd be a mistake. All right, couple more sponsor shout-outs.
What do we got for Thursday Night Football?
Couple more. We got to give some sponsor shout-outs here, Buck, before we wrap some things up. You've anybody else you need to mention?
Our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits having that party this week. Don't forget, call on the guys at 34 Wine and Spirits for your local parties, your neighborhood parties, or just for the home. But if you're having a big office gig, getting ready for the holidays and getting all your office folks together, call in 34 Wine and Spirits. They're a wholesale liquor distributor. They can get your booze to you, and they'll get all kinds of booze to you for sure. Yep. All stat you need it, they've got it.
Yep.
They've got all the mixers that you need for all your mixed drinks right there at the Southwest Parkway. And as I said, if you're a wholesale distributor and you've got a huge party coming up, those kind of parties that Wags has for sure, call on 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yeah, they got you covered. Shout out to Altstad Beer, the best beer you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Get ready for the weekend. Get ready for the Thanksgiving holiday by stocking up with that Altstad beer. No impurities, no regrets. And shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. All of our TSU merch was made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business that needs new shirts, new hats, new signs, all of the above, reach out to our buddy Adam at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, and he will hook you up with what you need based right here in South Austin. He'll get you what you need, and he'll get it to you very, very quickly. 512-300-9641. And a quick word to our friends at passes.com. Check out passes.com/Texas One Fund. If you haven't been over there yet, you are missing out. This is behind-the-scenes access to your favorite Texas Longhorn teams and players. This is stuff that you just cannot get anywhere else. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. We're even posting some great content on there as well. You could support Texas One. Also, you could support yourself with memorabilia, with meet and greets, and with behind-the-scenes access that you can only get over at Passes.
And plus, I got to get my AV consultations all set up. My big screen over there is ready. You know why? Because the Macy's Day Parade is coming up next week. That's right. I'm going to see the big floats. I'm going to see the floats, the parade. I'm excited about it. Some of the local. I wonder if any of the local bands are playing there. Generally, there's a band from the state of Texas, a high school band that ends up in the Macy's Day Parade. I mean, I love it all. And I'll watch the entire thing. I'll sit in my little jammies there for 2 or 3 hours watching the parade, because that's what I do Thanksgiving morning before the food, because I'm not helping in the kitchen, because I don't belong in the kitchen, if you know what I mean.
Because you're a man? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. I don't belong because I can't cook. I'm not allowed near the stove.
All right. Well, speaking of AV consultations, we have refrained from playing an AV consultation spot today because we have a new one. And Tom McKay is actually co-hosting Chaos Theory with Wags. So I wanted to wait until we brought Tom on to kind of set the stage for the new AV consultation spot that we have today. Tom, what's up, man?
Oh, how are you guys doing?
Doing good, man.
Good to see you, Buck.
Good seeing you. You got my Bruins coach fired.
That was our old coach. BK's my old coach.
Yeah. Thanks for the fun with him.
Didn't even hear about it until I told her, and she was just stunned.
Wow.
The people in Boston aren't quite sure what happened there. I am. Yeah. But, it's interesting.
It was pretty stunning for sure. All right.
The build-up for this commercial, by the way, is Christmas is no question my favorite. Nothing against Hanukkah, BK, but Christmas is the greatest holiday of the year. No question. And most people think it starts, the day after Thanksgiving. And that's when it started in March for me. I have all my presents bought by June. I'm ready to start celebrating. This whole thing we're good to go. So this commercial is just about trying to get everybody in the spirit, and let's get rocking and rolling, boys. It's time to have some fun.
All right. Nice. Well, let's hear it. Here it is. The newest spot from our buddy Tom McKay and the crew at Audiovisual Consultation.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before, give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt, sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop, watch some games with your friends, and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Whoa!
You left out sword fighting. What about all the people that like to sword fight?
No, we're not doing the sword fighting. Sorry, big boy.
That's for the new year. The sword fighting's for the new year.
There we go.
That was awesome. Well done.
Sword fighting.
The sword fighting. That's for Camilla's friends.
There you go.
Well done. Great commercial. The F-bomb at the end. We'll be playing that. We've got a censored version too. We'll mix it up. But that's awesome. Great stuff there, Tom. Great stuff.
What are you boys
All right.
talking about today?
Probably a little hockey. We'd be remiss if we didn't take advantage of Washington skating so well in the beginning of the season because they're so old. So we're going to talk about Washington while we can.
Yeah, you can talk about Washington while we can and Winnipeg while we can because they'll both be gone in about 22.
I mean, we got to talk about Jim. We got to talk about Montgomery. Like that's
Is Winnipeg still winning? Winnipeg still only have one loss.
No, they have 3 losses.
Oh, okay. Well, that was short-lived, Tom. They're about done, aren't they?
I'm going to give them up to 33 games in the season, then they'll just crumble.
Wow.
Legs fall off.
I like that.
They're playing
Bucky,
Hellebuck way too much.
They are.
But we're also going to talk about college football because, the biggest game of the year is coming up in 10 days?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, there's a Kentucky game first. I forgot about that.
Yeah. We can't overlook
that one in there first, Coach.
Oh, man.
Nobody's
going
to be overlooking that game. Nobody.
No.
Never. Hey, before we bid y'all adieu, Buck, we got an NFL game tonight. And I know Tom loves hearing your Gold Star lock. So do you have a Gold Star lock? It's Steelers at Browns, Pittsburgh -3.5 in Cleveland tonight.
Which quarterback's playing in Cleveland now?
It doesn't matter.
I think it's famous Jameis still, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, Jameis Winston. No, I have nothing for that game.
Pittsburgh by 9. It's a 20,000 unit play, Bucky.
Okay, I'll take Pittsburgh by make that a 25,000 unit play.
You only have to give up 3.5.
All right.
Yeah,
Steelers.
Pittsburgh. Famous Jameis, so he'll throw a touchdown in there, screw me in the end anyway.
Goodness.
Some late touchdown by famous Jameis, yes. But we'll put 25,000 units on Pittsburgh. They're playing okay. That old dude, the quarterback's getting it done.
Okay.
They're 8-2 right now. They're pretty damn good. All right.
Second best team in the league. Yeah, they're okay.
I know. All right, guys. We're out of here. Have a great show. We'll be listening. See y'all tomorrow.
Have a good one, guys.
Later, boys. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to Chaos Theory. It is Wags and Tom McKay. Yes, don't adjust your radio dials or adjust your cameras. It is Tom McKay. He's going to be leading us today. Well,
you are. You're leading.
Yeah, you're leading us. You're going to be leading the conversation, and I'll be following. Yeah, we're gonna play it like that. Anyways, we're gonna have a fun conversation. We'll be talking a little bit of hockey. We'll be talking a little bit of college football and a little bit of life and how you get through the holidays. So much to do, so little time to do it in, and also we'll hear comments from you and talk about whatever you guys want to get down with. Make sure that you guys hit us up on the Coda text line if you're out and about. If you are mobile, 512-222-9328 is the number. Again, 512-222-9328 is the number. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter/X. Tom is audio visual Tom on Twitter, and then
don't worry about that. I don't even know. I don't do social media.
And Tom McKay on Instagram, and then there's an AV Consultations page that you can follow on Facebook. That's where most of the pertinent information for Tom gets passed around anyways. Also, make sure you give Tom a follow and a like on Facebook too. He gives his daily dose that I like to call the daily dose of wisdom. Make sure you guys give a follow. So it's all good. It's all gravy and it's all deadly, like I like to say. What do you want to get into first, my dude?
First, I want to ask you
thank you for having a conversation with me this morning.
Oh, is the mic level okay? I can't tell anything, obviously.
Yeah, you're great. You sound fantastic. Okay. How do I sound?
All right. Good. Yeah, no, we could talk. Let's talk about everything and anything. I mean, if you want to talk about Christmas, though, hell, I'm all in on that one.
That's your favorite time of year, man.
It's already started.
Usually, so here we can start there because we're polar opposites, right? Like I used to love Christmas, but now I kind of I don't hate it, but I could do without it. Like I love the spirit of it. I love when it comes around, but maybe like 3 or 4 days and I'm good. That's my cup's full after that. Towards the end of Christmas, I'm like, all right, well, when's New Year coming? Let's get this thing, off and running and get into March Madness.
The beauty of starting really early and getting really excited about it is that by the time Christmas gets there, we have Christmas Day every year in New York City. This year is going to be just a little bit different for me and the family. because
What are you not doing the New York?
no, we are, but every Christmas night for the last 10 years at 8:00, we go over to the Gershwin Theater and I sit in the front row and see Wicked. And that's my,
Is that your favorite
that's my
show?
Christmas tradition, is to sit and see Wicked in the front row. And so Elphaba's looking right at me while she's singing. You know, it's one of the, oh yeah. And this year, my front row seats were taken back when I booked all the shows. And so I'm going to see Wicked 2 days before Christmas. So it's going to be a little different, but we'll still be there. We're going to watch a different show on Christmas night.
This could be a stupid question, but are the actors and actresses that they're using in the
No. The movie
they're
is totally
different actors and actresses?
Yeah, the movie's nuts. I mean, I probably won't even go see the movie.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. They're gonna destroy my thing, so I'm not gonna watch it. Everybody else can enjoy that.
Well, I mean, I haven't
Wicked on
seen a
Stage is
Broadway production
something-
of Wicked yet either, so this would be a first
Oh, no.
experience if I were to, take in the movie of Wicked. So I'll
The
probably
two
go see it
singers-
on stage. I'll probably see a stage production first, just because I don't want to see the big screen. That's like I don't know, anybody that's seen Phantom of the Opera. I think if you see Phantom first on screen before you see it on stage, it ruins it for you. That's probably the same kind of way that this is with Wicked. I'm being presumptuous, but that's just kind of been my experience in Broadway or in musicals. So
I think this one, Wicked. I mean, Phantom. You're definitely right. I saw that on stage first, and that
because I mean, I don't know if it's universal for most shows, but the show that I saw, Phantom, the chandelier drops.
Yes.
And breaks at the beginning. Yeah,
we
I
actually
think
got to
that's
see
how
it,
it goes all the time, right?
Right before they closed the original theater it was in New York City, we saw it that week.
Okay.
So the original chandelier came flying. It scared the hell out of me. I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. So anybody that hasn't seen it, sorry for any spoilers, but anybody that hasn't seen Phantom on stage, it is one hell of a
and that's the way Wicked is, especially in New York, because the entire theater is built up to be is built up to be Oz as you enter. I mean, it's the only thing that's been there for 25 years. So you walk into the Gershwin Theater and it's just you're walking.
Wait, Wicked's never come off?
No, it's the longest running show on Broadway now, and it's been at the same theater. At the same theater, one of the largest theaters in New York, and sold out almost every night. And over 360.
So yeah, I can see why that's the show you want to get to or you want to go see. So
it's fun. But anyways, one of the beauties of starting really early was getting that is after Christmas Day, you have a little bit of wind down, and then you got 2 days, then you fly back home. And by then you're like, okay, Christmas is done. I'm burned out. You don't have to worry about anything at all until, March, when you start booking the next Christmas. So you got 3 months there of total relaxation to just watch hockey and enjoy yourself.
yeah, well, see, but that's the thing. Like, I think the main reason why I like the holidays is because of all the bowl games for college football, and not like everybody coming into my house. And that's probably half the reason too. I've been hosting Christmases for the past couple of years, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of stress on my wife. It's a lot of stress on us. And honestly, man, you know me. I like talking it up. I like chirping it up with people. But when I'm around people for more than 5 hours, I've had my fill. I've had enough. It's I'll damn near do a turnaround in 180 and be like, all right, get the fuck out of my house. You know what I mean? Like, I just get like that, man. I'm a Pisces dude. I tend to go off on my own when I have company over. I'm just weird, man. I wouldn't say I'm an isolationist, but I do like my me time, Tom. You saw me at Costa Rica, man. Like I would always go off, for a little bit.
Yeah, you were hiding under the waterfall. We know. No, it's a wonderful time of the year. Which if you're having fun with it, I know the people who don't have fun with it it's a terrible time for a lot of people. And all they need to do is come and hang out with me for the day. I won't kick them away if they say they're really having a bad time, and I'll cheer them up. But no, it's fun. I get I get told that somebody is going to hit me someday because we're walking down the street in New York City on that week. Oh, it's so much fun for the kid and I just to get right in front of people and be like, "Hey, how you doing? Merry Christmas!" And they just look at you
get the hell out of my face.
Freaking nuts. Oh, I love it. If you don't say hello to me during
apparently,
Christmas,
from what I hear, people up in New York aren't exactly the friendliest or aren't exactly the most pleasant during the Christmas and holiday season. So
you can switch them. You can switch them over. You just got to work on it.
Do a little flipping. So how long will you be up in New York for? You said you're switching up a little bit this year.
No, we're just going a little bit earlier than usual and getting out of there the day after Christmas because the Christmas is falling on a Wednesday. And we get out of there before the New Year's because I'm not staying there, watch that ball drop and all the people peeing on the street.
Yeah, dude. So I've had a few friends that have made that trek. You know, we're from Maryland originally, so I've had a few friends actually make that trek during the night. I wouldn't understand why anybody would want to be that cold and around people that are just screaming in your ear and going nuts and staring up like this the entire time, breaking your damn neck. I don't understand the appeal of that. And I don't know, a lot of my friends have done that. They say they bring a whole bunch of booze and travel up there the entire time. And now
if you bring a bunch of booze, though, you are
criminalized. They smoke weed in the middle of the streets or whatever. Still, I don't give a damn. I can do all that at my house, be warm, and watch. Well, we can't watch Dick Clark anymore, can we?
I hope not.
No, unless we dig him up, or
yeah, or you can watch him from heaven. I guess we're gonna say he was heaven, right?
Yeah, he's shining down.
He gave us rockin' New Year's Eve. If he had given us, rap New Year's Eve, maybe he'd be in hell.
Right, perhaps. I don't know. Who we got now? We got Seacrest, right? Ryan Seacrest? That's the guy?
I would love to tell you I'm still awake at that time on Christmas Eve, but I'm not. I mean, New Year's Eve.
No, I mean, I think I'm...
Dude, I'm old.
I stay up past New Year's Eve. Go ahead, what's that?
I said, I'm 60. I'm not staying awake till midnight on New Year's Eve.
I don't know.
I'll kiss my wife at 9 o'clock and go to bed.
You're not in bed by 9.
On New Year's Eve. It's the one night we go to bed early.
I don't know if I am out before 12. Usually I'm up past the ball dropping just so I can say, hey, Happy New Year and stuff like that. But I don't think I've been to a party, a New Year's Eve party, in 15, 20 years maybe. That's not exaggeration either. I just after getting out of the Marines or being in the Marines, there really wasn't any part of going out and partying, for New Year's Eve. I've already seen it all. You know what I mean? Once you've seen the Banana Show, you don't really need to see anything else, my dude.
Hey, if Chris Bennett's out there, can you put on the line there what station's playing all the Christmas music? He mentioned that somebody's playing all the Christmas music already. I want to turn that station on in the car.
Christmas music. Isn't that every radio station after Thanksgiving?
But there's somebody that started already, he said.
Oh. I don't know. Half the time I got it on Spotify anyways, man. Yeah, so speaking of Thanksgiving and the holidays, we do have a big game coming up. But before that, Texas has...
Shout out to 95.5 Austin. Yeah.
Way to go, CB. CB, the best producer in all of Austin, Texas there for Austin Radio. Yeah, so this weekend, Tom, we have Kentucky versus Texas. How do you feel about our chances going up against Kentucky here? Should be okay, right?
I would think that there has to be
okay. Mark Stoops had the Wildcats playing all right. I guess they're if we talk resumes, right? If we're on the quality loss trend here, their biggest quality loss is against Ole Miss when Ole Miss was kind of playing down. So there you go, Kentucky.
I would tell you that I don't even know who all the teams that are playing this weekend because I haven't looked at anything because the final lines aren't even in yet. But that sounds like a big gambler, but I'm not.
You do have your own algorithm.
There has to be a game that's better than the Kentucky game to watch.
Oh yeah, Indiana, Ohio State. That'll be the marquee matchup.
Yeah, but that's going to be a 30-point game.
Yeah, it depends. If Indiana doesn't show up, if everybody is saying that Indiana is a shell of itself or just a whole bunch of pretenders, then we could see a 30-point blowout. But what if it goes the other way, Tom? What if Indiana on the road in Ohio State makes Ohio State looks foolish and they score or blow them out by 30 points? What happens then? People have been saying Indiana's been a shell of himself or just a whole bunch of pretenders. We'll see what the conversation is after that.
If that were to actually happen. Yeah, okay. But if that were to happen, then Texas, in my opinion, not a huge homer. Sorry, I'm not. But Texas should jump Oregon also then for number one.
No, I don't. If Oregon wins, I don't know if you can take Oregon out of the.
I know they won't. I said they should.
Oh, okay.
Because Oregon's barely touching Ohio State. If Ohio State gets beat by Indiana, I'm sorry, Ohio State was not that good in the first place.
I think Oregon might be on a bye today too, or bye this weekend too. So they might be.
Knowing the way the SEC is going this year, Florida will probably beat Ole Miss.
Maybe nobody's safe. We've been saying this, right? And Florida's starting to play a decent football with Lagway at the helm here, so nobody's safe in the SEC. And look, you want to shake things up. When we talked about the college football predictions and how it rolled out yesterday, we know that it's going to shake up and be different after this weekend, right? Ohio State, something's got to give with Ohio State and Indiana, right? Some of these teams are going to get shaken up and bounced out. So yeah, there's going to be there's going to be plays made for teams to be able to move in here. It's like you alluded to, bro. No team is safe on Saturdays. So if Kentucky, I don't know, it would shake the hell out of the damn tree if Kentucky actually beat Texas. I don't think it's happening by any means whatsoever, but yeah, that would definitely take the air out of our sails for any championship talks if Texas were to actually lose for Kentucky. But hey, since you brought it up, could this possibly be or potentially be a trap game? Well, I mean, the next week for Texas, because the next week we have Texas A&M.
No. If Sark hasn't figured out at this point in his career how to motivate somebody enough to beat a mediocre team, then he doesn't deserve to be head coach anymore. And I believe he has. I'm not trying to say he shouldn't be head coach. I think he's a good coach, but I definitely don't. No, there shouldn't even be a thing called a trap game when you're a top team anymore.
I agree with you.
If a coach can't coach your players,
if you do what coach says, if you do what Sarkeesian says, and just take care of the things that you need to take care of and play your standard of football and Texas's standard of football, you'll win. You should be able to.
The problem I have with the way that works is we don't know what Sark's saying in the locker rooms and at practices. We know what he's saying to the radio stations, but that could be two different things. And if it is, then yes, a trap game could come up. It's kind of like anything else. Do you know that there's ways that people can run things? You were in the military.
Sure.
You know, people are the same all the way out throughout the military, which is why the military is uniform and just in very straight line. You're going to do it this way all the time. Well, with sports and with coaching, what they do a lot of times, they'll go up there and do the coach talk to the press. But then they go back to the locker room and go, okay, we're going to get this game, guys. We're going to get to, you can't do that. So I don't know if that's what Sark's doing ever, but I doubt he is. But yeah, you have to be at this point in their college or in their sports careers. I hate calling it a career when you're still in college, but your sports.
Oh man, some people don't even get out of college though.
I know, but these students, these student athletes, but the players for the college teams, in my opinion, that by this point they should have, especially if you're at a school as big as UT, you should have learned that it is militaristic. It is one way and only one way, and you live that way all the time.
Oh yeah, it's structured. Absolutely.
The guys who screw up and they get second chances, I've never understood. I'm sorry. If you you go outside the team and you screw up and he just made one. No, you're out. We don't have time for that, is what I would say. And me as a business person,
especially if you're trying to win a championship or you're trying to be at the highest standard, you don't have any time for that shit.
And you've actually been around me in a work situation. That's the way I am all the time.
Yeah, you might get one shot, you might get one chance. Everybody gets a screw up, right? But if you make it a consistent pattern of just negativity and bad production, you're gone.
Right. You look at how many of these teams have guys who make consistent mistakes and the teams crumble. Well, that's a pattern that you would think that a coach would learn, but unfortunately some of these coaches, I don't know if it's that they really don't get it or if they just make so much money at that point they just don't care. I mean, if you're making $9 million a year for 10 years, why do you give a shit what's going on anymore?
Pride, maybe.
I don't know if they have it. Look at the way they live. I'm talking about the bad ones, not the good ones. Oh, guys like Nick Saban. Oh yeah, no, he would die from that.
Oh, Yeah, see, to me, I thought Nick Saban got out of the game, or he got out of the coaching game, because of the whole NIL deal was just getting out of control, and there wasn't love for the program, so to speak. I thought maybe he lost a little bit of his control. I mean, the best selling point for Alabama before any of the NIL stuff went down, or not just for Alabama, but for any college, was the fact that, hey, you come here, we're an NFL machine, we can turn you into a pro, we can get you your biggest paycheck, right? Well, now they're getting their big paychecks. So that type of incentive kind of went out the window for Nick Saban, and he lost a little bit of power. I thought with that, he, said, all right, well, there's no damn control on this thing here. Let me get the hell out of here before everything blows up. And I think he got out at a good time in terms of him not wanting.
A great time.
I don't know if he was able to adapt or wanted to adapt, but I think that he just felt like the time was right for him to get the hell out.
He's one of the only reasons I watch College Game Day.
He's good at no matter what he does, right? And
that guy is a treat,
bro. I would run through excuse my language. I would run through a brick wall.
I just said it in a commercial, Wags. You can say it out loud.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, absolutely right. But yeah, I would run through a brick wall for Nick Saban.
Yeah, no, he's great. Oh yeah, Sam. I do believe that Sark does say that they should play to their standard. I agree 100%. Problem is what is their standard? It's changed from year to year. Until Sark got there was no standard. The standard was piss poor crap. And
right now, there's the coaches
before Sark
there's been a culture
were absolute piss poor crap. So I think that he is telling them to play to the standard. I just hope that they have now developed that their standard is number one in the country, and I believe it is. I think they have a real good shot. I think. Well, I didn't pick them preseason, but I think they have a real good shot.
Yeah, well, they'll get past Kentucky. We know that, or presumably get past Kentucky. The big struggle, we talked about holidays just a little bit ago. The big struggle is going to be Texas A&M. Texas A&M is playing fantastic right now. Look, you want to talk about bringing the holidays a little bit, or making the holidays a little bit awkward. There's going to be, family ties or divided houses, so to speak, this holiday season around Thanksgiving. Especially, this will be my first time experiencing this, Tom. I'm an East Coast dude in the Texas town here, so to wear the burnt orange and be surrounded by a couple of my friends and family that are wearing some burgundy.
Didn't we just go through that on a national level?
What's that?
Didn't we just go through that on a national level? I think we'll be okay.
Perhaps. Well, I don't know, because in this neck of the woods, I would say that this fight is a little bit more important than the national fight. So,
well, if that's the case, then it's really sad. But then also at the same time if you go to as many different events as we go to, the wife and I, and like Yankees Boston games, you go to the big rivalries and stuff, the Toronto Boston games, you go to games that are big rivalry games, and you see these things that everybody builds up, and like it's a major thing. And it's amazing as you're walking out of the stadium how many times the other team's fan, because we'll wear somebody's colors just because you have to make it fun. And as you're walking out, how the other team, whether you win or you lose, will be like, hey, good game, dude. That kind of thing. And because it's over and it just goes away. So the build up to it can be fun. The only thing I don't like about this is the first one that they're playing back, which I think anybody who lives in the state of Texas has to love the fact. I'm not even a huge football fan. Everybody knows that, but has to love the fact that these two are playing football again.
Right.
Because it's a major deal. But the one thing that is kind of hilarious about it, or that's bad about it, not hilarious at all, for Texas, is that they're playing the first one in College Station. And it's the Saturday after Thanksgiving, which means their Thanksgiving is screwed. The Texas A&M players get to have basically Thanksgiving at home.
Right.
The Texas players, you're not going to be sitting here in Austin eating a Thanksgiving dinner and then get on a bus Friday morning and be ready for Saturday.
Well, you better. You absolutely.
No, they better not be here eating a Thanksgiving dinner is what I'm saying.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, no, I got you. So here's the thing too, right? Like with A&M, after the last result, and again, like I'm not trying. I know that not even different teams, absolute different programs right now is what we're talking about from 2012 or the last the last
Johnny
outing that these
Manziel.
two teams had, right? So look, and again, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, and I'm not trying to be Captain Obvious here, but this is an absolute game. And I'm sure both fan bases are saying this. This is a game that the Longhorns absolutely need the win, because we just will not, or the fan base of the Longhorns will not hear the end of it if little brother beats big brother, coming back and rekindling the rivalry after damn nearly a decade of it being, or no, it was after over a decade of it being not played.
Hasn't it been 12 years?
It's been over a decade. Yeah, it's been over a decade. So I think
I remember the field goal in the last time they played.
Yeah, Mr. Tucker. So look, who's kind of weird, man. Tucker's struggling in the NFL right now. Maybe his legs kind of losing a little bit of that magic
all his life. He's probably getting tired.
Possibly. Yeah, and you talk about Broadway singers. The dude's got some pipes too. I don't know if you've ever heard him sing.
Yes, I have heard him sing.
Yeah, dude's got some pipes. But anyways, yeah. So I don't want to say that it means no slap in the face to Texas A&M, but I do think this means more to Texas, not to the fact that it's going to propelling the winner to the conference championship. It means more emotionally. Rodney, if you're out there listening right now, I'm turning into your emotions right now, man. I think it means more for Texas emotionally, just because if it goes down the way that we don't want it to go down, or we fear it going down, and A&M wins, we will never hear the effing end of it, man.
Let me tell you this is, and I'm not going to deny the fact that the people here in Austin feel that way. Okay. But the microcosm way of thinking has always astounded me. Like when people will talk about how the economy's not bad. Well, you live in Austin. Of course it's not bad. Go to Detroit for a moment. Go somewhere else for 1 minute. And that's the same with here. My wife has a lot of family in College Station, Bryan College Station. They live there. My wife's a UT person. And so she's got all this family that's A&M people. And it is hilarious. But I can tell you this, that for the A&M people, this is the biggest game in the history of A&M. There's no question. There's never been a game bigger than this, ever. If they lose this game, it's death to everybody. They just will die.
So, all right. So maybe it means a lot to both sides here.
This is such a huge game overall for both fan bases and for the country. Do you know how bad it's this is what they're talking about ESPN, which is a pathetic crap.
They're already talking about it.
I know. They're actually talking about it more than WNBA. Sorry. I can't watch that station anymore, but I think it's just hilarious. But no, it is utterly astounding that people really believe that this game is bigger for one squad. Every single
You said you wouldn't take shots. You said you wouldn't.
Oh, I'll take all the freaking shots there are, buddy. You know that. The funny thing though is that you look at this, if you have, let's say there's a fan base of between the two, 1.7 million actual residents of the two areas. I think that's right. Of the Austin area and the College Bryan State, I think it's like 1.7 million total. You figure every single one of those people is somehow, some way invested in this game. And then you take another 200 million of the country that might pay attention once in a while to sport. That's the only game they're caring about Saturday. They haven't even brought up Indiana, Ohio State on ESPN one time as I've gone through.
That's crazy.
It doesn't come up.
That's so. All right. Well, maybe let me restructure the argument then. Maybe it means more to Texas, or for me at least, I am more fearful of losing than winning. So the sensation of winning isn't exactly overwhelming than the fear or sensation of losing to A&M. Like I want to win the outcome more because I don't want the loss more than I want the win. Does that make sense?
Let me ask you, yes, it makes sense to me in one way, not in the other. Are you looking at this, you're talking about you personally as a fan, or are you talking about as a player?
I think from a fan base point of view.
Okay, that makes sense to
me.
Right,
but again, also, like I would say, like remember, I'm a transplant, Tom. Like, I'm not a 5th generation Austinite or anything like that. This will be my first experience with Texas A&M and Texas on Thanksgiving, while me being in Austin or a resident.
I really wish I was in town. I would have got tickets to the game and taken you just to see this one. Unfortunately, I'm going to be watching this one on a plane flying back from Colorado.
I considered going up to College Station just to experience.
Oh, I would have taken you in a heart. This is as big.
Like, I've been to Maryland Duke, right? I don't know if you've.
That's nothing. This is big.
Back in my day. When
This
Maryland
is bigger
was in
than
the
Duke,
ACC,
North Carolina. This is
Yeah,
bigger than Duke,
that's
North Carolina.
a good comp too. North Carolina Duke, that would have been a good one to go to.
That basketball game, the noise, the rivalry, the everything about it is honestly just pales compared to this. I really believe that this game coming back at this point and being played where it is, being the actual deciding game for the SEC South.
That's great, yeah.
I mean, this game, in my opinion, is bigger than. You have to go back to, like, when was it that the Texas OU game actually decided something? And I think it was back when who was the running?
Like 2015. I don't know. You might be right. Like, it might be.
I mean, it was a long time ago. This is a big or bigger than any of those.
And we didn't foresee it happening like this. It just kind of ended up being like.
This is freaky. This should have been a game that meant nothing at the end of the season, and I really believe that the SEC thought that, and they were just throwing Texas a bone by giving them the Thanksgiving weekend thing with Texas A&M, because Texas A&M, by the stats, weren't supposed to be here. Nobody had them here.
Well,
and now all of a sudden,
you're
this
getting a new head coach, right? Elko's coming over, and
so if you don't think that the Texas A&M fan base is more riled up about this than Texas, I think everybody's really mistaken, and I think they're underestimating what's going on in Texas A&M right now.
Jake, that's actually a good point. Both teams involved in Tobacco Road actually win, though. That's true, but I mean, both teams right now are playing absolutely light. I would actually argue that Texas A&M is playing a little bit better than Texas at the moment. Peaks and valleys, right? Let's consider. I would just say that Texas is not consistently coming out and firing on all cylinders like they were at the beginning of the season. Now, of course, the opposition and the opponents have gotten a little bit better, right? You're in conference play now. But be that as it may, you should still be able to have efficient 52 points regardless. Four weeks in a row of 50 points or more, regardless of the opposition, is excellent football, is fantastic football, efficient football. You can't tell me that you can't get back into that groove and find that groove. A&M has seemingly found its way to score, and their defense looks to be pretty sound and solid too. Texas has arguably the best defense in the nation, the number one scoring defense in the nation. So to me, I think it's the marquee matchup for it's not even going to be for that week. It's the marquee matchup for the next 2 weeks, or I guess finishing out. This one looks good. Indiana and Ohio State looks good, but it's not Texas and Texas A&M, right? It's just not. It doesn't mean anything. This one actually will propel the person going, or this team going into the SEC, like you just mentioned, Tom. So to me, man, if Texas
What's amazing
can come out,
is this game could very well, the Texas A&M game. By the way, when I'm recording those commercials, you wouldn't believe how many times I do that crap. Because I'm actually in the studio doing those things. I don't do them at home because I don't know how to record anything. I know I'm supposed to be the AV wizard of the world. But I just design
tell
shit.
people what to do.
Yeah. But no, it's funny. This game being where it is, and the winner is going to be going to the SEC championship game, if I'm not mistaken. If they both win.
If everything stays on track.
And so what happens is, this game is such a huge level. It's basically deciding if you're going to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs or not.
Correct.
I mean, this is everything.
For Texas, it does. Now, for A&M, I don't know if it would propel A&M up into a like a.
Oh, no, I thought we were only talking about Texas because A&M is 200 miles away and it's not supposed to matter. But okay. But if they matter, then we'll bring them into it too. Okay. I know I'm going to get yelled at for some cousins right now, but that's fine. They
don't matter. They don't.
You know who they are too.
You if they mattered, they would be wearing burnt orange.
But no, this one is really wild. And what I see with Texas, and the reason why I think Texas will play the A&M game really well, I fear even betting the spread on the Kentucky game, and not once again, seriously not a big game, but I do like to look at things and tell people where it looks like it makes sense, because the Kentucky game, the competition level is not the same. And what Texas is famous for,
Correct.
more than anything, is playing down to their competition. I'll tell you, there's teams that do it. Texas, it might just be that, like, if your team resides in the state of Texas, that's what you do, because Dallas Stars do the same thing. I mean, I told my wife the other night when Anaheim Ducks were coming into town, I said, I don't even want to see that game because they're going to lose it. They're going to play down to the competition. Sure enough, here they lose to Anaheim. Shithole team. And they couldn't beat them after scoring
They beat the Sharks last night. So,
well, the Sharks were my last rated team, if you'll recall, preseason. So if they don't beat them, they're really bad. But no, I mean, this is a team that's averaging over 4 goals a game, and they couldn't beat Anaheim. They couldn't score 4 against Anaheim. Just dream on, Hey, UT does the same thing, though. UT plays down to the competition, which is why those last few weeks, I believe, they haven't scored. They're just scoring enough to win.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So I kind of made that analogy, or made an analogy of Game of Thrones. I don't know if you've seen Game of Thrones, Tom. But where what's his name? Where Oberyn Martell fights the Mountain, and he's just sitting there toying with his. He could have killed him. He could have absolutely executed him. But he's just sitting there toying with his food and just playing with it, right? Just seeing what works, and just trying to have a way and being a showman of it, and being very cocky and arrogant. I'm not saying that Texas is arrogant with their play calling. I would like to see more consistency with the running game and ground and pound, and hell, 4 yards in a cloud of dust, or 3 yards in a cloud of dust, like Woody used to say, right? I know that's not Sarkeesian's forte here. We're, high speed, quick tempo, fast tempo, and also, get the short passes in the passing game, the intermediate passing game going out to kind of wear down the opposition, right? Well, hell, why don't you wear down the opposition by taking the ground and pound and running it down the damn defense's throat, 7-8 times a drive, instead of throwing the ball, 10 times a drive, or hell, coming into 3 and outs.
The weird thing,
Tom, I just want more consistent. I want more ground and pound, and not being able to get 100 yards on the game or on the ground per game. It's starting, I think, pay dividends or be a detriment to the damn Longhorns.
I get that. The problem I have with it is I watched the way the Sharks coached this year, and when they had, they lost their running backs preseason.
Sure,
okay?
Baxter going down
so Sark
a bad thing.
Immediately started changing plans. Then he ran some guys those first few games, and they did really well. Okay? And then the third guy got hurt. I don't know any of their names. I'm sorry, I don't. But the third running back got hurt.
Gibson got banged up a little bit.
And so then Sark says, I don't have any left. And I think he's still trying to figure out a way in his head to work back in the running game, because he's went so much to the passing game, and they keep winning. So now it's like, how do I get back to the running game that he's a ground and pound guy. Everybody knows that. He always was.
Exactly. That's what I was kind of alluding to, right? It's been the consistent piece.
Good morning,
with
LT.
His winning style is, regardless, no matter how much speed Alabama always had, Sarkeesian had a running back that was just a bell cow, right? It's almost like it's been running back by committee, which is a good thing if you have good balance with the running back room, right? Or if one of the running backs, regardless of the week, is just coming up and stepping in for 100 yards. But that's been too little and too few and too far between. Weiser's been making some impressive runs, and then Blues showed up from time and time again, but it hasn't been consistent. Look, I get all the flash and the fast pace, and we have too much speed to not utilize, but also you have to have balance, and you got to be able to establish the run game. And without it, Tom, I worry that we're going to struggle in the latter portion of the season. I worry that we're going to struggle against Texas A&M without a run game.
Now, let me ask you a question. When you say we, are you referring to Texas?
Yes, I'm referring to Texas. I graduated from Texas, and I got to see the team practice once, so I think I'm a member of the team.
I do that to every fan, every place I go. I love when they say we. We.
The royal we, man.
Have you ever been on that team? Have you ever been on that team?
I talked to the team at a practice.
Have you ever been on that team? You're not a we till you've been on the field with the team, or the ice with the team, or the court with the
I got a degree. How about that?
Okay. So Texas. All right. That's what you could say.
Texas. Yes, Texas.
Yeah. So you paid for a way to say we is what you're saying.
No, actually I did. I ended up paying. I was going to say somebody else paid for my way, but I actually ended up, I had to give them a little bit of
you
money.
weren't like a
Someone
football
paid
player
for
where
me
you
and
were
I
getting
also
paid
paid
to be there. Let's put it that way. No, but it is, I'm just dogging you, dude. Everybody can say we all they want out there. You don't have to get mad at me for that one. But I am going to correct you every time you do it.
I'll take it.
But no, it's interesting to me that you could wait a minute. Can we go into this LT thing here?
Yeah, we can go into what
Look at that line you just wrote about the SEC championship. I want to address that real quick. And I believe this is the fact why they can't do that is because of the NIL. The NIL has lowered the amount of money that donors are giving to the actual school to such a degree that the SEC is going to keep that in because they make so much money for the schools off of a championship game and they spread that out amongst all the teams. Not only the winning team, not only teams in the championship game get money. They get paid at somewhere up in it's a triple-digit million, I believe, for that game to be televised.
For what? Just for the TV? The TV?
For the TV rights for that game. And I think if you spread that out amongst 16 teams, if everybody's getting $80 million, $8 million, there's nothing wrong with playing that game. Because those schools, if you figure how much money used to go to the schools from these boosters that are now going to the NIL deals, schools losing a lot of damn money. Nobody takes that into account. Because if I was giving $10 million to UT and now I'm giving $10 million to the one fund, well, I'm not giving $10 million to UT also.
Right. Yeah. That's a double hit, man.
UT, the schools are losing a lot of money because of the NIL.
Well, and that's kind of been the struggle and the fight back from the schools and why they didn't want NIL to kind of actually happen and go down. But, be that as it may, now we got a battlefield. Hey, real quick, let's kind of transition to the ice. But before we do that, let's hear let's hear some words from our friends. I would say they're more like family. From our family out there off of 71, that Palace from Covert Bee Cave. If I can find a damn commercial, here it is.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Born and raised in Austin, right outside of Austin, you will see all the chariots at that kingdom of Covert Bee Cave. Matter of fact, we will be at Covert Bee Cave tomorrow.
I was out there yesterday.
What's that?
I said I was out there yesterday. That place is incredible. I was looking for some new company vehicles.
Are you gonna? Oh yeah, somebody damaged some vans and some trucks.
Oh yeah, another one totaled. But it was amazing. I happened to because they quit making the little city vans. Everybody did. And so I was just kind of looking at all the different vans. So I moseyed over towards the Chevy lot, which is way over to the left. They have that place is huge. And it is it is awesome.
Really is a palace. It's a kingdom.
And it was amazing is there's three they call them pre-owned. I love that instead of just used.
What to have 1 mile on it?
Corvettes. They have a Z06 used Z06 Corvette 1 year old. And it's like 50,000 off. And I was really tempted to make a new company vehicle for myself right there. Man, they got used Corvettes sitting out there. I can't even find a Corvette anywhere. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Go to Covert. Get a Corvette.
100%. Matter of fact, meet us out there tomorrow. Casey Studdard will be out there. We'll be having our lunch in there. We'll have some Smoky Moe's barbecue. We'll have some pizza, some za from Via 313.
Casey's not bringing his barbecue.
Casey Studdard. What's that?
Casey's not bringing barbecue with him.
That's a really good question. There might be a conflict of interest between.
I guess. Maybe I shouldn't have brought that up. Sorry. We won't talk about it anymore.
Hey, you like poking the bear.
But I do like Casey's barbecue too.
I absolutely love Casey's barbecue, man. And his chili mac has a magical spot too. Yeah,
his chili max, by the way, it's caused half of your toilet issues in your home.
Probably, man. Casey can grill it up, man. He can cook it up. But yeah, we'll be out there tomorrow, man. Make sure you stop on out there and have some fun with us. Ask Casey some questions. Casey will be out there. You know, be signing some autographs, and we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to see you. So get on out there, Covert Bee Cave, right after our show. I'll be
one question for football. Oh, sorry, you're going to keep going on advertisers. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
One more question for you on the football before I do it. I want to know what you think. Army, Notre Dame.
Man, I think my heart wants to say let's go Army. They look real. They can air it out, Tom, which is a very different trend that, you know, a service team has been able to do. Usually it's the option play or the double wing look from, you know, the service academy teams. This Army team can play, man. They give multiple formations. They can run the rock. They can also sling the damn thing too. They play solid defense. There's a reason why they're playing, you know, so well. If they beat Notre Dame, you want to talk about a shakeup of the playoffs here, of the college playoffs?
They're getting in if they beat Notre Dame.
Is it enough? Because Notre Dame's got the loss to NIU, right? So
if they're 10-0, bad loss. If they're 10-0 and they're a military school, no question, the committee can't deny them. There'll be an uprising so bad it wouldn't even be funny. They have to get in. And all you have to do, I mean, who are you knocking out? The 11 or 12 team? Who gives a shit? They don't have a chance anyhow. Army doesn't have a chance. But
BYU doesn't get in?
Who cares? It's BYU.
No, I'm
bunch of Mormons from
Utah. That's the thing.
Fucking kick them out.
It's a Power 4 school, so that will be the argument. I'm with you, Tom. You're preaching to the choir. I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. I would love to see it happen.
There's an at-large bid.
I think if you see, it's the same argument with Indiana, right? But you have Indiana in a more prestigious conference, so I don't think Indiana's for real. I mean, they play great football. They're playing efficient football. They're scoring outrageously. But I don't know if I haven't seen a true litmus test. We'll see it this week. For Indiana against Ohio State. Is Notre Dame the litmus test for Army? If Notre Dame beats Army, I can't really sit there and say that Army should even be in the conversation because of Notre Dame's loss against NIU. That's just how I am, Tom. And I don't even think Notre Dame's that good of a team. Riley Leonard just now started playing okay.
NIU was just a fluke, weird game. Everybody knows it. It does. If the committee is allowed to look at weird shit, they do it all the time.
You can't have it that weird, Tom. It can't be that weird.
It can. Georgia not making.
You can't come back. You can't come back from a loss to NIU. That's just how.
They can look at anything they want. Otherwise, if it's not capable for them to just ignore everything that there is in the whole season, then Georgia made the playoff last year.
That's a good point. All right.
They can look at anything they want. If Army wins, they've got to get in the playoff. They're 10-0 and it's a military team. They have to respect them that much for even doing what they're doing. It's throwing them a bone. It doesn't matter. If you're the 12 seed, you're not expected to go anywhere. It doesn't make any difference.
No, I agree, Tom.
It's like if Washington Capitals were to make the NHL playoffs. It's just a first round bye for whoever plays them.
Dickhead.
You know I was going there. You knew
Dickhead. All right, transition segue time. We're going to the ice. All right, again, real quick, I would love Notre Dame to lose and Army to get in. And again, if Army beats Notre Dame, then yes, I would agree with you. Army is absolutely in the conversation. They should be dancing. Will it happen? Well, that's why they That's why they play the game, Tom.
That's why they play the game.
That's why they play the game. All right, let's go to the ice. Let's melt it down, man. Washington's skating hot. Skating very well right now, Tom. We know those old legs are going to crumble here shortly. But while we're at it here, second in the Met, what has been the reason that they're doing so right now?
They're not giving the ball to Ovechkin or the puck to Ovechkin. They're doing everything possible.
Lower body injury, so he's going to be out for a while. But before that, though, hold on. Let me back. Before that, 2 games ago, comes out with a Mad Hatter, gets the hat trick, and then the next night in, but the night that he got hurt, he was on pace for a Hatter, and then on pace for after the second goal, he gets the lower body injury. Now he's going to be out for a couple of weeks.
The reason why this all happened, they were avoiding him almost like he had a disease for the first 10 games of the season. They weren't going to make him the focal point. They were going fast. They were winning. And then all of a sudden they say, okay, we got to get the old man his shit so he'll get off this team. So they're trying to let him score some goals. So they start throwing him the puck over there in the power plays, and he gets a couple goals. This is why they didn't give him the puck though in the first place by the coach, because he's so old he can't even stand up for 3 periods. So now he's hurt.
And everybody knows it's coming too, right? Like
Ovechkin had no right to be on the ice anymore. Just get away. And the Washington Capitals could be a team. They've got a youth caliber behind, and they got a young core that upcoming. The second core, I guess I don't know what you call it. They have the old core, but they've got 7 young guys. They got a good young base if they would allow them to take over. But Ovi and them just aren't going to let them take over, and it's kind of getting old.
Yeah, decent goaltenders too. I mean, again, not the top of anybody.
Unfortunately, it's a team built for the first half of the season.
Correct.
Much like Winnipeg.
It's they're too old, and that's why I was asking, when do the legs fall off of this thing, and Washington goes back down to the bottom.
I wasn't kidding about game 33. You watch game 33. Okay. It's done.
All
game
right.
33. No, it's just past. It's what you have is you have 3 sets of games in an NHL season. It's 27.
So you break down the season in quarters?
No, it's not quarters. It's 3s. It's 27, 27, 28. That's the 3 periods of the season for hockey. Just like there's 3 periods in a game. If you do everything in 3s with hockey, you're going to get all your numbers right. So when they get through the first 27 games, that's when you can start determining who's actually going to have to really start trading and getting players. That's what the first 27 is for. The second 27 is to determine whether or not we have totally bailed on it or if we just sell off every contract we have. So it's the middle section there is where that happens. That's why game 33 is such an important – that's where the turning point is for almost every – if they've done some moves and they got something working, then game 33 should tell them they did the right thing. If game 33 they still look like shit or they're starting to look like shit, that means they have to bail out of the old guys, and that's when they start trading everybody away. Weird thing is with Washington, they refuse to trade him. Well, probably because nobody will take the contract. Well, and that's a fact. I'm not trying to be mean to him. You're right. Contract. So what's going to happen is they're going to get stuck with him again, and so after game 33 is when.
He's not going to get traded anywhere, Tom.
Nobody would take him. Nobody, no GM in the right mind would ever pick up that contract. Doesn't matter how many jerseys you're going to sell. That's a nightmare contract. And it's for 2 more years.
And then in signing that contract, taking on that contract, you're probably going to be after that contract, you're going to have an extension probably of a year. It's just
you still got 2 more years on that contract.
No, but I'm saying even when it gets to the end of that contract,
he'll be done by then. If he doesn't have the what do you call it? The record by then.
He'll have the record this year.
Right. If he didn't have it by then, they'd get rid of him. They're not going to let him.
He'll have the record this year, Tom.
I mean, he's old as hell. He's got to go away.
Well, once he goes away, man, we can start healing and winning again. I see that, man. I see
the salary cap.
He was the reason why we won the Stanley Cup. So
actually, no, the coach was the reason you won the Stanley Cup, and you got rid of the coach.
I took it back immediately. Okay. I said Trotz.
But anyways, just so you know, look at Wags. He's all upset about Washington. I love Washington. They're like my bouncing ball.
I'm fine. I'm not. I know they're bums. I know that this is not a real team.
Actually, it is a real team that could be a great team, in my opinion, if they got rid of 2 of those huge contracts and signed 4 little contracts.
I agree.
And that's all they have to do.
It's holding them back.
So yeah,
they used to be loaded. They used to be like Dallas. They used to the Hershey Bears were loaded in the AHL.
Oh, yeah.
Their AHL teams used to be able to push teams up and down, man, and stocked and flush, kind of like Texas Stars and Dallas Stars. And now the shit ain't happening. Now Hershey wasn't that bad last year.
Thanks, LT. The Hershey Bears have been good for all 16 years that the Texas Stars have been in existence. I know that. The Hershey Bears are always good.
Yeah.
The problem is what they don't use the Hershey Bears primarily as a stepping ground for their team. They use it as a trade bait ground for the trade deadline to get in veterans, which is the wrong move in my opinion, which is why they've got, and I'm not going to say Dallas is great. They've only got one Stanley Cup. It's not that, but Dallas lately has been using it as a actual forming ground for their team. Oh, they got a lot of youth coming up through the Texas Stars. So that's the difference in that one. And a lot of teams now are actually using it to actually build up their team and have basically a fourth, fifth, sixth line group of guys waiting on getting up in to become second and thirds.
To kind of be like the taxi squad coming up from the AHL to the
I mean, look at Dallas right now. It's pretty astounding to see 9 players on their starting roster came up through Texas Stars. That's huge.
Yeah, that's good. That's homegrown, man. That's what you want.
And that's why you have Travis Moore, the king of offense, down here coaching.
Right on. Hey, you know what else? That's what you want. We talked about cars and Covert BK being the king of all the cars and the industry that you need to get out there. Well, if you want to put all your luxury accessories on those cars, you got to do it with Real Truck. And here's our word from our friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Yes, sir. If you make a purchase right now of over $100, they're going to throw in a cap that you'll be able to wear while you're doing, as I like to say, your best fishing out there, man. Put the bait right on your cap. That way you can sit there. You won't even need to bring your tackle box in the water. You'll have your real truck fishing cap out there with you while you're fishing. Again, man. Hey, look, it's about the turn of the hour, Tom. Sorry to cut you off there, but I had to get that Real Truck commercial in there.
You can get any more commercials if you want.
Well, there's one more commercial we got to get to, and it's audiovisual consultations.
Oh, we don't need to do that one. Come on.
Free. We got some free consultations right now and 20% off. Is that the deal that you guys got cooking on?
What?
That's what did I not see that advertised on Instagram? Free consultations and 20%.
Well, we always have free consultation because if you want to talk, if you're foolish enough to want to talk to me, I'll do it for free. But the 20%, that's standard all the time. Anyhow, we're cheaper than Costco.
Holiday deal, Tom.
Hey, I got to real quick before you do any more though. Jake Bayless, why Robo and Johnny they haven't been underwhelming at all thus far. Just so you know, and I understand people are saying they are. Look at the stats. Robo is making a lot of assists. He's, I believe, third leading scorer on the team. The team is plus 20, and offensively, they're fantastic. They're just spreading it around more than they have at all in a long, long time. Everybody's scoring. The only one that's outstandingly above his norm even is Marchman, in my opinion, right now. I think Mason Marchman is just – that boy's on fire, and he's so much fun to watch. So he leads the team in penalty minutes, leads the team in penalties against, and he's one of the top team scorers. And that guy is everywhere.
What's been your biggest surprise so far for the NHL? First of all, can we have a real conversation about Seattle? Are the Kraken a real team?
No.
Okay.
That was
so them flirting around with 500 is kind of going to be ordinary. They won't kind of find their way yet.
500, they could be 500 all year. They're not going to make the playoffs. That's the thing. 500 in hockey isn't to say it's 2/3 in hockey. Once again, everything in thirds.
Right, everything's in threes. I got you.
But if you're 2/3 winning, you're automatically in. It's automatic. You're going to have 108 points minimum, which means you're automatically in the playoffs. There's never been a time 108 points doesn't get you in. 2/3 of the wins, you're there. So if at 12 games, I tell everybody, if you're 8-4, you're God. You're safe. You're automatically you're doing great. People get all worried about being 2/3. No, 2/3 is unbelievable in hockey. It's like baseball. If you win 2/3 of your games in baseball, you're automatically in. You're probably going to win your division.
Right.
But it's astounding is the number of games. But if you're at 500, it's a huge difference after 80 games, of course, between 2/3 and 5. You're not going to make the playoffs more than likely. You're probably not going to be a wild card. ever.
Yeah.
I don't think a 500 team's ever been a wild card.
No, not. I don't know. I can't recall. Not that I can recall.
I mean,
All right, we got
you
Thursday
can
night
win-
football tonight. Sorry, go ahead. What were we saying?
Who's Thursday night football tonight? Oh, this is the game that I already told everybody to bet Pittsburgh big.
We got Thursday night football tonight. Browns and
Pittsburgh's going to destroy them.
What, you putting anything down on it?
I told Bucky on the air there to put 25,000 for himself on Pittsburgh.
The gold play. Buck gets back in business with this gold play.
That's what it's an automatic. I mean, Pittsburgh's one of the best teams in the league.
Pittsburgh, with TJ Watt. That's the caveat to that, right? When TJ Watt is playing well, then Pittsburgh plays well.
They need TJ Watt when they're playing. They need TJ Watt when they're playing a team with offense. Cleveland has no offense.
They got Jameis Winston, baby.
Oh, so what is he going to do? Steal a fish?
No, a crab.
Crab. There you go. I forgot what it was even.
He'll steal a crab and put it in his pocket. It won't be a fish. Steelers tonight are favored 3.5. They got the hook with it. I like Steelers. Steelers all damn night on the road here. Is there a chance that the Browns could spoil? Could we get a wrong team favored, Tom?
No.
Okay.
You can make it 7. You can make it 7.5, and I'd take Pittsburgh.
36 in the hook is the over-under here. So, again, not a lot of scoring is predicted on Thursday Night Football.
Now, that's a tough one there.
Crazy because there's not usually a lot of defense on Thursday Night Football. So
I know, but 36 is a hard offense. Neither one of those teams is going to score 20, I don't think. So I was thinking the team would be more like 17-4. I mean, 17-3. That kind of score.
2 safeties.
Yeah, 2 safeties. No, 17-3. I mean, I don't think Cleveland can do anything against Pittsburgh.
Maybe be able to run the ball, but again, I see at the most 10 points.
How do you scheme,
to get 10 points.
That's the thing, though, is how do you scheme a running game against a team whose defensive end that you never know where he's going to line up is going to be?
This sounds crazy. You got to run right at him.
But he never plays the middle.
Attack the edge, attack B gap.
I know, but sometimes he plays right edge. Sometimes you have to change the play every time. That means.
Sure, yeah, you'd have to do a
with
chest.
Jameis Winston as your quarterback, you're going to change the play every time. You might want to give Cleveland 14 then, not 9. Jameis Winston is a piece of crap.
He is Tom McKay. Thank you so much for the conversation today, my dude. I appreciate you, man.
I'm not opinionated at all, people. Trust me.
What's that?
I said, I'm not opinionated at all. Trust me.
Never opinion. I see the guys in the background. Let's bring them on. It is Jordan and it is Jeff. What's up, gentlemen? How are we doing today?
Oh man, the great Tom McKay. I can't follow this. There's no way.
I'm sorry I took all your guys' time up there. I wasted 80 of your minutes.
No, hey Tom, I actually need to call you here in the next few days. I've got a question for you, but
right. Anytime you're ready, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get out of your hair and go to a meeting if you guys don't mind.
512-255-8678. That's the number to call for Tom McKay. Just give him it's perfect time of year to give him a call right now. It's AV consultations. See you, Tom. Be good, man. Thanks for the conversation, buddy.
Bye.
See you.
Oh.
There goes Tom, and here we are. Hey, man, I'm going to turn it off to you guys, too. We're already 10 minutes into it, man. I'll bid you guys adieu. Y'all be good.
Thank you, Wags. All right. Big shout out to Tom McKay for being a part of Chaos there today. There goes Wags. He is Jordan Scruggs. I am Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. Jordan, I got one thing that's top of mind today, and it has to do with our insider at Horns 24/7. If you haven't been over to the site, get over there and check it out. Basically, it's, and credit to Chip for this, it's basically running down the NFL draft prospects of pretty much the guys that are really going to have to make decisions. Now, I'm not saying that guys like a Matthew Golden or a Jaden Blue or guys like that won't have to make decisions, but we're talking about, a Quinn Ewers, a Kelvin Banks, a Cam Williams, guys like that. And Jordan, it just reinforces to me that I hate to use the terms like do or die or now or never, but Texas has a championship window. I think we'll look back years from now at 23 and 24 as, hey, those were 2 windows Texas had open where they could legitimately go win a national championship. Now, maybe that's the case in 25. I don't know, because with the portal, you can reload pretty quick, but you've got all the pieces there that you need to go win a national championship. And when you look at what's not going to be on the roster next year, just in terms of the frontline guys. We know on that offensive line, Jake Majors and Hayden Connor are for sure gone. We're expecting Kelvin Banks at this point to be gone. Chip reported this morning, shocker. I know it's not a newsflash to anybody, but sources are expecting Quinn Ewers to enter the draft after the year. Isaiah Bond not expected to return. Alfred Collins we know is gone. Jahdae Barron we know is gone. Andrew Makuba we know is gone. So you're still going to have some talent on this team next year, Jordan, but this is a window that you'd really like to see Texas maximize because you can't take it for granted. You assume one will be open at some point soon, but you just don't know. You don't know for sure. So while you've got that championship window open, go ahead and climb through it and see if you can make the most of it.
Yeah. You reminded me, if Texas wins this weekend, like a lot of us expect, it will be the first back-to-back 10-plus win season since 08-09.
Yeah. Since Mac had that run of 10-win seasons from 2001 through 2009. Jordan, let me ask you this, because now we're in an era of, with a bowl at the very least, with a 12-game regular season and a bowl game, you're going to play 13 games. Is a 10-win season as big as it was 10, 15 years ago?
No, but I mean, it's still impressive.
Okay.
Like Texas having 10, and I know, they're playing the weak SEC schedule, but Texas having 10, if they get 10 wins this year, like we expect, it's more impressive in the SEC than it is in the Big 12. It just is. I don't care who or which SEC teams are on the schedule this year. It's more impressive.
Yeah.
And, one thing I've kind of been thinking of, like, as a kid who grew up watching Texas, I don't really remember, the first memories I really remember are probably the 2011, 2012 seasons where I really watched every game and all that.
Yeah.
And, for me, going through the Charlie Strong era, the Tom Herman era, it's like, when is Texas going to get there? When are they going to get into a national championship contending level?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they are now. But, I'm thinking this is nothing like how I thought it'd feel like. And it might just be because I'm on the media side of it. So, it's not just as fun as being able to sit on the couch and, get away from real life on Saturdays. But, I mean, man, it's very stressful potential back-to-back 10-win seasons. I don't know what it is. I just thought it would be different. And, I think one thing that certainly contributes to it, think about Quinn Ewers. He is going to finish his Texas career as top 5 in pretty much every quarterback stat.
It'll be him. Chances are it'll be him, it'll be him, Colt, and Sam, pretty much 1, 2, 3 in your major statistical passing categories. Probably with the except, I got to look and see how close he is in terms of yards to major, but Quinn is going to be a statistically top 4 quarterback when he leaves.
Yeah. And it's interesting because, and I feel kind of hypocritical because of kind of how much I harped on his performance on Monday, or his recent performance versus Arkansas on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, man, think about it. If Arch Manning isn't on this team, if Arch Manning just doesn't exist, how different do people look at Quinn Ewers? How different do people look at this season? Now, obviously, if Arch Manning doesn't exist, Texas might not have won those games versus Mississippi State and ULM. I'd like to think they still win. Don't get me wrong, but we don't know that if he hypothetically doesn't exist. But the point I'm trying to make here is I just think we all need to do a better job of living in the moment and appreciating the moment. You know what I mean? Because think about all the years. I'm going to read these off to you. Since 09, when the last time they went back-to-back, these are the records. 2010, 5-7. 2011, 8-5. 2012, 9-4. 2013, 8-5. Charlie Strong comes in. He goes 6-7 year one in 2014. 5-7 in year 2 in 2015, 5-7 in year 3 in 2016. Bring in the prince that was promised, Tom Herman, 7-6 year 1, 10-4 year 2, 8-5 2019, 7-3 year 4 in 2020. Bring in Sark, 5-7 in 2021, 8-5 in 2022, 12-2 in 2023. Now 9-1 in 2024. They're winning a lot more. But it's more stressful when there's a lot more stuff at stake, like a national championship compared to trying to finish in the top 4 in the Big 12. It's a lot different. But, with all the talk about Quinn and Arch and all that, I just think, top to bottom, we all, and myself included, could do a better job of just living in the moment and appreciating it. But, I think I don't know what I expected it to feel like when Texas would, I guess, quote, get back. But this is different than I thought it would feel. And I think most of that comes from all the talk around, the quarterback situation. Sorry.
Yeah. This is why, for me, if I just look at it as when I was starting into the Texas market, so I was where you are right now is where I was in 08 and 09. And to me, just as somebody who loves football, and I'm not shy about mentioning I grew up a Texas fan, so I love Texas football as somebody who just watched it. The 2008 season is the most fun I've had watching a Texas football season ever, including the national championship year, because I had no expectations. The 05 team, you could tell in the spring game, you're like, man, they really got a chance. Like if they beat Ohio State, like they could win it all. In 08, it was like the run of 10 win seasons is coming to an end, and Mac doesn't have it anymore. It's good. The dynasty's starting to crumble. Well, thanks to Colt McCoy coming into his own and Will Muschamp coming over from Auburn, you got 25-2 over 2 years. The 09 season was more of, you had 08 to hold up to it, and it's like, okay, are you meeting that standard? And I'm where you are because in 2009, I spent way too much time complaining about and worried about Colt threw too many bad passes this game. The offensive line is too leaky. Is the defense going to be able to hold up against somebody that really runs the football? And there were all these things. I didn't enjoy a 13-0 season going to a national championship game as much as I should have. But the 08 season was a blast because I had no expectations. That's kind of like what last year was. Jordan, it took me until the draft to realize, like, wow, that was such an enjoyable year. I didn't realize like how much legit talent was on that team. Like it was fun trying to follow it every week, because go back to this time last year, we weren't thinking about the playoff.
No,
we assumed Florida State and Georgia were going to go, and it was going to be Washington, Michigan, Florida State, and Georgia, and Texas going to be on the outside looking at it like, hey, you'll probably win the Big 12. If you win the Big 12, maybe you go to the Cotton Bowl. You can finish in the top 5. Still a great year. And then it was like, oh my God, like they're in the Sugar Bowl. Like they can go do this. So it wasn't these expectations that I think you deal with every year, because now in 2024, 23 is the season where you look at it and say, okay, this is the standard. Are you playing up to par with where the 23 squad was? Are you ahead of the 23 squad in any metric? So yeah. And then Quinn, you're going to compare him, and you're going to compare him to other championship quarterbacks at Texas now that he's got those expectations. So yeah, I'm basically saying all that to say I 100% get where you're coming from, which is why this year I'm living almost too much in the moment. Like I almost want to ignore the big picture, because to me it'll work itself out. If Texas beats Texas A&M, they get to the SEC championship game, they'll be in the playoff. If they lose in College Station on November 30th, they won't be. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, no, I'm in a similar spot, and it's funny you brought up the 08 thing, or the 08 season kind of being more fun. And I mean, now that I think about it, like last year going in, I know Texas had a lot of expectations, but as someone who in my entire pretty much adult lifetime, Texas has failed to live up to expectations, I was going into last year like, hey, if they go 8-4, I'm happy. You know what I mean? Like, because the bar was so low for so long. Oh, this is the year Tom Herman or Charlie Strong that he's there. He's going to get them ready. He's going to get them back. And then they fall on their face. So where I entered last season being like, all right, man, if they go over 500, get about 8 wins, I'm cool. I'm happy. And, I wouldn't say Texas was playing with nothing to lose last year because they weren't. And they had very high expectations for themselves. But my expectations weren't super high just because of my previous experience with having high expectations.
Yeah.
And, it also you didn't have to worry. I don't want to sound all like SEC heavy and all that, but you didn't have to worry as much week to week. You just didn't. It's, okay, they got to play West Virginia this week or Houston this week. And now trust me, the Houston game, they barely got out alive, but still, like, playing Houston is different than even playing Mississippi State or Florida in the current state Florida's in. So
or Kentucky.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, but I do want to get into a little bit of recruiting real quick.
We will. First off, Jose, JW Crunch, CB, Jake Bayless, everybody that's in the chat right now, thank you so much for supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're watching on any of our social channels, if you're audio only, still thank you for supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you support us over at Horns 24/7. Jordan, I do want to stay on the team for just a minute more, and get to some of these declarations, if you will, projected declarations that got covered in the Insider today. I don't think any of these shock you when you look at expected underclassmen departures. At this point, it'd be Quinn gone, Kelvin Banks gone, Cam Williams, I would say probably gone, just because he's going to have the NFL measurables. Now, I think if he's projected to be a day one or definitely first round pick or even go on day 2, I think he has to go. Isaiah Bond not projected to come back. I'm going to go ahead and guess, Jordan, none of those surprise you.
No. I know a lot of people are still blown away by the fact Cam Williams is getting mocked first round, but man, if you get a legitimate first round grade from the NFL or even an early second rounder and you're Cam Williams, you have to leave. You have to. It's not worth it coming back. And by no means do I think Cam Williams is an Amarius Mims type of athlete, but that's the label that's going to get slapped on him as a one-year starter that's, physically ginormous. Now, again, he's not going to test and is not quite the athlete that Amarius Mims is, but if he gets legitimate first-round grades or early second from the NFL, I think it would be very stupid of him to come back. You got to take the money. It's not guaranteed. And, knock on wood, but what is the risk of coming back? Injuries. And also, you could worsen your stock where it might be higher than it'll ever be right now. So if I'm him, as much as it would help Texas to have him next year, maybe even switch him to left tackle next year if he does come back, you can't fault him for not, for not wanting to come back. If I'm him, I'm leaving. So
and none of those other ones surprised. Look, Isaiah Bond, Xavier Worthy broke the combine last year at the 40. They might have the fastest man at the combine 2 years in a row, because I could easily see Isaiah Bond being the fastest man at the combine. Kelvin Banks, when you're probably going to go in the top 10, you go. Quinn, I think at this point, if you just look at his age, his progression, I almost wondered if he'd hurt himself more by coming back, even if it was in the portal. Just go ahead and go and get on Chip mentions this after talking to some NFL scouting directors, front office personnel. The best thing for him would be, hey, get on a team with a veteran where you can sit and watch and learn for a little bit and not be rushed into it. Be with a Geno Smith in Seattle or, I don't know, what if Jameis is in Cleveland for another year, whatever it is. I mean, a veteran quarterback who's not going to be the face of the franchise, where you can really sit back and learn. And maybe that works for Quinn, maybe it doesn't.
Maybe Miami. I know they love Jade, and that might be their first round pick, but I mean, how much longer can you actually expect Tua to be playing football?
Yeah. Jake Bayless mentioned something, and this is the first team that got thrown out in the flagship message board thread. You can go ahead and put that up, Jordan. It said best spot for Quinn to get picked would be easily the Rams. Yeah, look, Matthew Stafford may retire at the end of the year. I don't know. I mean, he's apparently said he's not going to, but Matthew Stafford's got more years behind him than he's got ahead of him. And to be with Sean McVay, I think that would make a lot of sense for Quinn. Just in terms of what Sark does offensively and what Sean McVay does. I think or maybe you get with a guy like you look at the franchises that stockpile quarterbacks. Green Bay is one of those franchises that stockpile quarterbacks.
What about Pittsburgh? They're clearly not super confident in Fields, and how much longer does Russell Wilson have?
Russ ain't gonna be cooking much longer. Green Bay. I mean, Jordan Love is. He's going to miss a handful of games a year because of injury. Yeah. So yeah, there's a number of spots that could work out for Quinn. And look, man,
I don't think this is happening, but I could it's crazy that this is actually kind of realistic. There it is. I was about to bring it up. What are the chances we think Quinn's available and Jera's just there ooh, I could bring the Dallas kid home. This would go through the roof. Marketing.
Well,
again, I don't think that'll happen, but I love to riff,
I'll tell you this. I would take Quinn Ewers right now over Cooper Kupp or Trey Lance. I mean, Cooper Rush or Trey Lance. That's why I say Cooper Kupp. I'm looking at Rams. I would take Quinn right now over Cooper Rush or Trey Lance.
Yeah. Thing is, the Cowboys get him. It's because they either took him top 10, which I don't see happening, or top 10 in the second round. And you also just gave Dak that humongous-ass contract. So, I mean, there are a few things I feel like, yes, half the Cowboys fan base is Texas fans or close to it. But I feel like there are very few things Jerry could do that would piss off his fan base more than by drafting a quarterback in day one or day two, the offseason after they just gave Dak. It was the largest QB contract or NFL contract ever, right? Or am I mistaken?
But the other thing is, who's going to be coaching the Cowboys next year? Because at this rate, it ain't going to be Mike McCarthy.
Yeah. I'm curious too. Is Gerard going to do the one logical thing and hire Belichick or
No.
Hugh Jackson would be fun.
Yeah, Jake Bayless is right. Jerry's more likely to hire Hugh Jackson than he is hiring Bill Belichick.
Yeah. But no, okay, so with Quinn Ewers in the NFL, I think it's been well established at this point that if he returns back to college, it's because he's going to a school that isn't Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I firmly believe if he's not going to the NFL, he's going in the portal.
I don't think he wants to do that. I don't have any firsthand knowledge of that. I don't have any sourced information. I don't think he wants to play for another school.
And I don't think he does either, to be honest. But it is a possibility. It is very much a possibility. And it's interesting because it's okay, if you don't want to leave now because you don't like your draft grade enough, you're going to put your faith into playing in an entirely new offensive system with an entirely new offensive unit, an entirely new offensive play caller. That's going to improve your stock more than what it is. You know what I mean? So none of this talk could matter depending on how he finishes the season, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think it is a very, very, very real possibility he could come back to college, and it's that if that happens, it's not at Texas.
Yeah. The other thing we know, Jordan, like you said, I mean, we talked during the bye week about the fact that Quinn had a chance to basically play his way back into being a first round caliber quarterback. Now, did he do that against Florida? You can debate whether he did or not. He definitely didn't do that against Arkansas. Could he do that against Kentucky and Texas A&M and hypothetically an SEC championship game and a playoff run? He could, yeah. So there's still football to be played. But man, go look at the list of quarterbacks who end up getting drafted way higher than they should. And I know we use the Anthony Richardson example, but there was a point. Go back to before the 2023 season. Did anybody have Michael Penix as a first round pick?
No.
I don't remember people talking about him as a first-round pick.
But they had Donovan Smith.
I don't remember people talking about J.J. McCarthy as a first-round pick or Bo Nix as a first-round pick. Yet all those guys were taken in the first round. And you can go down through draft history and find guys that were taken way higher than they should. Can he pick a guy? I mean, go back and look at 2022 and tell me if you take any of these guys over Quinn. These are the quarterbacks that were drafted. I won't list the 7th round guys, but I'll go through the 5th round because that's basically the top 150 picks. Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Bailey Zappi, Sam Howell. How many of those guys would you take over Quinn?
Good point.
You know, so somebody will draft Quinn. I mean, hell, Kellen Mond went in the 3rd round. Kellen Mond went in the top 100. I don't even know if Kellen Mond's on a roster right now.
The Vikings selected him, right?
Somebody will draft Quinn in the first 3 rounds.
And another thing too, even if Quinn, like, let's say the way he played versus Arkansas, he plays that way the rest of the season. If he goes in the draft, whatever his grade is between when he declares and when he gets drafted, the grade is going to go up. Why would it go up? Because it happens every year. Think about Zach Wilson's pro day. Once Quinn has his pro day in front of NFL scouts and throws at the combine, they're going to be drooling, you know, because hey, passing on air has never been a problem for him. And I mean, he lit it up at the Texas pro day, helping out this past spring. So, you know, I think that'll help him, but he's such a hard, you know, guy to predict what's going to happen, especially with, you know, the games being left on the schedule. But, you know, it would be, I think, like if he does what he did versus Arkansas on Saturday versus Kentucky and then walks into Kyle Field and plays like he did versus Michigan or versus Bama on the road last year, it would be like the most expected thing ever. You know, like I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
And I think it would be very Quinn Ewers-esque if he did that. I mean, you know, think about his performances in big games. He's usually, you know, showed up and has helped, you know, lead the team in those games. But very, very curious what will happen these next few games. And, you know, that's going to decide his future. So,
yeah. And again, I'll just look, I'm going to continue to throw out some names. And just when you be like, Quinn's not going in fill in the blank round. Kyle Trask was a 2nd round pick. Davis Mills went in the 3rd round. Ian Book was a 4th round pick back in 2021. Jacob Eason, 4th round. James Morgan from FIU went in the 4th round. Go to 2019. Will Greer went in the 3rd round of the draft. So, yeah, Quinn will be drafted. If you're a person that's very down on Quinn Ewers right now, he will be drafted much higher than you think he would be drafted.
Yeah. Yep. And, you know, I know we were kind of talking about the portal deal. I can't really talk about it anymore, but I think this is the first year that Texas is going to lose players to the portal that they actually would really want to keep.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think they wanted to keep, you know, Terrence Brooks last year, but, like, it wasn't a backbreaker. And then I'm not really saying Texas is going to, you know, I'm anticipating a backbreaker, but, you know, it's tough. Like we talked about it with the running backs. If Jaden Blue comes back, you can't not expect one of those guys to not go in the portal. That's just how it works in today's day and age called football. It's attrition. And attrition is going to happen when you're recruiting the way that Texas is currently, and, you know, specifically recruiting the portal the way Texas is currently.
Yeah.
So that will be interesting. Also, you know, if Texas makes a playoffs, I think a lot of the guys that, you know, are thinking about going in the portal or could be going in the portal will play through. I think some will also, you know, just leave. But it's going to be interesting to see how Texas can manage recruiting the portal if they are in the playoffs. Because, you know, that window is running December 9th through the 28th. And then I believe if Texas is in the playoffs, the way the portal extension period works is upon losing or, I guess, you know, winning the national championship or whatever, starting the day after, those players on the Texas roster have 8 days to get in the portal, you know, because it extends if they're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, you know, that could be really hard for Texas to manage because they're trying to win playoff games. They're trying to keep their players from entering the portal. They're trying to recruit the top players in the portal. And they're trying to recruit the top players in the portal to spots that aren't open yet because they're going to have guys who stay on the team through the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious how that's going to unfold. And I think a lot of colleges and I guess their beat writers are also very curious to how it's going to unfold because no one's really been in these shoes before, with the recruiting calendar now the way it is.
Mm-hmm. This is one of those deals where, those jobs that we talk about, like if you're a general manager, if you're an assistant director of player personnel, if you're whatever your job is, you're going to have like real legit big time responsibilities at this point. Like there's going to be a lot on Brandon Harris in the month of December. There's going to be a lot on a guy like Chris Gilbert in the month of December. Even a guy like Jamal Fenner, even though he's high school relations, he's been around these recruits. Like it's going to be up to assistant coaches. I mean, everybody, it is going to take a true organization-wide effort to make sure, number one, that you have a plan, which I have no doubt that Sark does. But number two, that plan gets executed and carried out the way you need it to, because Sark can't clone himself and be in 5 different places at the same time. He's got to delegate. And who does he delegate responsibilities to? When do those responsibilities get delegated? Are they being delegated at the right time? Does he have the right person doing it? Those are the types of decisions he has to worry about making.
Yeah, sorry. By the way, Sark on today's press conference said Quinn is the healthiest he's been since the injury.
Okay, then if that's true, then we need to see September 7th Ann Arbor version of Quinn Ewers on Saturday.
Yeah. Hey, Sark taking a page out of my book. He also said, this is Sarkeesian on recent success. Quote, "We're 9-1 for the second straight year, competing for a conference title and college football playoff for the second year in a row. Don't forget what the last decade looked like. Let's appreciate how good we've got and how well this team is playing right now." End quote.
Yeah.
So
I agree 100%.
Yeah. Do we think moneymaker Taft Daddy will return for one more season? I think so. Because let's be honest. Like, is Michael Taft ever going to be a first-round pick? Probably not. Is he ever going to be a day 2 pick? Probably not. So if he is a day 3 grade, I talked about it earlier with Cam Williams. You don't want to risk the injury and potentially bad snaps, but Michael Taft doesn't have a ton left to prove. I feel like as an NFL prospect, and he kind of is what he is what I'm trying to say. So I could totally see Texas, being, hey, man, we think you should come back. We're going to pay you this much in NIL. We know you love being here. We want you on the team. You're a leader. Come back one more year and you can improve your stock a little bit to where you're going early day 3 and not late day 3. Come on. I think that's something he'd be interested in. And I think I talked about it last week. But another thing that I think really piques his interest about coming back, yes, it's a great story about how there's 3 Austinites playing at an incredibly high level in the secondary for Texas. Jahdae Barron, Drew Makuba, and Mookie Taft. Drew Makuba's gone. Same with Jahdae Barron. They're both leaving after this year. No ifs, ands, or buts. They are leaving after this year for the NFL, and they're going to be very successful in the NFL.
Even if they want to come back, they can't.
Yeah. Mookie Taft, on the other hand, it goes from being one of the 3 Austinites, one of the 3 guys, to being the hometown hero or whatever. You know what I mean? To where, like, the marketing possibilities there are endless. If he does another year and he continues ascending, to the player that he's played up to be, I guess. So I think he could come back. I need to make some calls and double check, everything. But right now, I would probably lean towards him coming back. But again, there's still games left to play, so he could play so well. He feels like, he has no reason to come back. So we'll see. But right now, as of November 21st, I think he's coming back.
Jordan, before you get to talking recruiting, and I've got some Kentucky talk to get to, we'll hammer Kentucky tomorrow, but we'll talk a little Kentucky today. But got to remind everybody that this episode of It's Only an Hour is brought to you by Real Truck, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate Texas tailgate. They've got hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and more. Texas is still truck country. Bring your truck to life at realtruck.com. Hook 'em Horns. Jordan, got a lot of recruiting stuff going on, man. If you're losing football games in the SEC conference right now, your loss could be Texas's gain, because there's a few guys on that LSU commit list that could be either in Austin on Saturday or definitely in College Station next Saturday.
Yeah. As of right now, Cade Phillips is thinking about coming and taking an unofficial visit on Saturday. Zion Williams, who is a 3-star D lineman committed at LSU, we did report, we cited our LSU site because they were the ones that confirmed it, not us, that he is expected in Austin. However, I don't know if that visit's actually going to happen. I'm kind of looking at it as how I'm looking at Cade Phillips, where it's still tentatively, yes and a maybe. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if Zion Williams actually shows up, is what I'm saying. Yeah. Especially because he had a tweet yesterday saying, like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm sticking with LSU. I just want to see a good game. Yeah. And whenever guys tweet stuff like that, how do you think that makes the Texas coaches feel? Now, they need D tackles, so it's not like they're throwing in the towel, off of a tweet. But, I think I'm in wait-and-see mode to see if he actually shows up, and we'll go from there. Cade Phillips, on the other hand, if Cade Phillips shows up, that is very big news. Mm-hmm. He's getting recruited at cornerback now and not safety by Texas. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? If he shows up and shows he's interested, I think playing at LSU, especially for Corey Raymond, is still, something he's considering. And I think there is a world where even if he shows up to the game on Saturday, he still sticks with LSU. So we'll have to see. But I do know when he committed in Texas originally, the offer that he agreed to, NIL-wise, was less than what LSU offered him. And he still chose Texas. A few weeks passed. LSU, I was told, improved their number, just a slight amount, not too much, but it was improved, and it was still more than Texas. And, that wasn't the reason he flipped. Cade Phillips, as I said earlier, he chose less money to go to Texas. NIL has never been the forefront of this recruitment. But it was part of the equation for him flipping from Texas to LSU. So, Texas might have to improve their NIL efforts there for him, perhaps, maybe. LSU is being very aggressive right now. Obviously, we know the Bryce Underwood stuff that's all in headlines. Yeah. They have the money to, if it really comes down to bidding for Cade Phillips, LSU has money to, compete there. And they want him very badly because they desperately need defensive backs, especially ones as good as Phillips is.
Did you think in your life that sentence would ever come out of your mouth?
No, never in my life did I think this sentence would come out. There is a faster path to the playing field at LSU playing for Corey Raymond at cornerback than there is in Austin playing for Terry Joseph at cornerback.
That is insane to me.
Yeah. So, hey, imagine if you told someone that back in the summer when it seemed like everyone wanted to, kill Gideon and Terry Joseph when they were doing their jobs. And, hey, look at us now.
Yeah.
But anyways, with
Cade Phillips, on Cade Phillips, Jordan, I would agree exactly. What David Keith Williams just posted is exactly what I was going to say. Jonah Williams being in the class and Zealous 6 reclassifying for Blake Gideon has changed your math at safety. So now you just recruit Cade Phillips as what do you want to play? We just we want you here. What do you want to play?
Yeah. I like Cade Phillips a lot. I've liked him as a prospect for a long time. And, it's interesting. Like, he's a late rankings riser. Like, he's had a 45-plus, triple jump.
Yeah.
He's had that since, like, his sophomore year. Mm-hmm. He's had a +4 wing since, like, his sophomore year. And he's had other really good track data since his sophomore year. But for whatever reason, for the longest time, the only big school that had offered him was A&M. Like, back in January, I was at Next Level Athlete in Barbers Hill showcase deal, and Cade Phillips was there. I didn't even talk to him. I watched him work out. I was very impressed. I didn't talk to him. Why did I not talk to him? Texas hadn't offered him, and he was a heavy A&M lean. I do think, as crazy as this might sound, Jimbo Fisher was, for whatever reason, kept on through this past offseason. He was coaching this year. I think there's a chance Cade Phillips would have committed to A&M.
Yeah.
The Jimbo Fisher staff, as stupid as they were, they made an amazing evaluation on Cade Phillips. They're the first big school to really go all in on him. And then once the Elko staff came in, there's a bit of disconnect, and he had to get a good feel for them first. And A&M was in his top 4 with LSU, Texas, Michigan, or top 5, LSU, Texas, Texas A&M, Michigan, and Baylor. But A&M filled up. They got 4 commits in the secondary, and they canceled Cade Phillips' official visit the same day they canceled Caleb Chester's official visit because they were just like, we're not taking any more corners. We're not going to entertain this. And, you know, I don't blame them. Texas does that same thing every year too. But with Cade Phillips, I don't know why it took so long, but, I mean, this is a premier prospect. And if he does end up at Texas, I think he's the best DB prospect Texas has this year, not named Jonah Williams.
Yeah.
So,
what you just laid out, that stuff tends to happen one of 2 ways. One, it happens in the first class where you have one coaching staff leaving and another coaching staff coming in, and you'll have guys that, you know, hey, if a coaching staff, if their first full cycle is the 2024 recruiting cycle, right, or 2025, like the Elko staff, they'll have guys that have offers were offered by the previous staff. Unless it's a slam dunk, no brainer in their eyes, they got to go back to the drawing board and reevaluate it because, like, we don't want a guy to have an offer and commit to us and he's not a scheme fit, or we just don't think he can play for us or whatever. Guys get lost in the shuffle that way. I think the other way to look at it is, speaking of the Zion Williams bit, go look at Texas recruiting defensive tackles, because what Kenny Baker wants and the kind of prospects he likes a different body type and a different type of guy than Bo Davis. I think we can clearly see that now. Like Kenny Baker, you're seeing Texas recruit kind of more, not to say they won't have a Tavondre Sweat or a big, 330-pound guy if he can play. They like the kind of a little bit leaner, more explosive disruptor types than the big run stuffers that Bo Davis liked.
Yeah, I mean, I still think there's some similar kind of ideologies when it comes to evaluations and, going with defensive line recruiting. I think they're turning to different places for it, though. Like, is Bo Davis ever going to recruit Josiah Sharma the way Texas did under Kenny Baker as a California kid? That is such a late blooming project where he grew up playing offensive line and recently made that switch to D-line. Probably not. So, I still think he'd be after Myron Charles, but how many times did Bo Davis go to Florida and get a kid? It was only DeAndre Robinson. We obviously know what happened there. But
hey, Brandon Brown would like a word with you, sir.
Well, yeah. Sorry, but Brandon Brown doesn't count. He didn't take a visit when he committed, and as we all know, that was the roller coaster it was. Coach 420, I'm going to just hit on some of these questions, comments, or whatever. Coach 420 said, going to Liberty Hill versus Brenham tomorrow. Anybody interesting to keep an eye on? I wonder where that game's at. Liberty Hill, the only prospect I know that they have a he's either a 2026 or 2027 defensive lineman, white kid named Alistair Vallejo. I believe he goes by AJ, though. He has one offer from Ole Miss. Yes, a Liberty Hill kid has an offer from Ole Miss, and he got it after camping. I'm not sure if he has any other offers besides that, but that's kind of Liberty Hill's top prospect, unless I'm blanking on someone.
Got an Ole Miss offer, Jordan, and no photo, no profile pic on the profile.
Oh, yeah. And then Brenham, they have Jacoby Dixon, who's a 2027 running back. He's one of either 3 or 4 running backs that has offers from Texas in the 2027 class at this point. And him and Landon Williams-Callis, the Richmond Randall kid, are the only 2 in-state backs with offers from Tashard Choice at this point. Jacoby Dixon, he actually visited for the Florida game, I believe, or the home game before that. He's been on campus this year or this season. Really talented kid. He didn't, appear in the debut rankings. A lot of the debut rankings are based off of us also having track data for them, and that didn't exist for Dixon. Think he's really talented. I don't quite think he's a Landon Williams-Callis type of talent. After all, Williams-Callis is the number 2 ranked running back in the country and a 5-star. But Jacoby Dixon is going to end up at an elite Power 4 school. Brenham, they also have a few other like G5 talents. I think they might have a Texas State commit. But I've kind of talked about Brandon Collins and 7-on-7, how they used to be affiliated with Juice. They had a 14U and 15U team back in the day when they still were affiliated with Juice. And those kids are all now juniors and seniors at all the Bryan, College Station 979 area schools. So
yeah,
a lot of those kids I watched as freshmen are now at Brenham as seniors, and they have a good senior class. But as far as their recruitments go, I really don't know of anyone besides Jacoby Dixon, and then maybe they have a Texas State commit or something like that. But
I feel like Texas, Brenham's one of those schools that Texas should always try to have a Brenham guy on the roster just because they've had so freaking many of them.
Yeah.
Lima Sweet and Malcolm Brown, defensive tackle Malcolm Brown, chief among them. But Brandon Collins, Luke Pillman, Ryan Roberson, just start going down the list of Brenham guys that have been at Texas. Tim Cole.
Yeah, a lot of them. Jose, I don't know what this is about. Your picture sticker emoji is crazy, but I guess pointed out. Caleb Ward said
that game's at the field, Jordan, in Pflugerville. You can pull up.
Oh, the field? No, I'm actually going to this game. I'm at the top of these comments scrolling through them, so I'll hit the responses in a sec. But Caleb Ward says, "Hey Jordan, I'm going to check out Permian versus North Crowley on Friday. I will actually be at that game as well. Are there any recruits I should keep my eye on the North Crowley side? I'm a Permian alum, and we're going to get stomped."
Word is they have an offensive lineman at North Crowley.
Yeah, well, there's also a Texas commit at North Crowley.
Yeah.
But for Permian, you know him better than me. I don't know who's at Permian right now, if I'm being completely honest. But
Booby Miles,
as far as North Crowley goes, learn to speak Quentin Gibson, buddy. Quentin Gibson, he's this. You'll know who he is. Number 6 for North Crowley. He legitimately might be like 5'8" and like 155 pounds soaking wet. But watch the tape on this kid. He had like 300 career all-purpose yards heading into the season, and then he went for like 1,000 yards and like 8 touchdowns in 4 games or something nuts like that. That's their receiver 1. That's their offense. It's run through him. And I think he's down to like Mississippi State, Colorado, and TCU. He's picked up like 24 offers just off his senior season alone. A really intriguing kid, really talented, has some of the best foot speed I've ever seen on a prospect. But great story there. Probably, I don't know if there's been a better story this year in the state of Texas as far as late senior riser going, elite power 4. So props to him. They also got John Turntine. He's our left tackle. Heavy Texas lean. He's a 5-star in the 2026 class. 6'3.5", about 300. He has cut some weight though, so he's probably in the 280s maybe. He is listed as a tackle prospect. I think he could play left tackle or right tackle in college, but he is a much safer guard projection just with the height. He does have some nice length though. He does have 35-inch arms, which is what you look for. So you want 34 plus. They have another lineman who is their left guard, I believe. He's either the left or right guard, named Henry Fanuku. He's from Ghana, grew up playing soccer, didn't play football till either sophomore or junior year, and he is a Missouri commit. He blew up this past spring. He had an Ohio State offer. Pretty much every single offer in America he had except Texas. Texas kind of already had their interior O-line commits, in the mix, and he doesn't quite fit what Kyle Flood looks for. I don't think he's over 300 pounds. But really intriguing kid, really good kid, and a cool story with him not playing football. And he is committed to Mizzou. Their quarterback, I'm blanking on his name, Chris Jimerson, I believe. He committed to TCU as an athlete as like a sophomore. And his dad, I forget his dad's name, but his dad played at TCU back in the day, Jimerson. But he committed to TCU as an athlete as a sophomore and wanted to play QB, plays QB for North Crowley. The thing is, he's only like 5'10", 5'11". He's pretty electric, though. TCU told him, hey, if you come here, you're not playing quarterback. So he flipped to UNT, North Texas, because they're going to let him play QB. So, and that's the type of kid that goes to North Texas and has an amazing career and just kills people in G5. They have, I believe, like an Oregon State commit in their secondary. They have they're up there with Duncanville and DeSoto, North Shore for most D1 kids in the state of Texas right now. Like they have a squad. Their running back, Daniel Bray, is committed to SMU. They have another running back that I believe is committed to like TCU or something like that. Jonathan Cunningham, Texas commit at linebacker. He's number 2. You should know who he is. Really intriguing linebacker prospect. Plays a lot of nickel too, which is pretty fun considering he is a linebacker at the high school level. And then they have the last kid I can think of. They have a tight end who's a 2027 who has like 20 offers, pretty much every big offer you can think of except Texas. Kind of interesting kid, a really good 2027 tight end prospect. The thing is, I don't know how much more he's going to grow or, continue physically developing. So he might not end up with too many more offers, but I mean, nonetheless, he's got every big one right now except Texas pretty much, and blanking on his name, but you should know who he is. He's pretty much the guy they throw the ball to if it's not going to Quentin Gibson. So, yeah. What else we got? David Keith Williams says, I wonder how close Texas gets the number 1 recruiting class so they can ultimately get the commitments of Michael Terry, Michael Fasusi, Joseph Mbatru, Javion Hilson, Kellen Wiley, and Kate Phillips. I'm almost positive that would have them as either number 2 or number 1 if that happens. So they would definitely be top 3 because they're either 3 or 4 right now. So, yeah. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the 25 Texas Longhorns O-line. I think Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker will be good tackles for Texas at some point later in the 25 season. I'm excited to see the new O-line next year too, but I'm not excited about the fact that they're all going to get their first starts with Arch Manning in the horseshoe.
Yeah, that's could have been, could have opened with, insert lower tier Sun Belt team here.
UTSA, Texas State. I'm not looking forward to an entire offseason of hype, and then if they go to the horseshoe and lose week 1, it's going to make non-conference hell for us as people who cover Texas. With Jerry Jones Quinn talk.
Can I tell you something? Are you got more recruiting stuff to get to, Jordan?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'll try to be quick
Go
though.
ahead.
David Keith Williams said, will be interesting if Texas gets Michael Fasusi, how that impacts Texas keeping Jaden Chapman and or Andre Kojo. I think one or maybe even both of them can enter the portal. I checked in with someone close to Andre Kojo last portal cycle because I thought he was a oh snap. Sorry, I'm getting random text. I checked in with Kojo, someone close to him last portal cycle, who told me they don't think he's ever going to leave and he's going to stick it out. He wants that Texas degree no matter what. Obviously, things can change, like Texas potentially getting Michael Fasusi, but I'm not really too worried about Kojo going into the portal. And also, I really don't want to take anything away from Andre Kojo, but can you be mad at him if Brandon Baker outplayed him and took his spot as a guy who's a year or two younger? You can't, it's how things work if you recruit at the level that Texas is recruiting at. And then Jaden Chapman, he can maybe be a guard too. We'll see. Same with Kojo. Both those guys have guard or tackle flexibility. Similarly with the addition of Lance Jackson, David Keith Williams said this. Similarly with the addition of Lance Jackson and hopefully Javion Hilson to the 25 recruiting class, a question if Justice Finkley and Tassili Akana return to UT. I hope Darian Gillette returns. I think Gillette's coming back. They can't really afford to lose linebacker talent. And then Justice Finkley and Tassili Akana, they've been recruited over. They're behind, Vosick, Burke, Trey Moore, Colin Simmons on the depth chart. And all those guys are supposed to come back next year. So, I do know there were several programs tampering with Justice Finkley, offering him like double the amount of money that Texas is currently paying him last portal cycle. And he still decided to stay, with him only having one more year of eligibility. The situation could be different this time around, but I wouldn't be shocked if Finkley ends up in the portal. And then Tassili Akana, I don't really know what to ever expect from him. To where, if he goes in the portal, I don't think that's a big deal at all, if I'm just being honest. Jose said, if we land Fasusi, I think we lose a couple of tackles and guards. We are definitely losing a couple of receivers to the portal also. I think Vosick is gone as well. Look, as long as those receivers aren't Matthew Golden or Ryan Wingo, or DeAndre Moore, yeah, I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to be fine. And also, Bosick, I don't know. He has more eligibility left than Burke does, so Burke might be the one to watch more there. What else we got? Okay, there it is. Cade Phillips has seen the light come back to us, young man. Jake might be the most consistent good commenter we got. Oh yeah, we already talked about that. Jordan, who's to blame in a case like Malachi Nelson? The recruiting site's building him up for clicks to USC, or the player using his social media presence to build a better recruiting profile? I can tell you this much. Andrew Ivins and the 24/7 Sports Scouting team is not building up their ranking for a player based off social media. So while that might have helped with a site like Rivals or On3 or ESPN, maybe, I can guarantee you it didn't for 24/7. Now, I myself saw Malachi Nelson in 7-on-7 several times during spring of his junior year and was like, hey, how is this kid a 5-star? I myself wasn't ever too impressed, but I did see the vision for why he got that label and that ranking. And, I mean, you watch his high school tape, he was phenomenal. I do think what I would love if someone could study this. Malachi Nelson was making over $200K in high school. Like, the schools in California pay those kids to go to certain schools and to play football. That's also why DeAndre Moore went to like 4 different schools, and why a lot of these kids out of the West Coast go to so many different schools is because they're getting paid and it's very easy to transfer. But what I'm curious is, in a few years, can we look back and see how have the kids panned out that were getting paid that much in high school? How have they panned out compared to others? Because, I mean, I'm not going to say this would happen to Malachi Nelson, but, I mean, if you're going to get paid that much, it's not unexpected if they take their foot off the gas in terms of trying to become a better football player. So, I don't know. Israel along for Nebraska. It's actually been kind of a behind-the-scenes thing that's been pretty big. A lot of people, might be thinking he's leaving Nebraska. I talked to someone very close to him in his camp yesterday just because they're, in the NIL world. I don't think he's leaving. I think Nebraska did a really good job of firing Satterfield and hiring Dana Holgerson. If they didn't fire Satterfield when they did, Raiola could have been a portal guy, but it looks like they buttoned everything up and they're going to keep him. So, dare we say Kenny Baker's been an upgrade? Let's get one full season in before. And also, hey, show that to someone back in July and tell me what their reaction would have been. It would have been very funny. I don't know who Cash Jacobson is, to be honest with you. Fight on Natties. Oh, this Jordan emoji. I can't see that, whatever that is that y'all are doing with semicolon and underscore and whatnot. I remember this Gavin Black kid actually visited Texas for the Florida game, by the way. But yeah. And yeah, if you see me, come say hi, Caleb Ward. I'll either be on the field or in the press box. It's been kind of cold up here in DFW lately, so I will probably try to get my photos and warm-ups, and then I'll be in the press box until about 2 minutes left in the game, and then I'll come down and talk to Mr. Turntine and Mr. Cunningham.
So we'll get into Kentucky tomorrow. We'll be full board to Kentucky. Kentucky's got some deceiving numbers. Even if you look at some of their analytics, like I was just looking at it, like offensive success rate for Kentucky, they're 20th in the country, which is really good running the football. Also, if you look at Kentucky's offense, EPA per rush, they're 41st in the country. So you think, man, they run the football pretty well. You start looking at where they rank in the SEC in terms of teams running the football. They're kind of middle of the road. They're right around where Texas is running the football. Honestly, they're 70th in the country. They average about 157 rushing yards a game. Texas is about 162. Here's the thing with Kentucky, though. Their yards, Jordan, their rushing yards. And I say rushing yards because when you think of Mark Stoops' Kentucky teams, you think of teams that want to do two things. They want to stop the run. They want to run the football. They want to play a grinded out, slowed down, kind of that old school Bill Snyder, K-State type game. But, man, you start looking at it, they have piled up rushing yards against some pretty bad opponents. Ran for 269 against Murray State, 206 against Ohio U. Now, I'll give them this. They did run for 170 against Georgia. They ran for 168 against Tennessee. But you're like, Ole Miss, they had 93 yards rushing against Ole Miss. You think, okay, 93 yards, that's not bad. That's terrible. In the game they won, yeah, they ran it 47 times. That's 2 yards a carry. They were 27 for 70 against Auburn, averaged 3 yards a carry against South Carolina, right around 4 yards a carry against Florida, 6.2 yards per carry against Southern Miss, who's terrible. So I just don't know how good Kentucky is running the football, because if somebody's going to beat Texas, one of two things is going to happen. The unconventional way, which would happen in the Georgia game, where the offense is just awful and just turns the ball over and puts the defense on short fields, or it's a team that is good enough and patient enough to want to sustain a running game.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not trying to be like an asshole when I say this, but I think there is a chance if Texas was to go 3 and out on every single offensive drive, they could still win the game. I'm not joking. Like, okay, these are the SEC. They have played 7 SEC opponents this far: South Carolina, Georgia, Ole Miss, Vanderbilt, Florida, Auburn, Tennessee. You want to guess how many of those, or out of those games, what they're averaging points per game?
Ain't much. I know that.
14.14. In those 7 games, Kentucky has scored 20 points or more twice. When they lost 48-20 to Florida.
Yeah.
And where is this? When they beat Ole Miss 20-17. Texas has a Jahdae Barron on the other side, who has, I don't know how many non-offensive touchdowns in his career. I mean, he scored the only one versus TCU in 2022. Like, there is a point, like there is a chance Texas could win this game still going 3 and out every time. The offense is genuinely that bad.
I'm just telling you, man, Jake Bayless mentioned it and some other folks have mentioned it. To say Kentucky is god-awful throwing the football would be an insult to offenses that are god-awful throwing the football. Like, they are hellaciously bad throwing it.
Brock Vandegrift in 4 games has thrown an interception in 4 games in a row. Guess those opponents: Florida, Auburn, Tennessee, and Murray State.
Yeah.
And you don't think Jahdae Barron and the Texas defense are going to get them one? By the way, never want to suggest betting. But Brock Vandegrift over for 0.5 picks that's free money. So there you go. That'll be my one recommendation for this week.
You know, you look at how Kentucky lost against Vanderbilt, as we have a special edition of Fall Star with BK and Eric. They had 12 penalties for 105 yards against Vandy, and they turned it over twice. 1 interception, 1 fumble. That's how you lose games. They like Brock, dude. Jordan, you get on Peyton Thorne all the time. I don't think you're giving Brock Vandegrift enough credit for being a turnover machine in the SEC too.
Yeah, but like the reason Peyton Thorne gets so much shit, it's not like they don't have like 5 NFL receivers on that team or an NFL running back. Like, who I can't name a Kentucky skill player off the top of my head not named Barian Brown. I'm not joking. Like, they still got Lynn Bowden over there, you know. Like,
I don't think so. And don't bring God into this. Don't call them God awful. God has nothing to do with how terrible Kentucky is at throwing the football this year, guys. Come on.
No, I mean, maybe they just curse themselves by
that's the problem.
You know, or maybe they curse themselves by letting the A&M fan base say no to Mark Stoops, and they still brought him back. And also, Jeff, could you hit on what CB's talking about? He says Mike Stoops is finally coming back to Austin. Remember when Sark almost hired him?
Yeah, Mike Stoops was in the running to be the job that Jeff Choate eventually got as co-defensive coordinator, the co-DC title and inside linebackers, and it didn't end up happening.
Hey, shout out Choate.
Yeah.
Hey,
shout out Choate.
Good call. Yeah, BK, while we're at it, since it is Kentucky week, what would you say was the highlight, the watershed moment of the Mark Stoops era at Texas A&M?
Oh man. God, there's so many moments to choose from. Like, asking me to pick one is really an impossible feat. That was really the best 2.5 hours of my life. I don't know, man. I think it was just seeing the Aggie meltdown on Twitter. I actually think the best part of the Stoops era at A&M was when the Aggies lost to Notre Dame in week 1. And a bunch of Aggie fans were like, shoot, if we had Stoops as our coach, we would have won that game.
Exactly.
That I thought was pretty hilarious. And then considering where A&M is right now and where Kentucky is right now, it's just another case of Aggies having zero idea what they're talking about.
Yeah. Dude, it's I don't know. Like, I didn't think I'd see another coach get Shiano'd in my lifetime, but lo and behold, here we are. I guess that should just be the expectation for silly season now. Somebody's gonna get Shiano'd.
Do y'all want to hear my text with a player at Texas A&M? I can't really read any of these besides like 2 of them, but this was the night the Stoops stuff was going on. I said, what are your thoughts? We don't want Stoops. We ready to win right now. We don't have time for a rebuild. That's what he said.
Stoops a rebuild guy?
A&M was not happy with Stoops fans or the players.
No, it didn't work. But it was a fun era in Aggie land.
We will turn it over to BK and Eric again. Special edition of Fall Start coming your way. BK, you want to set the stage real quick?
Yeah, we're going to talk about how Texas needs to slow down Benny Snell in this Kentucky offense this week. And
Stevie Johnson.
Stevie Johnson on the outside.
Andre Woodson
could present some problems this weekend.
I think if Colin Simmons can get to Jared Lorenzen early, then Texas has a chance.
Hey, pour some out. I'll pour some Parmesan cheese out for Hefty Lefty, because
that's a very appropriate thing to pour out, by the way.
I don't know if that's actually nice or mean if I do that.
You know what, BK? I understand the hesitation there. I understand that.
Appreciate it. No, he'd appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, that's going to do it for Jordan and I. We'll hand it over to Fall Start with BK and Eric. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We'll be back tomorrow. It'll be all Kentucky tomorrow. Get you ready for the football weekend. But for right now, enjoy some Fall Start.
Yes, sir. See y'all.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jordan. BK, can you hear me okay? Because it sounds like my audio's a little off. I mean, I can hear you fine. Just to make sure you and the audience can get me.
I got you loud and clear.
All right.
We'll tinker just to make sure everything's okay.
I will open the show and you can tinker. It's just my left headphone coming in a little bit weird. Nevertheless, this is Fall Start. I am Eric Henry. Special edition, as BK mentioned, coming to you live from via 313, the BK location out here, 620 and Lakeway. Joined by the owner and proprietor of Texas Sports Unfiltered, Mr. Brad Kellner. He is here being the executive producer, board op, here behind the scenes. I guess we're going to roll with this. Like I said, I can hear you. It just sounds a little wonky. It's perfectly fine.
Bucky and I did a live show yesterday at Sioux Patrick, and he was mentioning that the left ear on one of the headphones wasn't working. Okay. So I have to do some testing at home after the show today. If you want to switch to that one in the meantime, you can.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
We've got the third headset plugged in, so hopefully this gives you a slightly better experience here as we'll troubleshoot / produce on the fly at Via 313. Speaking of Via 313, come out and see us. We're here for the next hour. The Bee Cave location. Got a $50 gift card, maybe a couple of $50 gift cards to give away to some listeners who stopped by today. So come grab a great lunch, get you some pizza, get you some of the great seasonal drinks and some of the great seasonal desserts that they have here at Via 313. And we'll be talking some Texas football over the next hour, Eric.
Oh, man, that is better. I can hear you loud and clear.
There we go.
As you mentioned, one last quick plug to Via 313. I just had, I believe it was the MVP seasonal pizza.
Yeah.
The other day, the one with the pesto. I mean, it's all good stuff. Whenever you're here at Via 13, make sure you indulge. But BK, just to kind of get us going here, it's Thursday, so just came off the Steve Sarkeesian Thursday Zoom availability. Yes, I always joke around, right? Like Thursday, you can tell Steve is kind of done with the media, right?
Yep.
Because, he does Monday presser. Now with the team being more prominent, you've seen a couple Sports Center appearances, a couple SEC Network appearances.
Then, of course, you have the SEC media call on Wednesday. And I think that's the one that Steve loathes the most because it's just random people from other, parts of SEC media sphere asking him questions. And by the time Thursday rolls around, he's usually just like, I'm over you guys. But the reason I'm leading into that is because he raised a very interesting hypothetical, is one that I think I would quite frankly agree with, but I'm not a Texas fan, right? So I want to leave that in the hands of our audience, in the hands of you, BK. Steve Sarkeesian was asked, in essence, about, just kind of the program overall and the ability of some of the senior class and the guys to enjoy things in the moment. And Steve said, hey, I would say to Longhorn Nation, and then I'll have the sound probably tomorrow. I didn't get a chance to upload it before the show, but he said, hey, I would tell Longhorn Nation, we're 9-1 for the second straight year. And it wasn't a puff your chest out saying it as much as it was, I think it's something that he genuinely believes, which is, don't forget what the last decade looked like. And that's his words, not mine.
It's funny you say that because while Steve Sarkeesian was talking to you, Jordan and Jeff were talking about just kind of living in the moment and taking the time to appreciate where Texas football is. And Jordan actually went year by year and gave the records for the Longhorns.
Yeah.
And I won't do the same thing because we don't need to relive that again. But yeah, if you've been keeping up with this program for the last decade and change, you know how bad it's been around here. So look, we're all prisoners of the moment. Like, we know what's at stake. We want Texas to win an SEC title. We want Texas to win a national title this year. And nothing that happened from 2010 to 2022 has any bearing on what happens right now. But, man, I would have no problem if Steve Sarkeesian was puffing his chest out and did puff his chest out from time to time because Mac couldn't get this thing back on the rails.
Yeah.
Charlie Strong never got it on the rails.
Yeah.
Tom Herman, you thought he had something going, but it fell off the tracks pretty shortly after that 2018 season. Like, the last three coaches haven't been able to do what Steve Sarkeesian has done in the span of 2.5. Obviously, this is year 4, but really figured it out by year 3. So, yeah, I think there are some fans who are like, all right, we haven't won a national championship yet. Slow down, guy. But no, it is important to remember where this thing has been, and you use that not like to bring you down, just as like, oh, thank God we're out of that, because it was a dozen years of non-refundable football. It's a dozen years of our life that we'll never get back. I mean, for me personally, Eric, I know I'm rambling here.
No,
but like,
I appreciate it.
2010, like I was 16 years old in 2010, and like the time from 2010 to last year. The last conference championships for Texas, 2009 to 2023. I mean, I got my driver's license. I graduated high school.
Yeah.
I started and graduated college.
Yeah.
I had 4 or 5 different jobs. I lived in multiple cities. I dated a lot of people. I talked to I met a lot of people. Like, to just think everybody, how much your life had changed from 2009 to 2023 while Texas was just stuck in the mud for that long. Yeah, I think it's okay if the coach is like, hey, we're doing okay around here. You guys are asking me all these questions about what can be better. Just remember, things could be a hell of a lot worse.
Well, you know what? I'm really glad you kind of laid it out through that prism of, hey, how much life you've lived since Texas was consistently good. So I want to kind of further on that here for a second. I think there's kind of a substantive conversation to be had, right? And I always talk about myself in relation to Texas as not being a fan, and that this is a virtue of the job. But let me put myself back in the shoes of a fan for a second, right? I am a diehard Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. I'm a diehard Tampa Bay Lightning fan.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I would be curious the perspective of Texas fans. When Tampa won the Super Bowl, obviously, of course, they made it to a championship game, lost, made it to a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, then made it back to had an opportunity to go to a divisional round and lost to LA. I remember feeling like, okay, I'm comfortable with what's happened, right? I'm comfortable with the level of success because I remember what the previous 10 years were, the Jameis Winston era, the Josh Freeman era, the so on and so forth. When the Tampa Bay Lightning won back-to-back Stanley Cups, I remember, like, you get so sucked up, can be the first team however long to win 3 in a row, right?
Yep.
And you get sucked into it. And I was like, I was comfortable when they lost. Like, okay. And even the last few years have been what I've liked. I was comfortable. But here's where I have to empathize with Texas fans. You guys don't have that national championship to lean on, right? I'm sure the feeling around all of this would be viewed differently if it wasn't like, hey, I can taste it. right? I could see it right there. I could taste it. I wonder if that part plays a factor in just the listen. We appreciate the 8-1, 9-1, but we're right there. We can taste it.
We're starved. I mean, it's been 2 decades, right, for Texas, and they're close, which, like you said, you taste it. You feel like you've got the opportunity. You know, if you just have these things buttoned up, then you can win the whole damn thing. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like it's a double-edged sword. So I'm a Texas Rangers guy, as you know, and I did not give a crap that the Rangers sucked this year.
You didn't care.
I never thought I'd see them win a World Series. They won a World Series. They bought like at least 5 years. I don't care if they're horrible for the next 4 years. Right. They can be 0-162 for the next 4 seasons. Everyone will be dunking on them. Oh, they were a one-year wonder. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like that's how I am as a fan.
Right.
So if Texas goes out and wins it all on January 20th, then look, I don't think they're going to be bad next year. I expect them to be good.
Sure.
But it's like if they go 9-3, frustrating, but like, hey, we just won a championship.
Right.
Like we're okay.
Right.
We're okay around here. So it's tough because it's like you win a championship, you know you can do it, so you think you should be able to do it every single year. But yeah, it's like you get to that mountaintop, which Texas isn't there yet. Obviously, we hope they do get there soon. You get to that mountaintop, and that's when it feels like you should really be able to puff your chest out like we're okay.
And I do wonder if that's the place that Texas fans would truly get to, right?
Yeah.
If, again, we'll see what happens the rest of this year. But if you get to that point, it's like, okay, I remember what it was like. You remember the Charlie Strong and, like you mentioned, the Tom Herman, the end of Mac. And it's like, man, I never thought that this would happen again. I remember, just general sports fandom here. I was in Chicago in grad school when the Cubs won the World Series, right? Mm-hmm. Those fans were flying on cloud 9 for the next how many years, right? Because they waited, 80-something years or whatever it was, right? So that's kind of the perspective that I try to, BK, I try to acknowledge that in my, not necessarily in my game coverage, but just in everything else in dealing with Texas fans.
That's you and me.
Yeah.
But like, look at Michigan, dude. Michigan just won it all last year. It had been longer for them than it has been for Texas between national championships.
It had.
And they just offered a high schooler $10 million. That's how desperate they are. Like already, not even 1 year removed. So there's no like, oh, we just won a title for the first time since the 90s. It's okay.
Right.
It's like, we better figure this ish out right away. We want more. So I think most fans, like a general fan base as a whole, it's tough when you individualize fans versus the general public. But like if Texas wins it, it won't be satisfaction. And you know why? Another reason why it won't be, Steve Sarkeesian's not going to let that happen.
Right.
There won't be a we're back
Right.
moment. Steve Sarkeesian's going to be like Nick Saban. He's like, yeah, this was like, I'm obsessed with doing this again. I
Yes.
told you I was obsessed with getting here. Doesn't mean I'm not obsessed anymore.
Right.
Doesn't mean my work here is done. Like it's even harder now that we just won it because everyone's coming for the throne. So we've got to work even harder now. Like that's the mindset that Sark's going to have. That's what he's going to tell this fan base to have. You guys need to think like us. This should be the expectation here. So if Texas is lucky enough to win one this year, next year, whatever, I think the gen pop of Longhorn fans are going to be wanting more.
And BK, I'm going to go to some of the comments here really quick. Using PK's laptop, this might not be as quick as I am on mine, but nevertheless, what David Keith Williams stood out to me. He said, I was a Texas fan watching him go from losing the national championship to Alabama, going 5-7. He was a fan when they were 5-7, 2015, 2016. But the flip side of that is I was still viewing Texas as a potential championship program. And I think that's fair, right? As our guy Scott just dropped a couple pies, so definitely want to make sure we show those off to the audience here in a second. But I'll quickly finish this point.
Sure.
I think that's fair, right? Is if you're Florida State, for example, who are going through a horrendous year, or whomever it may be, USC, Penn State, some of these perennial programs, it's fair to still view your team as a perennial national champion. Miami, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I would hope, again, just to kind of cap this, because I'm going to transition after we show some of these great pies off, to Quinn Ewers and kind of how his legacy, because we had a chance to talk with Quinn on Monday for the first time in a few weeks. Thank you to shout to QB1 showing up.
There we go.
And
senior day. I know he didn't say it was going to be his last home game, but it's going to be his last home game, barring a playoff game.
Barring a playoff game.
Yep.
But that's kind of the prism that I think you can view it through is, hey, we should be competing for national championships, but when this string of success happens, appreciate. And that's all I say.
Yeah, and like it's sometimes tough, right? But you got to remember that college football is so cyclical.
Yes.
Right? Like it feels like Georgia's been on top of the sport forever. They haven't been. They haven't been. Like it feels like Alabama, right? Nick Saban with the dynasty that he put together.
Right.
Got to remember, like before he got there, Bama was in like a couple of decade era of suck.
Yes.
You know, Oklahoma with Bob Stoops, they were always winning conference championships and always in the mix. You know, John Blake in the 90s, it was a disaster there.
Right.
So it's cyclical. You don't want to hear that. And I wasn't alive at that point. None of that shit matters to me. I only care about the here and now.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like this sport is cyclical with everybody. Texas fans have obviously seen it a ton. And it does, at least it should, make you appreciate when times are good, because we don't have to go that far back. Some places, like Alabama, it's been a while.
Right.
Some places, like Texas, you got to go back 3 years. We were talking about rock bottom in Steve Sarkeesian's first year. We weren't sure if he was the right guy. That was 3 seasons ago. So everybody alive like remembers what it's like to not be good. And hopefully that is giving most of Longhorn Nation the perspective to sit back and just take a moment to enjoy and appreciate what's happening.
Listen, that's just, I hate to be sentimental, but just as a life kind of perspective, right? To make sure you take a minute to smell the roses, because it moves fast, right? It moves fast, and you never know when you may have that stretch again. All right, BK, do you want to show some of these pies real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Scott and the team at Via 313. We've got a Detroiter here.
Oh,
I already know.
We listen, we know the name. That's the Cadillac right there. That's my guy right there. We know the name.
We've been here enough. We've eaten enough of this pie.
I'll give BK a head. Yeah.
We got this whole menu down pat.
I mean, come on.
Look, we'd love to see y'all between now and 1 o'clock, but if you can't make it here for lunch today, come to Via 313. They've got more than 10 locations around the Austin area now, so there's bound to be one near you. Fantastic pie. They've got the desserts. They've got the full bar. Oh, look at this. We got another pie.
Come on. This is the MVP.
The
right?
MVP.
The MVP. There you go. The one at the seasonal pizzas we're talking about. The pesto, amazing. When it's hot right out the oven, it is fantastic. Go ahead, BK.
Yeah, they're not messing around. They've got some seasonal drinks, the brown sugar hot toddy, the Mexi Mint hot chocolate. They've got the seasonal desserts as well, the hubcap treat. Like, just get here. Just get here.
Come on down.
We were talking about Via 313 before we even started doing these shows, so we're not just ad whores here. Okay, we love this place. We eat here all the time, and if you haven't tried it yet, you're missing out.
Listen, we are not just ad whores, as I think was evidenced by the fact that we just gave the spiel right there. Right, we knew them. We know the names.
Oh yeah,
we know the names.
Like, it's not just from these shows either. Like
correct.
We're coming here on our own time as well. So yeah, coming to Via 313. Once again, if you come see us today, we've got a $50 gift card for you. But if you can't make it out, you're working, whatever. At some point soon, get to a Via 313 near you.
It's a fantastic location, full bar. I mean, anything you could ask for. Great atmosphere.
Oh, look, they're showing the Cowboys Texans game. That's great.
That's probably the only downside. I mean, before I get to Quinn, I will ask, because Keenan is a DFW guy, but he very much hides his Cowboy fandom. He's like, oh, it's fourth. Okay, I get it. All right, I don't get to have the Cowboy talk with him, but BK. At a certain point, is it just this is Jets-like how comical it is?
Well, that's okay. So this is a good segue for the UT conversation we were just having, because like with Texas, I'm old enough to remember some glory days of Texas football.
Correct.
Like I was 11 when they won it all. But I remember that game and a lot of the 05 season, and I remember the Colt era pretty vividly. Even though Texas didn't win one with Colt, they were always in the mix. Everybody knows this stuff. I don't have that with Cowboys.
Right.
So I can't look back at the good old days because I wasn't a part of the good old days. Right. So it's apathy, I think, is a word I would use to describe. Now, I'm not one of those fans who's like, oh, I'm never going to care about the Cowboys. No, I like the Cowboys. I still watch every Sunday. I'm going to watch the rest of the year. But like I've accepted that they're not going to win a championship while the owner is still alive. So I'll really be bought back in when Jerry Jones croaks, as bad as that might sound. That's like I'll have no faith that the Cowboys can make something happen until that guy is no longer a part of the team, and it feels like the only way that happens is if that guy is no longer a part of this earth.
It's sad to say, and here's the analogy I will use, right? So as I mentioned, grew up a Buck fan. I am not old enough to really remember the poor Buck days, right? Mm-hmm. I'm talking about, the stretch from 80 I think 83 to like 96 or something like that.
The creamsicle era.
Creamsicle era when they didn't win more than 5 games a year. I'm not really old enough to remember that, but they had an owner by the name of Hugh Culverhouse. I only know that because his family's so very legendary in Tampa. And there were a lot of fans who felt the same way. It's like, unless that dude sells the team or passes away, what are we going to do? And what ended up happening was, rest in peace, he passed away.
Yep.
The Glazers who own, Man U and all that stuff bought the team, and the rest is history.
It's like you just need an owner who can check his or her ego at the door. So I was doing radio in Houston when the Texans were the biggest joke in the NFL. Right? They were the worst team in the league basically 3 years in a row. They had the Deshaun Watson scandal. They were hiring and firing head coaches like they were changing clothes. And everybody was like, Cal McNair's got to sell the team. We're never going to win while Cal McNair is the owner of the team.
Yeah.
And Cal McNair's like, I would still like to own this team, but let me change some things. Let me listen to the fans. Let me look around at what other teams are doing. Let me change the way I operate, and we'll see if it works. So he lets go of Jack Easterby. He lets go of Bill O'Brien. He brings in Nick Caserio. They ultimately hired D'Amico Ryans, and boom, like you see how quick the turnaround can happen. So like if Jerry Jones were to just hire a general manager and like step aside for a little bit, you feel like things could change. Houston's a prime example of that, but because it's Jerry, nobody expects that to happen. The same thing with your burger house guy, whatever the hell you called him.
well, okay, BK, something that's interesting, because when I talk sports, I like to broaden it out to life, because so many times, like, we view sports as such a unique thing, but really it's just all just a microcosm of day-to-day stuff we're doing. So I'm going to bring it to you, and I apologize for going into journalist mode, but this is who I am.
Bring it.
BK, you own a business, right? And you could very well say, I'm going to be hands-on in every facet of this business, but I can say, as someone who works for you, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, are like, hey, I'm going to hire people. I'm going to expect them to be professionals. I'm going to put them in position to have success, and then go do that. And then I'll reevaluate if this is not working out. I would assume, especially, listen, you're not a billionaire, best I know.
I'm not. I can tell you that.
As best I know.
Yep.
For someone like you, who would have all the reason in the world to just be hands-on with everything, understanding the value of, I have to trust the fact that I'm putting people in position to carry out what I believe is best for the broader good.
Sure.
Like that, I think that's a unique perspective that somehow this man for the past 30 years hasn't been able to grasp.
Oh, the raise is coming your way, Eric. Thanks for the kind words. But look, I won't compare what we're doing here to the Dallas Cowboys.
It's not quite apples and apples.
But yeah, it's one of those things. Like I want to correct something you said, because you said you work for me. No, you work with me. We all work together. We all. Sure. This is like Texas Sports Unfiltered is all of us, and it's not just the host. It's everybody who tunes in every single day. So we're all part of this thing, and like trust is a big part of that. So yeah, it's a trust thing. It's an ego thing, and these guys are billionaires. It's, I guess, a little different for them. And Jerry Jones has been successful in just about every business venture that he's had. And look, he owns the most valuable sports franchise in sports. So like from a business owner standpoint, he's doing about as good of a job as he possibly can, because he's generating more profit than any other owner in sports. But that's not what the fans care about. The fans are frustrated. And at times, or at least right now, it's starting to feel like the Cowboys are just a front for the rest of the Jones business operations. Like it just feels like they care about the other stuff more than they care about the actual football team. And that's why people don't believe they're going to turn it around as long as that guy's involved.
It's all, great points, and it's a nice segue into kind of transitioning to get back to Texas here, because I see some of the comments here starting to talk about it. The second part, BK, of that conversation about being appreciative of Texas's success now, I think, is Quinn Ewers, right? I am, and I wrote this on a column. My weekly 4 Downs column drops Wednesday morning, usually by 8 a.m. over at horns247.com. I wrote it to kind of lead that 4 Downs column that Quinn Ewers deserves better. And this was part 2 of those feelings for me, because I wrote a first part of it earlier in the year. This was before, quite frankly, he'd gotten hurt, before the whole Arch Manning deal. I just thought, when you talked about Arch coming in and the Heisman odds and all that stuff, that was one thing. BK, we're talking about a 21, 22-year-old kid who is a Texas native, and has been the quarterback of this team over their best 2-year stretch since, as we talked about, the late 2000s.
Sure.
He didn't sign with Texas, or transfer to Texas, I should say, knowing that Arch Manning is going to be the backup. I looked at the commitment dates, and there was a little bit of gap there.
Yeah.
The way that this kid has handled this thing, I counted after Texas's win at Arkansas, 11 articles from these aggregate sites who, cover the team from their laptop 1,500 miles away and just are looking for headlines and clicks. Quinn Ewers trending to be replaced. Archman, and it's like, his job's in jeopardy. I said who? Steve's never said his job was in jeopardy, even after he pulled Quinn Ewers in the Georgia game. The last point I'll make before I pass to you for your thoughts. Sure. Again, I'm genuinely curious is Quinn, I hope his legacy as a Texas quarterback is looked upon fondly in 10 years. And quite frankly, I hope it's looked upon fondly tomorrow, or what's today? Thursday, Saturday.
Right.
To be quite frank.
It should be right now. We shouldn't have to wait till Saturday.
Right. I hope that, BK, I'll pass you on this. I hope Quinn doesn't have to, and we'll see if he takes part in senior day festivities because, is it junior, doesn't have to. But I just hope Quinn gets one rousing ovation on Saturday, because it's probably going to be the last time he takes the field in orange and white in Austin.
He could, but if Texas is up 4 touchdowns and Arch gets put into the game in the fourth quarter, he'll get a louder one.
But you're not lying. That's the truth.
I know.
That's the truth.
And, man, it's crazy. Like, look, Quinn Ewers should already be held in very high regard by Texas fans because he's in the stadium.
Yeah.
That conference championship year will stay there forever, right? And as great as Sam Ehlinger was, and as great as a lot of Texas quarterbacks have been over the history of this program, not everybody has something they did in the stadium, and it will stay there forever. So the fact that Quinn won a conference championship is a big deal. The fact that he was the first Texas quarterback in 14 years to win one's a big deal. And, oh, by the way, it was the last one in the Big 12, which made it even more special. So that Quinn could have left after last year, and I think his legacy should have already been held very high by Texas fans. But this year, too, I mean, we'll obviously see there's still 2 games left in the regular season, but Texas is able to win both of these games. I mean, just Texas fans, we all heard it for really 3 years, but even longer than that. If Texas is in the SEC, they're never going to.
Yeah.
They don't know what it's like.
Yeah.
They've got no shot. That's cool. You can compete in the Big 12. You're not going to do it in this league. It just means more here. If Quinn Ewers is able to lead Texas to the SEC championship in year 1, obviously if he wins it, that's another thing in the rafters at DKR. Goes without saying what that should do for his legacy. Just getting there is a huge deal. So, yeah, there's an immense amount of pressure on Quinn Ewers, right? Immense. Some of it he brought on himself.
Right, of course.
The fact that he left high school early to take $1 million NIL deal at Ohio State.
Fair game.
That's part of it.
Yes.
The fact that he's the deputy of Fansville.
Yeah.
I don't blame him for saying no to that. Everybody would say yes to that. But that's part of it, right? So some of it he brought on himself, but Eric, the most popular person on campus is always the backup quarterback. It's a little different when it's a Manning who's the backup quarterback. So that just makes it a whole nother level to where, everything Quinn does wrong. If it's a bad play, it's like, well, Arch wouldn't have done that, even though we don't have any idea.
Right.
That's what it is. So that's part of the unfair part of being Quinn Ewers right now, that you've got to deal with all of the pressure that goes into being the starting quarterback at the University of Texas. And that comes regardless of NIL money, but you've got all the NIL stuff on top of it. And, oh, by the way, Arch Manning's your backup. So it's everyone has forget a magnifying glass. It's a damn telescope people are using to look at everything that Quinn Ewers does. I think he's handled it incredibly well, but it's understandable that at times that might rattle a 21, 22-year-old kid a little bit.
BK, if you want the really hot takey, clickbaity radio conversation, this is the one. If Quinn Ewers takes his team to an SEC title, and for whatever reason they don't win a national title, and then the next quarterback, the guy by the name of Manning, takes him to a national title, that's the one where it's like you almost wonder where Quinn fits in and being sandwiched in between that. You know what I'm saying?
It's a great point. And I think that's one of those things, if that does happen, it'll take time. I think in the short term, it'll be like, God, we should have started Arch earlier. We could have had 2 of these.
Right.
I think over time it will be like, No, Quinn was the guy that got us out of the abyss.
Yes.
We were wandering in the forests for a long time, and because of that guy, we were able to get out of it, and that just spearheaded this title run that Texas, in your hypothetical, is on. So, yeah, that would make it a complicated legacy in the short term, but I think, once again, eventually Texas fans will be able to be like, nah, Quinn did a lot of really, really good things for us. Even though he couldn't quite take us to the promised land, he's still very important, and he should be held in very high regard.
It reminds me, I can point to 3 teams from the Sunshine State, my home state, right, in terms of, let's start with Florida. You know, Chris Leak. People forget that Chris Leak was the quarterback before Tim Tebow. That kind of guided them out of the end of the Spurrier tenure through the little, kind of waves, and then got them back with Urban Meyer at success, right? You can say the same thing with all of the quarterbacks pre-Jameis. You're talking about E.J. Manuel and Christian Ponder, like first-round picks. Now, neither of them should have been first-round picks. That's a whole other discussion.
Sam Ponder should have been a first-round pick.
Listen, that's a first-round pick.
Oh, my God.
That is a first-round pick indeed, my friend.
But Quinn's better than those guys. Like, he might not go as high in the draft as those dudes, but, like, Quinn has done more for Texas than those guys did at their respective schools. So that's where it's like, I mean, I think the smart Texas fan can realize right now how important Quinn has been to Texas. But it's, I guess, would be complicated if Texas comes up a little bit short and then the successor has that success you're talking about. That murks the waters a little bit. But I don't know. I'm a Quinn guy, always have been. Has he been as good as I wanted him to be this year? No. The inconsistencies, it's frustrating. And you thought by the end of year 3 at Texas and the end of year 4 in college, you wouldn't quite see this as much. I said it earlier this week, Eric, like the peaks are elite.
Yeah.
The valleys are they're too low. They're too low for where I'd like for them to be. But like, shout out Bob Alou, our guy at KI, CBS Austin, whatever they're calling themselves this week. He's 13th in the country in completion percentage, 16th in passing touchdowns despite missing 2.5 games, 18th in passing efficiency, 21 touchdowns to 6 picks. So, like, for all the complaining there's been and all of the telescope searching there's been for Quinn Ewers' flaws, he hasn't been that Heisman guy. He hasn't been that 1-1 draft guy, but he's still been really, really good, and he's a big part of why Texas is 9-1 right now.
I'm going to come to SD's comment in a second, but just to kind of piggyback off what you said there, that is the thing for me that I can understand some of the, even, last week against Arkansas, right? It's like, this is a third-year guy. Some of the things that happened, you'd hope shouldn't have happened, but to your point, it's never horrible, right? The worst we've seen of Quinn, at least I've seen, because I wasn't here for 22. But the worst I've seen of Quinn was the Georgia game, right? Where he just looked like, oh my gosh, like what is going on?
Mm-hmm.
But even then, we still rebounded to have a fairly decent second half and a decent game. You said Quinn has never been that guy who just, oh man, he's horrible. And I think Texas fans, quite frankly, talking about the lack of success in terms of wins and losses, well, do I need to say Tyrone Swoops or some of the other guys as well?
Well, that's I'll keep this comment up on the screen. But SD also says, I would argue Sark has gotten Texas out of the sunken place. I mean, of course, the head coach deserves the most credit, right? Like, there's no doubt about that. But like with Sark's with Tyrone Swoops, sorry. It ain't happening. I know Sark's the QB whisperer, whatever. But if you have some of the quarterbacks that Texas has had in the last 12 years that we were talking about, then you ain't winning the Big 12 last year, and you ain't 9-1, number 3 in the country in the SEC this year.
Yeah, just real quick to SD's comment, he said Q is Taj Boyd for Watson. I hope that's not the case, because
Q's better than Taj Boyd, and Taj Boyd was fun to watch. There's no doubt, and did some good things for Clemson and kind of got them back on track. But like, did Taj make the playoff or national championship? It might have been before the playoff era.
Yeah.
But like he wasn't doing what Quinn is doing right now. So I get the comparison. I get the metaphor. Right. There are some names out there, but I don't know if there's a perfect comp because Quinn has done a lot more for Texas than any of the 4 or 5 names that we've brought up so far.
Undoubtedly. And again, some of this conversation can wait till the offseason because I will say, BK, when I wrote the piece that's up on the site now, the biggest talking point from the boards, our message boards, were, well, can't Quinn come back? And I mean, that's wishful thinking in my mind. He sure as hell ain't signed up for another year of this.
No, he's not coming back. And even though, once again, this hasn't quite been the year that he wanted, look, it can all change over the next month or two.
Absolutely.
Like,
he puts together some great performances.
And it's going to be good teams. People have been saying, Texas hadn't played anybody. Well, they're about to play the A&M defense next week. If they win that game and this game, they'll be playing Alabama, Georgia, somebody really good in the SEC title game. And then if you make the playoff, needless to say, you're going to be playing against some very good defenses. So if Quinn is able to put together some good stuff on film and great statistical performances, then, hey, he's going to end up being a first-round pick. I know there have been a lot of times this year where it's like, really? But all that matters for him is the next month or two, and obviously the pre-draft process as well after the season's over. But if he can finish this year strong, like I don't think J.J. McCarthy was a first, like a top 10 pick at this point in the season. Yeah. He goes on a run, gets hot late, Michigan wins it all. Everyone sees him play well. Boom, he goes in the top 10. That was in a much better quarterback class too last year than what we have this year. It's all still out in front of Quinn Ewers. Hopefully the consistency shows up, because I could see him going for 4 touchdowns this week, and then A&M, it's like, what's going on with Quinn? But it's all out there in front of him, man.
BK, I am not trying to project anything. However, whenever I get to the stadium, you set the scene, get that tweet out, and then I note the scouts that are there. Mm-hmm. The New York Giants have shown up to every single Texas home game.
How about that?
Right?
Well, Quinn's better than Daniel Jones right now. So
to kind of piggyback off of your point and further your point about everything's in front of him, and he could easily be a first-round pick. There are teams who are in the market for quarterbacks who have shown up to Texas games to scout, and that's a very real possibility. We know the NFL values quarterback play, right? There always are going to be a quarterback or two who probably shouldn't go in the first round.
Of course.
Who go?
But you need them. Yeah, you can't win in the NFL without a quarterback. So teams will take risks. They'll be reckless with it. Nobody knows. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes wouldn't have fallen to the 10th pick if everyone knew how good he was going to be, right? Like Aaron Rodgers wouldn't have fallen as far as he fell. Tom Brady's obviously the prime example. Well, they picked 199. So it's a crapshoot. Teams get reckless, and that could help Quinn. But I want it to be a situation where Quinn has earned that. I don't want it to be like, oh, shit, there's so many bad teams without quarterbacks. They're just hoping. Like I want it to be, Quinn got hot. He showed all of this stuff. Hey, the footwork's there. He's not making bad decisions. He looks comfortable in the pocket. Maybe expecting that as a stretch at this point. But I would love for that to be the case here.
You don't want it to be the Mac Jones where you're looking like, wait, me?
Yeah.
Me? Oh, okay.
You sure?
You saw how quick Mac Jones put on that hat and strode to the. It's like, wait a minute.
I'm that guy. You want me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mac Jones put on that hat so quickly and strode up there to the podium.
Hey, I'll say this about Mac Jones, man. Even though his NFL career hasn't been good, I was going to say great, but that's not close.
Yeah.
Look at he's another example in the Stark offense.
Correct.
Like Mac Jones is fat.
4,500 yards.
Mac Jones is a bit.
He's a big.
He was a 3-star out of high school.
Yes.
That guy was on the bench for his first few years at Alabama. You see a picture of him without a shirt on, and it's like, oh, no thanks. And then he put it together. It was kind of the whole 2020 season for him. But, of course, at the end, they win it all. He puts up great numbers. Everyone sees it, and he ends up being a top half of the first-round pick. That guy doesn't have the talent that Quinn Ewers has.
No, that is undoubtedly. Mac Jones, I laugh when you said, he's a big boy. Mac Jones from Jacksonville, man. And Mac Jones reminds me of just that good old boy from Jacksonville who eats Waffle House twice a day because trust me, there are no shortages of Waffle Houses and Charlie's.
My kind of place
in Jacksonville. Oh, hey, BK, my hotel in Fayetteville, right next to it, Waffle House. I said, you know what? I'll be all right. I at least got Waffle House for breakfast.
Did you go?
Oh yeah,
just making sure.
I'm a Waffle House guy.
Oh, you have to be.
What's the order?
Well, I'll tell you what. I did the Waffle House challenge at one point, and that really effed with me. But I'm a chocolate chip waffle guy. I'm doing All-Star Special always.
Okay.
I'm getting chocolate chip waffle for the waffle. Doing scattered, smothered, and covered with the hash browns and scrambled eggs. Sometimes I'll go over medium, but we'll go scrambled eggs to keep it safe. We'll go with the bacon. And what am I missing here? Toast?
Yeah, a little toast.
A little butter toast. Not a big jam guy.
Okay.
Don't jelly me. Don't jam anything in me either. But yeah, All-Star Special. You can't go wrong with it.
Listen, first off, you got to get the hash browns, right?
Have to.
And I will say this, I'm a big believer, BK, just sidebar here, right? I usually eat pretty strict, but it's one of those things where if you can't take the fat, don't eat the Twinkie, right? Because a friend of mine goes and gets the steamed hash browns. I'm like, come on.
What is that?
You can ask. Did you know that? You can ask for the hash brown steam.
No,
because
I have 2 balls.
Right. It's like
I'm not asking for that.
This is a dude. It's just like, yo, can I get the steamed hash browns. I'm like, you can't take the fat. Don't eat the 20.
What are you doing at Waffle House?
What are you
Trying to be healthy at Waffle House?
No, indulge.
You're gonna get a side salad.
Treat yourself, man. Indulge. But yeah, got to go smothered and covered. Got to get of course a waffle. I'm a plain waffle guy. Sausage. I'll go sausage over bacon.
Okay.
And I'll go scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs with some toast. Can't go wrong with that. Richard Rodriguez said, should y'all be talking about another restaurant while doing a remote broadcast and sponsored restaurant? Well, here's the thing. If you just saw BK, if you've been listening, Richard, and I'm not picking on you, BK and I are consumers of the Via 313.
I would also say that those are not two restaurants that are in competition.
They are not in competition.
You're never. Oh, we got desserts too.
Yeah.
Scott's being too good to us right now. You're not ever in a moment in time where you're deciding between Via 313 and Waffle House. So we're okay on that.
We are not shouting out another location. Oh, go ahead, bring that up. We got to shout that out.
We need these on camera. Yeah. These might be the seasonal guys. Are these the seasonal ones? All right, here. Pop on a headset here, Scott. We got Scott from Via 313 with us. Because Richard is questioning our morals.
Yes,
I know jokingly,
yes.
Richard, we're giving you a hard time. We've got Scott here from Via 313 with us. You brought 3 pies.
How y'all doing?
We're doing great. Good to see you as always.
About 3 pies, 3 cookies. Got a full meal for y'all here.
This is like 4 full meals for us here.
Hey, yeah.
This is incredible. So
hey,
tell us.
We like to keep people well fed here.
There we go.
Feeding the hungry. It's good work.
Oh yeah, you guys do a great job of it. So we talked about the Detroiter, the MVP, and the Cadillac. What we've got here, but now you brought dessert. What do we have here for the folks tuned in right now?
For folks tuned in over here, we've got this is our holiday hubcap trio. Really get you in the spirit of the season and everything. So this is a sugar cookie with candy cane crumbles on top of it. Real getting a bit of that Christmassy spirit, real sugary, candy caney, all the good stuff. Basically just what I listed off there.
Yep.
It's gonna be. Then we've also got we've got a hot cocoa cookie here for y'all. Really keeping you warm and fresh and everything for that season.
You got marshmallows in there? Is that what's going on with the hot cocoa? Nice.
Got marshmallows, chocolate, everything. Everything you want in it.
Okay.
And of course, nothing says Christmas like a red velvet cake, with some more marshmallows in there for y'all. Real good stuff. Here, I don't know if they can see that.
They got it. They got it, man.
It's right there. Getting a good money shot out of it here.
And you can get these with a scoop of ice cream on top, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Get that good, Pizookie energy going on it.
I like that. Are you allowed to say that? Yeah. That's not a
copyright infringement.
I actually have no idea. I've been telling that to nearly everybody, so I sure hope not.
Everybody knows what it is. So that's
hubcap.
These are hubcaps though,
the holiday hubcap trio. Yeah, peppermint sugar, red velvet, and hot cocoa. The 3 flavors. These things they're dangerous. I mean, the pizza. That's all you really need here. But this place gets slept on for it's not pizza.
Oh my god, absolutely, dude. We've got such fine desserts here, and the apps that we got and everything. Ironic, weirdly enough, I myself not much of a cheese bread person, but if y'all are the Brussels sprouts here are so good.
Yeah.
And I feel people just avoid it because people just got a natural antagonism or whatever towards vegetables for some reason. But oh my god, they're so killer, y'all.
They're good.
It's good stuff. And the artichokes with that marinara and everything.
I don't think we've tried. We've had the Brussels sprouts here. And I'm not a Brussels sprout guy, but here I downed that whole bowl that you gave us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The artichokes, I'm not a huge artichokes guy, but I feel like you guys would find a way to make it happen.
It's not even an artichoke dip or anything. It's artichoke hearts that are shredded up, and then we've got that are sitting on top of a layer of marinara with some Parmesan on top of that. It is oh my God, it's really good.
That is
real
awesome.
Good stuff.
So are you guys closed on Thanksgiving, I assume, but open most of next week?
We're gonna be open most of next week. We're gonna be closed on Thanksgiving proper. Those are hours here, and then it's just regular store hours beyond that.
Back to normal. There you go. Well, yeah, come out and see Scott, see the whole team at the Bee Cave location of Via 313. Just go to any Via 313.
Let's go.
More than 10 locations around the Austin area, so one's got to be close. But this one holds a special place in our hearts. Come say hi to Scott. See him.
Feeding the hungry. It's what we do.
That's what
here.
You do.
It's the important stuff.
And we're journalists. We're always hungry.
Right. Listen, we're always hungry. That's the deal.
It's
part of the job.
Well, Scott, thanks for stopping by, man, and for having us as always.
Thank you for having me on here.
Appreciate it. Y'all come see Scott and the crew at Via 313 And yeah, the holiday hubcap trio. Y'all make sure to try at least one, if not all three of those things.
I got to go to this comment real quick because here's the thing, BK. Come on down. We're offering $50 gift cards.
You say you can't afford via 313. We're literally giving you a meal right here.
Hey, listen, as someone who has had a couple of these gift cards here, you get yourself a nice personal pizza, some of the vegetables you're talking about, and a dessert, all within the $50 gift card that BK is trying to give away. So
I'm getting into your personal life here. You ever taken a date to via 313? No one's worthy of it.
Well, I mean, listen, if a date is not good with via 313, she ain't good enough for me.
No,
simple as that.
That's well said.
Simple as that.
Yeah, I've been around with plenty of girls who are not worthy of this place. Like, I don't like you enough to take you
to via.
here. Yeah,
that's
a big thing.
That's the key.
I like that.
You know what? Jake, actually, when we saw Jake, shout out to Jake Bayless. He came through the remote at what was the spot?
Harwood Tavern.
Harwood Tavern.
Dallas, yep.
He came by and he actually said this there. He was like, via 313 in DFW someday, please. So for the powers that be, you heard it here. BK, before we get out of here,
sure.
Two quick topics. One, I did kind of just want to wax poetically because one of the things I enjoy about doing these live shows with you is I can tell, we both just guys love sports. It's as simple as that for us. I'm curious, BK, what's kind of, the most appreciative thing you have about being able to make a living in sports over the past, how many years you've been able to do this? Because sometimes I just take a step back and it's like, this thought crossed my mind because someone asked me about the travel. I got the ticket on the way. I think you know this. I got a ticket from heading to Fayetteville.
Yeah.
So, landed in Tulsa, drove over, got the ticket, stop flights, 5 a.m., the whole deal. And someone was asking, like, does that ever get tiring? And sure, it does. Mm-hmm. But guess what, BK? You want to know what I'd be doing if I wasn't covering Texas and Arkansas and I was back in Florida?
Yeah.
I'd be watching the game, waiting until UCF or whatnot. Like, if I wasn't covering midweek basketball, I'd be watching some basketball.
That's the thing. Like, I've been asked, and I'm sure you have too, like, if you weren't doing this, what would you be doing? And I don't know. Like, I'd figure it out. Like,
Right.
I'd have to, of course.
To.
I got bills to pay, but like, I don't know. I'm not even sure I'm good at this, but I know I'm not really good at anything else. So it's like, it's fun, man. I mean, I get to pinch myself every morning, and it was a dream of mine growing up, as I'm sure it was for you. Like, I was a kid like every other kid. I wanted to play sports professionally. I was fortunate enough to realize early on it just wasn't going to happen.
Right.
That sucks that it wasn't going to happen. But like, I saw Shaq on TV, and I looked at the mirror, and I'm like, I just don't think it's going to happen. So, and I found out I was a big sports radio kid growing up in Dallas, and just found out those guys got paid. I thought I was like, it's just guys getting together and they're chopping it up. They're having fun, and then they go to work.
Yeah.
Like, oh, shit, those guys get paid?
Yeah.
And then I was like, it was on after that. So it's all I've wanted to do. It's all I'm half decent at in this life. And, yeah, man, I'm sure there are moments where I take it for granted because I'm guilty of that, and I think we're all guilty of taking what we love in this life for granted. But it's fun, man. I couldn't imagine doing anything different.
I always try and take a minute pregame, usually during the national anthem. It's usually either during or like right before it. I just try to, all right, forget about everything work related for 30 seconds. Just look around. I've got a ticket to Texas football.
Yeah.
Texas basketball, whatever it may be. And like I said, even though I'm not a Texan, I ain't a Texas fan. I was that kid, BK, who, we talked about athletic careers, and I had a chance to play, Division II football until I realized at that point, okay, they weren't just sleeping on me.
Yep.
Florida State was not just sleeping on me.
No, they didn't know.
They didn't know, right? They weren't just sleeping on me. Like they knew. I just didn't know.
Whatever,
right?
man.
So it's time to actually start, getting the career going. But I would be watching Texas football. I was that kid who grew up watching, Jeff and I were talking about last week, the Jefferson Pilot Raycom, sports game of the week, right? Between Arkansas and Vandy, right? Like, I'd be watching that game. That's what I would be doing if I weren't getting paid for this. So it's just one of those things. I was like, what? I'd love to bounce that off BK because I feel like I have similar sensibilities.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's fun to think about from time to time. And you have those moments like, sometimes I'm like, this job sucks, and I'm doing too much of this, and I'm not getting to do enough of that, or I'm not making enough, or whatever. And then it's like I hear somebody else talk about their job, and I'm like, thank God I'm not doing that. You know, I couldn't imagine doing that. No disrespect to anybody listening. But it's just different strokes for different folks. And that's a moment for me where it's like, oh man, I'm glad I have these problems.
And no doubt about it. The final thing I want to get with you before we pass it off to Chip and Zay, they will take it from 1 to 3 p.m. Just, your feelings around this game, because every time I look at it, the reason, and Jeff and Jordan were talking about to the tail end of their show, the reason I can't talk myself into any sort of Kentucky victory, because they've set offensive football back several decades with the way they're playing. They might as well have leather helmets on.
Yep.
However, I think this is something like, and we'll give our predictions, for TSU Unfiltered and whatnot. It kind of feels like a 28-7 type of game to me, 28-3. What's your feeling? You have to give a score, but your feeling around this game.
Yeah, the one thing about Kentucky that scares me is that they have played their best football in their biggest games.
Yeah.
Right? And, they played Georgia to 1 point. They beat Ole Miss in Oxford. I went back and watched the Kentucky-Tennessee game last night, and that was a 3-point game with like 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. So they got boat raced by Florida. How was that possible? We saw Florida. They lost to Vanderbilt. They lost to Auburn. That's Auburn's only SEC win of the season. Auburn couldn't even beat OU. That's how bad they suck. But like whenever they play good teams, they've shown up. And I lied. I said there's one thing that scares me. The other thing that scares me, not into a Texas loss, but into this game maybe being closer than we would like, Kentucky's basically had 2 bye weeks in a row. They had a bye week, and then they played FCS Murray State.
Right?
And they rested a lot of starters in that game. The starters that did play were out of the game by halftime or at the latest midway through the third quarter. So they're healthier than they've been in a while. They've basically had 3 weeks to game plan for Texas. So those are the things to where it's like, it's the trap game for Texas in between 2 rivals. And Kentucky, they need this to keep their bowl hopes alive, but also they've had nothing else to think about for the last 2 weeks. So I'm at 14-17 right now, so not quite at a Texas cover. I have a tough time finding ways where Kentucky scores. It's got to be a defensive touchdown for them to get more than 14, I think. And I don't even know if they can get to 14 on offense alone. But long-winded way to say, feel confident in a Texas win. But I really want this to be a statement hey, Georgia only beat them by 1. We beat them by 28. Hey, they beat Ole Miss. You think Ole Miss is better than us? We just beat them by 28. I'd love for it to be that type of game.
No, it's interesting. We didn't get to a ton of college football playoff ranking stuff. Of course, that dropped Tuesday. But to your point, you would like to see some sort of statement victory, right? Whenever I get asked, and I do these, terrestrial radio spots on other SEC cities, I'm always, they talk about, oh man, Texas and the strength of schedule and whatnot. And I am very passionate about that conversation, because all I've been told over the past decade and a half, BK, as you've been told, we all have been told it, is that it just means more. Yeah. And at the SEC, the 5th, 6th, 7th place SEC team could go win the Big 12 or go win the Pac-12 or whatnot. And now all of a sudden, this is the year where it's no.
Haven't played anybody.
Yeah. No. We just saw, to the point of parity, Florida, after a week after getting straight destroyed by Texas, comes back, beats LSU. We've seen what Kentucky's done. We've seen what Vandy's done. We've seen South Carolina, a team that, quite frankly, I thought Shane Beamer was just rambling on for the sake of rambling on at SEC Media Days. He's very long-winded, self-admittedly. So I'm not clowning Shane. His program, has risen up this year and done some things. That's everything you want to see, right? In terms of the SEC mythology. So to that point, a way to wipe all of that away is win impressively. Win with the style points, right? And Steve Sarkeesian actually was asked this question on Monday. We can bring on the guys here in a second, but Steve was asked this question, hey, what's your thought process as far as maybe getting a couple extra touchdowns here or there? And he said he believes in playing the right way, right? And I can appreciate that. Yeah. I will say this. I do wonder if this still were, say, the BCS era.
Oh, yeah.
In which you knew, score margin mattered. Because I remember some games where some teams were like, no, the computer's got to see a win. So
Quinn's playing more than 2.5 quarters against Florida if we're in the BCS era.
So we're chucking it, right? Yep. So, but that's the only way in my mind, to what your point was about taking care of business, that you send the message about, well, we didn't play anybody, but we made them look like X.
Well said. All right, quick shout out to Parallel Lending and a shout out to Sleep Cycle Center. Love both of those partnerships and the work that both of them do. We promote Parallel Lending and Sleep Cycle Center all the time. So y'all make sure to give them and all of our sponsors some love here as we bring on the guys. It's Chip, it's Zay. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
What's happening? What's up,
Not
fellas?
much. We're just about to house some via 313 pizza.
Got to do that.
Oh,
Big deal.
so good.
Yeah, you got your Lions hat. I feel like you should be eating some of this Detroit style pie, Chip.
I know.
Well, that damn Lions head is glued to his head. You know, it's affixed to his head. It never comes off. So,
you know, it's funny. I didn't see that for the first like 5 or 6 years I knew Chip, and now all of a sudden, the last 2 years,
it's affixed to his head.
Hang on, what's going on here?
He's like
Chip?
he's like Axel Foley. He's got to wear the Lions jacket, right? It's
Yeah.
the same thing. You know.
My wife will tell a funny story.
Oh, here we go. Where we going, Chip?
Because I have a ton of hats, and I have a condo where we store stuff. And I'm like, where the hell's my Lions hat? And we had to go dig it out of the stuff in the storage.
Oh man.
Zay, real quick, you know, this may be a bit of an inside joke between the two of us, but boy, can't hide money. That man said he got a condo where he stores stuff.
Yeah, stun on us a little bit.
Can't hide money, can you, brother? Cannot hide money, bro.
Yeah, you don't need this free pizza from
Yeah, he's like,
VHL.
I got a condo where I store. Hey, listen, I'm just trying to be at the Chip Brown estate, brother. That's all I'm trying to be at.
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah. Where the house parties at? We were talking house parties last week. We should throw some shindigs, man.
Yeah, I want some stories.
Zay, when
I
I
want some
first
stories about the house parties. Y'all are the young bucks out there.
Zay, when I first met Chip was like, yo, man, come on by, man. We got to have people by the pool, house party. I ain't got an invite since. Man.
Hey, I haven't gotten an invite.
Okay, that is fair.
Touche. Goodness gracious.
No.
Oh man, what's coming up for you guys today?
Oh man. Well, we'll be talking about Quinn Ewers and the fact that a couple sources close to Quinn say he's expected to enter the 2025 NFL draft. I wrote about that in the Insider at horns247.com this morning. We got Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator, and Dan Neal.
Nice.
Who just did Sarkeesian's radio show that airs, I don't know, I guess they recorded it yesterday. So we'll find out how that went and get his thoughts, because next week is a shortened week, right, BK?
Yes, for us, yes.
So I wanted to get Dan on, you know, not knowing people's holiday schedules, because I do want him to talk about going to A&M in 95 and ending the Aggies' 31-game home winning streak. It was kind of an end of a decade of dominance for A&M over Texas, and Dan Neal, Ricky Williams, James Brown rolled into Aggie land and said, not today.
I like that. That'll be fun. Off the rails Thursday too. So it's who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows where you guys are going?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to ask Chip some things. What I heard of Steve Sarkeesian for sure. Yeah,
I got
very juicy. Can't wait.
I'm working on like 1.5 hours of sleep.
Oh yes. All right, I'm leaving it. We're out of here.
Yeah,
we need to give y'all your 2 hours here. Thanks again to Via 313. Eric, thanks to you,
BK,
man.
for the opportunity all season, man.
Always fun. Guys, y'all have a good one. We'll be locked in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, appreciate y'all. Great job. And in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. Hope y'all are finding happiness today. Chip and Zay holding it down right here in the midday, 1 to 3. Set an alarm in your phone. Tell your friends and enemies. Please like and subscribe. The Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel. That's how we grow. And please take note of these incredible sponsors around our faces. Give them your love. Give them your business, because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every weekday. And if you're listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, please join in the fun on the Coda Circuit of the Americas text line 512-222-9328. Zay, what it do?
What's up, man? Feeling good, feeling great. How are you?
Oh, man. So
I know we gotta get into Quinn Ewers. I gotta start the show off this one. It's hot on my mind because I have my thoughts about it. Heard the Steve Sarkeesian Zoom presser today. Said practice got a little feisty this week, where it seemed like guys got in a little squabble. Now, you being the great person that you are, the legend in this business, those sources that you have, whether it's on or off air, I'm going to need you to find out and let me know who that involved, because that's what I like to hear. That's they cover in this week against Kentucky. They cover in this week. People probably thinking, oh, man, that's probably bad for team chemistry and bad for the culture in this locker room. Yo, ask Steve Kerr when MJ had to knock his ass out in practice one time. 3 rings later, MJ got 6. At that time, Kerr got 3. Now Kerr's one of the best basketball minds you could possibly find. Winning rings, Spurs, then winning rings with the Warriors as a coach. That's healthy. I'll take it. Guys still competing, whether it was 1s versus 2s, some of these younger guys who are getting better by the week and feel slighted a little bit because they're not getting that bump that they feel like they deserve. And one of these older heads are like, yo, chill out, bro. I'm trying to this is practice. We're deep in the season. We already played 10 games. Let me make sure my body's right, while these young bucks over here like, nah, I'm trying to get mine. I'm trying to prove to coach that I'm getting better too. I'm a competitor. I'm a warrior. That's healthy. Or, Chip, sometimes it could be that one dude might be slacking a little bit and you got to jump their bones and let them know, yo, bro, don't think that Kentucky's sweet out here. Don't think just because that record Kentucky has and they're basically last in the SEC that we could take them lightly. We're not messing this up. If one of those older head guys had to knock one of them young dudes up because they laughing and giggling and, messing around during film session and not being respectful or just not being locked in, that's healthy too. I'll take all of that. You want that MJ Steve Kerr love. Now, you don't want the Draymond Green Jordan Poole love. You don't want that. Both of those dudes are toxic. And I also think Warrior, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, they handled that the wrong way anyway. They should have kept that tighter even though it went viral. But I like hearing that. And I like hearing Sark say, yo, let them go. Let them go a little bit. If they scrapping, we got enough team leadership. Sark said at Dallas SEC Media Day, we got 20-some leaders on this team. Have them break it up. Have them settle it. Sark was smiling. He said, I might be a little sick, but no, Sark, you ain't sick. You a winner. You a competitor. This is football we're talking about. This ain't double dutch. This ain't synchronized swimming. This football we talking about. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, Coach Top asking, what's the difference? What's the difference between Draymond and Jordan Poole and Jordan and Steve Kerr? Michael Jordan had everybody in the right spot. Michael Jordan pushed the right buttons. Jordan Poole wanted to go and show that he was the man. Draymond, who's already a nutso, that doesn't mix. And they have to have just a tighter knit group. Again, Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, all those guys, they didn't handle that the right way. So that's where, and it went viral. This isn't going to go viral. If it does, then I'd be a little worried. If there's some viral clip like Draymond and Jordan Poole where we found out who was fighting and there was somebody important like Jade Barron or something like that having to knock up Parker Livingstone because they wilding out going against each other, then doing it like that. But, man, I was so happy to hear that. I was like, okay, this team, they're making me feel a lot better for these next few weeks.
You're predicting a cover.
Oh, hell yeah. When you fighting during the week, yeah. Yeah. You saw what Auburn did with Bruce Pearl and them. They were fighting on the airplane. Fight on the airplane. Land the plane. You gotta
usually
land the plane.
And federal charges.
Yeah. Yeah. But hey, we got dogs on this,
Right.
Too many dogs that are rabid animals in one room. It can't always be good. Sometimes you need that. I appreciate hearing that today. Because Sark could have covered that up. He came out and said those things. Sark could have been like, I don't want the media hearing about this. This is going to make people think that our culture ain't right and stuff. You can't tell me they don't be fighting every week in Athens. You know them crazy brothers be fighting and stuff. You need a little bit of that. That championship DNA, that's a part of it. You need it controlled, but I really appreciate hearing that today from Steve Sarkeesian and how willing he was, to tell you guys that. That made me smile. I was like, yeah, these guys.
Dan Neal will tell you, you got to have some guys with some screws loose, especially on defense.
Yeah.
Guys who are willing to put their body on the line.
Yeah. My man Casey Studdard had to knock out Mike Griff one time. Had to snatch him up. When y'all go to the Covert Beat Cave luncheon tomorrow, ask Casey Studdard. Yo, Zay said on the show how you had to snatch up Mike Griff during the championship run in practice one time. And Casey, with a smile on his face, will tell you that story. Those guys are brothers, do anything for each other. I'm sure it's more than cordial nowadays when they see each other because – again, what they went through and how they've overcame. Plus, those dudes played with each other back in Tennessee days. But yeah, it's so healthy. It's so healthy.
Wait. I heard every tattoo that Carson Beck has is from a fight he was in.
That can't be true.
No one believes this.
No one believes that.
No one believes that. That it looks like a 80s pop star on heroin.
Oh my gosh, man.
But he does. His eyes are all wide.
He looks off.
He kind of looks like a fish a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, he got the Cavender twin, so
yeah, he's fishing. He knows how to fish.
Right. And she hooping too. I saw her, they playing in Miami. She been hooping. She's gotten a lot better. And
Case McCoy Beck. That's terrible. Case McCoy's, he's made more big plays than Carson Beck up to this point.
Damn.
Let's see how it ends. Oh, okay. DKW said, hey, I'm just joking. That was funny.
He does have some weird. He does try to appear like he's tougher than what he really is. Like with the arm sleeve and stuff. You don't really see that from quarterbacks very often. Usually they're clean cut type guys. It's the rugged ones that, the Gardner Minshew's of the world. Guys like that. But
what's wrong with you?
What? I'm just saying.
The rugged guys like Gardner Minshew?
Yeah, Gardner Minshew looks like a homeless dude. What are we talking about? He was living in his bus for months, just bouncing around the NFL. Yeah, he ain't got that Brady look. Some of these guys, quarterback face, looking like Aikman, Elway, pretty boy.
All right.
No,
Griff paid you.
No, he'll never pay me. I've stopped. I've stopped
trying.
Yeah, I stopped trying.
So Mac Brown, I got to admit, I've been so lost in my own world trying to get the insider out. Did Mac Brown say he's staying at North Carolina?
Yep.
Oh God.
Coming back. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Good luck, Mac. Go get him.
Where's Sally? This can't. Come on. This must be.
They'll invite you to the parties, Mac. They'll invite you to the parties.
Yeah.
take a job on the athletic department staff as like senior special assistant.
Damn. Why senior got to be in there? Why
I
can't
mean,
special
whatever,
assistant?
emperor, whatever you need in the title to make you feel good, whether it's
Senior probably doesn't make him feel good. Senior?
I mean, okay, special assistant.
There we go.
I mean, he is a senior for God's sake.
I know. That's why you calling him that. That can't make
Hell
him
yeah,
feel
that's
good.
why I called him that. 73 years old. He should be playing golf and grabbing people around the neck and telling them stories. Get in here. They?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about that Chip Brown. He's a jerk.
Yeah, you can't snatch him up either when he grabs your neck because, again, he's elder now. So,
How about that?
man, I
listen.
Like I said, he gives us a Joe Biden vibe now. That's what it's so sad to say. He gives you that. Like, is he okay? Or is like, is he
really
good?
bad.
I know. That's why I don't like it.
That's even worse than what I was gonna say.
No, it ain't.
Joe Biden vibe. Damn. We think Mac's just gonna fall down at any minute.
I don't want that to happen. I want him to get out before we see that. We don't need to see that. That's
Sally,
traumatizing.
Help me, Sally.
Yeah, where is she? Like, does she need that much alone time? Because she's never had it. She's never had it. Is that because that's what a lot of women say? A lot of women say, like, yeah, I love my husband, but I couldn't be around him all the time. You know, they need that space. They need him to go work and recruit and do those things. Is she afraid of what he'll become when he doesn't have anything to do? Because when he retired for a little bit, he was still working with ESPN and he was an analyst. So he was watching games. It's work. He was working. That's work. But
let me ask you this. Speaking of game day, is this the best game day has ever been right now with Pat McAfee and Nick Saban?
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, you had Kurt Herbstreit, R.I.P. Ben. Now they got Peter Herbstreit in the game, so everybody loves that. And that's bringing a different eye to it for fans that aren't even into college football. They're following Kurt Herbstreit because of his dogs. And, yeah, this is the best game day he's been.
Yeah, because Saban is admitting to stuff that, like, every once in a while, he opens a window to his world. Like, he was talking about how when he was a younger coach, he was all about the results and not the process. And it made him a selfish coach who didn't really care about his players. He just cared about them if they helped him win.
Mm-hmm.
And then he changed it all and made it about the process and caring about the players as people and players. And that's when it started to turn and you're like, okay, Nick Saban, I see you. I wondered why those Michigan State years were so not so good and the LSU years started to pick up. So that's, yeah, I think, and McAfee is a 3-hour version of Lee Corso's headgear. Like he's riling up the fans. He knows all their chants. He knows all their songs. He gets them all riled up from the minute the show starts. And then he's got that field goal that was worth $800,000 last week.
Yeah.
He just keeps upping the ante. Like a guy misses for 100,000. Okay, this next chance is for 175,000. You're like, whoa, I thought it was for 50,000. I thought it was for 25,000 at the beginning. Now it's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But yeah, I was thinking about that the other day.
No, it was good points. I mean, for Nick Saban, other coaches need to hear that because this is the GOAT. This is the greatest that's ever done it. And if he is telling you that he didn't have his priorities in order throughout his young coaching career, and there's coaches out there that think they know the world, Tom Herman, and They think that, and they just think that their crap don't stink, and they could just act any way because, you know, their ego's that big. Yo, check yourself. Look in the mirror. Like, because if you're not doing it for the love of the game and the love of, you know, the process of seeing these young men become men and start their families and just everything that goes into life after football, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. And that's refreshing to hear that Nick Saban is willing to be that vulnerable and say things like that. Because, again, this is such a masculine, macho, alpha sport. Some people can look at that as weakness. And that's so far from the case. If anything, that makes them tougher, an actual human being. And that's how you recruit, you know, in a way.
Well,
like, that's how you get those guys in, because you're relatable.
And that's what Steve Sarkeesian is saying. That when he was at Washington, he was about the results, not the process. And it took him going to Alabama to learn, to see how it's done, and having a total life-changing experience where you humiliate yourself in front of your entire industry, and you got to come back bigger, faster, better, stronger because of it. And what have we heard? What have we heard about the culture at Texas? Johnny Barron said it this week. It starts with Sark telling his story about how he failed and how he battled back from it, that opens it up for all the players and assistant coaches to share their story with each other and make themselves vulnerable. And so Steve Sarkeesian's lowest moment is now one of his strongest teaching points. And you got to get all the other stuff right. I mean, you got to hire the right staff, you got to recruit the right players, you got to scheme it up, make sure that you're on the cutting edge as far as X's and O's, and retain players and identify players in the portal and recruiting, blah, blah, blah. But when you have that as your heartbeat, as your culture basis, that's something that you can't just, you know, it's got to happen. It's got to be real. You can't just say, I have a story to tell about a friend of mine. You know, this happened to him. And I think it resonates with his players. So, yeah, interesting stuff. All right, real quick before Lance pops on. So, a couple sources close to Quinn Ewers. I reported this morning that they expect Quinn Ewers to enter the 2025 NFL draft. And so I think as of right now, that's where Quinn Ewers' mind is. And I think, you know, in talking to the scouts that I spoke with, you know, Quinn has a lot of good film, and he can certainly bring everyone over to his side, if you will, because there are some scouts who are like, I wouldn't take him in the first round. But look, how this season finishes can have a lot to do with what you think of Quinn Ewers, because if his play elevates as the competition and the stakes get higher, which we know he can do, which we've seen him do at Alabama, against Oklahoma State last year, Michigan, whatever, then he can, you know, get more teams to fall in love with him. Just takes one. But your thoughts on all that, Zay?
I'm not surprised one bit. I mean, this is what the process was for Quinn Ewers. You know, be here 3 years, once you become eligible for the draft, you put up enough starts and enough film for these scouts to feel comfortable in a way, but you can still up that stock these next few weeks and change everyone's narrative about you being inconsistent. And yeah, even though he's not a rah-rah guy, is he a leader? You a leader if you win. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go and win a national championship, it's hard for people to really talk down on you. And if Texas wins a national championship, we know what their defense is doing, being top 5 in the nation, but a lot of that success is going to go to number 3. So not surprised hearing this one bit. I think that it would be very problematic for Quinn to come back next year. Really, because, again, you're in a quarterback battle now. It's not Quinn Ewers or Sarkeesian. No more this is Quinn Ewers' team. It's their Arch and Quinn are in a battle. We'll see what happens. And that's going to take you a step back, you know, even though some people think that you should stay another year in college, which I get that. Don't think transferring has ever been a thought in his mind. I think if he finds the right system and the right franchise, he could be solid. Doesn't mean he's going to come in and start year one, like, at all. Get Aaron Rodgers in and start to like 3 years in.
Well, and one of the scouts I quote in the story says the ideal situation for Quinn Ewers would be to go someplace where there's a starter on the final year or two of his contract and to learn and to be groomed by the staff that gets him, and not be thrown in as a rookie. You never know. But if let's say he goes later in the first round, you have a better chance of going to a team that is not desperate for a quarterback.
Yeah. Like somebody said online, this was a good point on X. If Sean McVay got a hold of him, that'd be a perfect situation to what you're alluding to, Chip. Like, this guy, Matthew Stafford, doesn't have too many years left. Matthew Stafford and Quinn Ewers, very synonymous in a lot of ways. Not very fleet of foot, have great arms, in a way had a lot of success in college, but people still think that they could have done more. Quinn Ewers has time to change that narrative, like I said, but Stafford, he went number 1. So he took those lumps, you know, being a Lions fan, but the dude was really good. And Sean McVay, when it comes to offense, who wouldn't want to play for Sean McVay? So I think the LA Rams, which once Lance jumps on, I definitely have to ask him if they got Quinn Ewers, how he feel about that. But yeah, I don't see Quinn as a first-year starter. I see him being a backup for a little bit, and if he could slowly learn playbooks in the NFL, just how guys move and how you operate, and bask in what that means to wait your turn and the process, that he could have a really good career.
And a lot of it is about the interview, the workouts. I mean, Trey Lance went number 3 overall. Trey Lance was out of North Dakota State. Like, he didn't have film against Alabama to evaluate, but if teams work you out, they like what they see, they like how you interview, and they have a plan for you, they fall in love, boom. So, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see who some of the other guys are who may be thinking of leaving early. But let's get into that with our man Lance Taylor, our SEC insider from nextroundlive.com, lanceslock.com. LT, how you doing?
I'm good, fellas. Hopefully y'all are doing well. I cannot believe, I know I say this a lot, that we were coming up on week 13 of the college football season, and we've only got 2 full Saturdays left. Very sad, very sad.
Yeah. Yeah. It is, man. It goes so fast.
It does.
Next week is Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I got invited to a game this weekend, and I'm like, I can't do it. Like, we only get so many college football Saturdays. Like, I would rather be on the couch. Like, I've got my whole routine, the way I do it on Saturdays, and I don't know, like, literally dying and going to heaven would be a college football Saturday with cold beer and bourbon and edibles and everything else.
Just throw it all in there, baby. Come on.
Night.
Cheerleaders running around serving you everything you want.
All right, we were just talking about your Rams. I reported this morning that Quinn Ewers is expected to enter the 2025 NFL draft, and someone said the Rams would be a good spot for him to land because you got Matt Stafford. He could learn, he could grow. Got Sean McVay. Your thoughts?
Well, they are going to draft, I believe, and it depends on how this season plays out. I still think Stafford's got a lot. I randomly met this Rams fan last night at this remote we were doing, and we were talking about the Rams this year, and I think they're a really good team. They're just something's off, and sometimes it's Stafford, and sometimes it's a patchwork offensive line. The defensive line is young, and they are really, really good. So I'm positive on what's going on defensively, and then obviously with Sean McVay there. But, Matt Stafford's getting long in the tooth. This dude, let's not forget his last year of college football was Nick Saban's first year at Alabama. He's been doing this a long time and, just won a Super Bowl 3 years ago. And I still think, if he wanted to quarterback in another couple of years, probably could do it at a relatively high level. But I do think the Rams have really got to start to think about this. I think they did last year, 2 years ago when they drafted Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett has battled a couple of things off the field, and I really don't know if he's that future quarterback. So I do think that they will take a flyer on a quarterback, depending on where they select this year. And Quinn Ewers, I think Quinn Ewers, his ceiling is really, really high. He can be a little inconsistent, and you got to worry he's been a little injury prone too. So, the health scares me a little bit, the inconsistencies. I like the kid, though. He's a winner.
Yeah. Lance, Bama has going into Norman. I don't know if they've been there anytime, but this is different territory for Crimson Tide fans. We know OU is very much underachieved this year, but what are you looking forward to in this game? How do you like the Crimson Tide right now, especially with how they looked last week? Yeah, they didn't play nobody, but the way they looked against LSU, just that momentum makes them a very dangerous team.
Yeah, Zay, I think Alabama, and we did this little, what do I want to call it? We did a little practice drill, whatever you want to call it, last night, and you select a team that has to basically gladiator for your life, with Gladiator 2 dropping today. And I said I would hitch my wagon of all the college football teams right now to Alabama. I know some people are out there going to say he's not being objective. It's a local flair. Guy went to Alabama. I just think the way their defense is playing right now, and you look at this Alabama team, since the Tennessee loss, they've outscored their last 3 opponents 128-20, including a shutout to Missouri. They're 10th in scoring defense right now in the FBS, giving up less than 17 points per game. They're 8th in scoring offense, scoring right at 40 points per game. Jalen Milroe, when he plays his best, you guys have seen it against LSU and Georgia, he's like an unstoppable machine. And then you couple that with how this defense is playing right now. I think it could be. And look, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I was talking to one of our guests today. I'm like, who is the best team in the SEC right now? And there's not a right or wrong answer. It's almost impossible if you ask 10 different people involved in college football, they probably give you, 6, 7 different answers. But I think Alabama's that team right now. Now, how's it going to translate to Norman? And to answer your question, I went to a game in Norman in 2002 when Mike Shula was the head coach. And I remember Alabama started this game off with it was Dennis Franchione was head coach, excuse me.
Yeah, Franchione.
Yeah, Franchione. And they kicked off the game with an onside kick and recovered it. And it ended up being a pretty good game up until the fourth quarter. I think Oklahoma ended up winning by like 10. But that was when those Stoops teams were really good, and Alabama was starting to struggle a little bit. So, Alabama has been to Norman. I don't know how many other times. This is not a good Oklahoma team. The offensive line's been horrible. They've been banged up at receiver. Jackson Arnold's still learning the game a little bit. Their defense can give you some problems. I think, for Alabama to lose this game, they'd have to turn it over 3 times. Milroe would have to play like he played against Tennessee. I just don't see that happening. I know all the public money is all over Alabama minus the 14.5. By the way, that's a pretty big number. So I think Alabama wins. I don't know if they cover.
You still do a interview with Jalen Milroe?
No, we'll occasionally have him on, but it's just, to be completely honest, as far as like an NIL deal every week, it was too much.
Yeah.
I mean,
you still have the offensive lineman though.
Yeah. Tyler Booker is great. He's on every week with us every Monday. And then on Tuesdays, Peyton Thorne, Auburn's quarterback, which, I love. Peyton's become a guy that will kind of say what he wants to say now. Doesn't really shy away from things. So that's an interesting interview on Tuesdays. But yeah, those are our 2 NIL guys.
How's he feeling? Because that's a scary game for the Aggies this week.
Oh, yeah.
Short hair.
Hey, and we were the ones, and I give our videographer, a guy named Scott Forrester, all the credit here, because I got in on Tuesday morning, and our social media director told me, hey, we got a really interesting clip we're going to play from Elko on the show, and I'm sure you guys have seen it. We're focused on Auburn. And so I asked, right when that thing dropped, I asked Peyton Thorne about it. He hadn't heard about it. And the next thing we know, 30 minutes later, all these Auburn players are re-hitting it. And I think, from our post, it's gotten like 1.5 million views already. With all that said, I think there is a little focus. And, it doesn't seem like Elko would do this because they're obviously more talented than Auburn. But Auburn is a weird place to play, especially at night. And much like Florida this past weekend, where, Florida's playing really, really good football. And in the game that they won over LSU, they're really playing for nothing. Billy Napier's already gotten the vote of confidence from Scott Strickland. I guess they are playing technically to get to a bowl game, but that crowd was, out of their mind Saturday night in Gainesville. I think you'll see much the same in Jordan-Hare this weekend, and I expect Auburn to win this game, and then I fully expect Texas A&M to beat Texas next week. I really do. And I think because A&M is going to lose this game this weekend, I think A&M, if Texas and A&M played this weekend in College Station, I think Texas is probably a 4.5 point favorite. I think the number will jump out to about 6, but they're going to be under a touchdown, and everybody's going to see A&M limping off this, and all Texas has got to do is win this game. And I think what makes it really interesting, and I know you guys have probably talked about it, if Texas takes on that second loss to A&M's already out of the playoff picture. You've got this bottleneck of teams with 2 losses, and Texas's best win at that point might be over a 6-6 Vanderbilt team. That could be.
No, it's not good. It's not good for Texas.
Yeah.
If they take on another loss, they could fall all the way out of the picture. So they have to win.
I don't know. I think Texas is good. I don't know where you guys stand on this. I mean, it was a bad look against Georgia. I think everyone in this conference has had a bad look this year. Ole Miss losing to Kentucky, Tennessee losing to Arkansas, Alabama losing to Vanderbilt. I mean, we could go around the horn on this thing. But the problem for Texas, and it's not Texas's fault, I did think they got the benefit of the doubt. Ask Oklahoma fans when we first saw those schedules come out. But, Texas doesn't control their schedule, much like Indiana doesn't control their schedule. I think Indiana's done a hell of a job, and people continue to pull against this team because they don't belong. All they've done is beaten their opponents by an average of 30 points per game, and they're undefeated. Like Texas did have the one mishap against Georgia. The problem for Texas is they just don't have any good wins.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's quite a scenario. What do you see for the Indiana?
I changed my mind though, real quick, Chip. If A&M wins this game, and then Texas is like a 7.5, 8 point favorite in College Station, then I probably would change my mind on this. Y'all's worst enemy could be the odds maker where they actually put this number. And there's probably early lines out right now. I would think the early lines are like 4.5 though, and I think everybody's going to be on Texas.
Okay. What do you think of the Indiana at Ohio State? Ohio State by minus 12.5.
Okay, here is something I never said, a sentence I never thought I would say out loud. I think Indiana, their defensive line is going to give this Ohio State offensive line a lot of problems. And, it started with a left tackle that Ohio State lost during the Oregon game. Now Seth McLaughlin, former Alabama center, He tears the Achilles. He's out for the year. So you lose your best offensive lineman earlier this year. The offensive line has not been great, by the way. They've had trouble running the football. Now you lose the quarterback. Communication, it's a good problem that it's going to be in Columbus. It's one of the least penalized teams in all of football. But I think they're going to have their hands full with an Indiana team that is 10th nationally in sacks, over 3 per game. And on the other side, this Indiana offensive line, much like their entire team, is airtight. They've given up less than a sack a game with Curtis Rourke at quarterback. So I just don't think Indiana is going to be in awe of Ohio State going in. I think the crowd could be a factor. Good news is it's an 11 o'clock Central game. Will Howard's not an elite quarterback. He's played really good. Where they could really take advantage of Indiana is maybe Indiana's secondary with those Ohio State receivers, led by Jeremiah Smith. But I think it's going to be a nip-tuck game. And you guys know I'm a contrarian. Typically, I would say all of this money is on the dog. I would lay the points, and I would think Ohio State walks them off. I've just got a feeling this is going to be a really tight game. I think Ohio State will win, but I think after this game, Indiana will get a little bit of respect.
Yeah, Ohio State losing its center is a big deal because they've already had to shuffle.
Yep.
They've had the tackle injuries. They've been moving guards to tackle and guards to center. Now you got a young player in there on that line that I'm sure Ohio State or that Indiana will go after. And Cignetti, we know, is a really good coach. He gets his guys up. So I agree. I think
and the crazy thing, and I just want a little respect. Now, look, Ohio State beats them 42-3. There's a good chance 11-1 Indiana is out. They don't even get in. I think they know that. I hope they don't play scared, knowing that they could lose a playoff bid in one afternoon, 160 minutes of football. But everybody's discounting what Indiana's done based on schedule. It's still a Big Ten schedule that they had no control over. They're 7th nationally in scoring defense. They're 3rd nationally in scoring offense. And again, they've outscored their opponents by over 300 points this year. So I think it's been an incredible story. There probably is a reason they locked Cignetti up to that long-term extension last week. Probably don't want to do it if you do get smoked by Ohio State. But it's been an incredible story. It's my adopted team. I'm pulling for Indiana.
Lance, a game this week that I feel like I'm the only one that thinks this is a dangerous territory for Ole Miss. But when they go to Gainesville with how that fan base has been and what Billy Napier has done this year, he was supposed to be gone. And then you add the aspect of Lane Kiffin being thrown around on the guy who might replace Billy Napier when that day comes. But they play hard for Napier and DJ Lagway and those running backs, just like they did last week against Brian Kelly and LSU, they could cause some serious problems. Do you think that this is a trap game and then some for Ole Miss, or do you think the Rebels, just how hot they've been beating Georgia, they're going to go in and get the dub and be good for the college football playoff?
Isaiah, I think Billy Napier's done an incredible job this year for a couple of reasons, because you lose Mertz and then Lagway gets hurt and you're playing with a walk-on quarterback in Warner and your guys are still playing for you. I said at the beginning of the year, if he was to go 6-6, he might be in the mix for SEC Coach of the Year. There's probably too many other good stories in conference and around college football. But let's go back. Not only, Florida, the really impressive win last weekend against LSU, they had an opportunity against Tennessee. You go for 2 there, who knows what happens, but they played right with them. You go back to the Georgia game. If Lagway doesn't get hurt, it was a 1-possession game. I don't know what happens there. I don't think it's a trap game based on the fact that Ole Miss is so close to getting to that college football playoff, and this would be a devastating loss because obviously they lose here, they're out. And boy, that would be a terrible loss. Now that Lane Kiffin finally got his signature first really, really good win against Georgia just a couple of weeks ago. I do think it's going to be a tight game, though. I don't love these 11 o'clock games, at least as far as giving out plays and wagering on them. But Ole Miss right now, a 10-point favorite. Are they 10 points better than Florida? Probably. But with DJ Lagway playing his best and that game being in the swamp, I think it could be close.
Well, what's going on at lanceslock.com?
Coming off another winning night, starting to heat up in college hoops. We've got a play in the Steelers-Browns game. We've got a play in NC State, Georgia Tech. We've got one game in the NBA, and we've got 3 games right up now. College basketball, that's all on the Thursday slate. We've been killing it on Saturdays all year long. coming off a 3-0 NFL Sunday last week. Jump on board and win with us. Great holiday idea. Stocking stuffer for the gambler in your life. They need love too. LancesLock.com. $100 gets you the entire month. You can get it right there. Free plays every single day at LancesLock.com.
That's right. Gamblers need love too, man.
They do. They do.
You know what I'm
the
saying?
stressful weekend that they take on. You know,
Right.
You're out there, you know, shopping for the kids and taking them to Little League, and your husband is on the couch gambling away his hard-earned money. He needs a hug.
He needs a hug or a punch in the face. All right. What are the odds? I don't get Notre Dame being where they are. What are the odds they get knocked off by
Not going to happen this
your Trojans?
Yeah, not going to happen this weekend. You know, if Maeva plays like he played in the second half against Nebraska, I think USC's got enough talent in the Coliseum, and it is a rivalry game to knock off this Notre Dame team, especially if Notre Dame got behind early. And USC's done a good job of having these big leads and then ultimately blowing them. But I just don't trust. I like Riley Leonard. I think he's a warrior, really tough kid, competitor, can run the football with the best of them. I just don't trust him consistently throwing the football. So I think if Notre Dame was to get behind by 10-14 on the road in the Coliseum, I think that could be a problem. I do lean right now that USC will win that game, but I think Notre Dame is going to walk Army off the field. I mean, the fact of the matter, Army hasn't played a top 50 offense. They haven't played a top 50 defense. They've beaten one team with a winning record. It's a great story. And Bryson Daly is a really good quarterback in that system. And obviously Jeff Monken has completely turned around the culture. And, you know, even for us to have a conversation where a team has already clinched a spot in the AAC championship game, they're 9-0, in today's NIL and the transfer portal, where the military academies do it so differently than everyone else. And they are really, it's a different world for them. And to have them at 9-0 in this situation, ranked 16th, it's been an incredible job. Great story. Games in Yankee Stadium. But I think Notre Dame, you know, since losing to Northern Illinois, they've outscored teams 195-41 just in the first half. And I think they get that big lead. They don't relinquish it. If you had Notre Dame with me last Saturday, minus the 21.5, it is one of the worst backdoor covers of all time. Virginia ended up losing the game by 20-1 after being down 35. It was painful. Notre Dame misses a 36-yard field goal. I'm about to flip the TV. 2.5 minutes left in the game. All he's got to do is hit the field goal. I take that off and put another game on. I have to keep it on and watch Virginia go on this after, you know, hooking the 36-yard field goal attempt. Virginia goes on this methodical drive where every third and fourth down they're converting, and they get down and they score in the final 30 seconds, kick the extra point, and cover by half point. Brutal. But anyway, I think Notre Dame rolls this weekend.
Okay.
All right.
You like my SMU Mustangs over Miami in the ACC championship game?
I kind of lean that. I thought Clemson might have something to say, but I think SMU, and I love what they're doing too. And we were talking about Mac Brown, what the future at North Carolina is. And, you know, North Carolina, I believe now that when you look around in Colorado and Arizona State and SMU, these programs are making noise. If I'm a North Carolina fan, Mac Brown, nice guy, you know, his legacy is his legacy, but I want some new blood in there because I think North Carolina can be a better team. Anyway, my point, I pointed to SMU. SMU has won 14 consecutive conference games. You go back to going undefeated last year in the AAC, and then obviously 8-0 in year one right now in the ACC. It's been a great story, but Rhett Lashlee, and the good news for you guys, Chip, I think you got the money to keep him. And I think in year one, you guys get to a college football playoff, and if Rhett Lashlee can do that in year one in the ACC, why would you not just stay in that league, print money, great campus, you know, it's a sleeping giant program. You were there when you guys were really good. And I think this is, you know, history repeating itself. I think Rhett Lashlee is a great fix or fit there. I know people are going to talk about if Sam Pittman was to lose his job, Rhett Lashlee being an Arkansas native, would he come home? I'll tell you, man, like Arkansas is a much more difficult job than we think. It's really hard to recruit to. They've got a lot of money backing them, but I would rather recruit to – I'd rather be in that league in the ACC where you might only get one bid a year, but if you do things the right way, you can own that league. And I think he's got that opportunity. So I do think he's going to stick around. And to answer your question in this long, long tangent, I think SMU will ultimately beat Miami and get to the college football playoff.
Let's go.
Yeah, Lance, you could just stay in Dallas and recruit, and you could get some big time players the way they're putting out guys. But
I think SMU too. Like Rhett Lashley is a quarterback guy, but I think they really haven't even gotten involved in getting big time names out of the portal. Like I think once they get dialed in and other players see SMU starting to win, and that you can play in a major market like Dallas, I think this collective will start spending money on a quarterback, and you get the right quarterback in there, man, it could really take off quickly.
Yeah. And Jennings has been good outside of the Duke game. Yeah. When he went, turned it over 5 times.
Yeah. All right, Lance. Kansas has been playing spoiler lately. They got BYU last week, and now Dion and Shadur and Travis Hunter are going off to play the Jayhawks. How do you think this game is going to go? Because I know Brett Yormark needs Colorado to win, but it's going to be an interesting game the way the Jayhawks been playing.
I think it's going to come down to a couple of things. First of all, Colorado can't run the football. It hasn't mattered because Shadur has been that good. 8 straight games, 250 yards passing and multiple touchdowns. The last Big 12 quarterback to do that was Baker Mayfield when he won the Heisman back with Oklahoma a few years ago. So Shadur is playing great, and this defense has improved by 100 yards per game in total yards given up. They're 6th in the nation right now in sacks at 3.3 per game. But you look at this Kansas offensive line, they've only given up 9 sacks in 10 games. And Devin Neal, I think, is going to be the difference here. Kansas has really found the rhythm. This is the Kansas team that I thought we would see the entire year. You go back 2 weeks ago, giving Iowa State that first loss, they did it with offense and Jalen Daniels making big plays. Last week, giving BYU their first loss, they did it with defense. So I think Kansas and Lance Leopold is finally starting to get acclimated without his offensive coordinator who went to Penn State. Kansas playing really, really good football, their best football of the year, 2nd nationally in red zone offense. I think Kansas catching 2.5 is a steal here. I think Kansas wins this game, live dog. And once again, the Big 12 is completely up for grabs.
Wow.
Damn.
So we got some craziness coming on Saturday.
Wait till next weekend. I mean, from Vanderbilt possibly beating Tennessee, A&M beating you guys, Auburn possibly giving Alabama a game. I mean, there are so many things that are going to go down in rivalry weekend. Just it is going to be outstanding, and I think 4 or 5 teams can get bids or lose bids to the college football playoff.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be.
Kirby can't sleep on Georgia Tech either. They've already played spoiler once this year.
You're right. I mean, you go through the list. Like I don't have this schedule in front of me, but so like Oregon's got Washington, and Washington is just good enough. I mean, they're better than Wisconsin. And if Wisconsin had any kind of semblance of an offense in the second half, I think they'd beat Oregon. Now, I don't think it really matters. Oregon can lose that game and still get in, but that's just one of those games that, it could go down. I don't say Mississippi State beating Ole Miss, but, you never know. Michigan over Ohio State, probably not. But there will be some massive upsets next weekend. South Carolina over Clemson. South Carolina is the team you don't want to play right now.
No.
Isn't that the truth?
Hell no.
Damn.
Yeah, I give Shane
all right,
man.
LT, we've got the Jets, are they the most cursed NFL team? I mean, last year they lose Aaron Rodgers 4 plays into the season. This year they've got him and they suck. Everybody's getting fired. Robert Saleh, the GM. This is a total rebuild.
Yeah, it's crazy because, what were the Jets missing for the last few years under Saleh and Joe Douglas building this roster up? The defense was great. It was outstanding. And then you finally get not only a quarterback that, is one of the best we've ever seen, but you've got him weapons. I mean, you go out and you get a Devontae Adams after you've already got a Garrett Wilson, on that roster that could be a superstar in this league. And you've got a Breece Hall, and it just seems like you look in the AFC East right now, Buffalo is just running away with the division. If you would have known that Tua was going to miss the time he missed, it seems like the Jets were kind of a shoe-in for the postseason. I mean, how often do you see GM and coach get the axe in season? It just doesn't happen. And then reports are Woody Johnson, the owner, wanted to bitch Aaron Rodgers, just a few weeks ago, which is really interesting in itself. But, yeah, they are one of the most jinxed organizations, not as jinxed as yours because the Jets have won a Super Bowl. You got to go way back to 1969. But I do think they've got the longest current streak right now in the NFL of missing the postseason. So, yeah, it would not be good to be a Jets fan.
Yeah, there's a 30 for 30 coming out on the New York Sack Exchange. Mark Gastineau, Joe Klecko.
Dude, you remember there was a reality show with Gastineau's daughter in it, and she went to Alabama. This is probably 10, 15 years ago, but she was absolute strong as new rope, and I don't know where she is now, but.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man. Zay, you got one last one.
Lance, you talk about college basketball a little bit. What you got going with that at Lance's Lockdown?
Yeah. We're starting to heat up a little bit. We did have the Crimson Tide. I know your listeners are probably like, this guy is so biased. I don't do that. You know, I had the other side of the Rams against the Dolphins just 2 weeks, and you guys know how much I love my Rams. But had Alabama minus the 8 last night against Illinois. It's crazy. Like Mark Sears coming back, first team All-American. He played 21 minutes, and this guy usually plays 35 to 38 minutes, and you can count on 20 a night. He didn't score last night, and it was kind of an odd situation where the reports were Nate Oates asked him to come back in the game twice, and Mark was like, these guys are playing great. I don't have it tonight. Let them go. My opinion was different from everybody else's. When I went on the show this morning, I was like, it's one of the weirder things I've ever seen. Like, quarterback throws 2 interceptions. He's going to try to play through it. It didn't matter. They ultimately scored 100 points without him scoring, which is a testament to how good this offense can be under Nate Oates. I just thought it was kind of a weird situation, but Alabama looks great. Auburn looks great. Alabama did lose to Purdue last week, but that was in Mackey Arena, and Purdue doesn't seem to really lose there. I don't know, man. It's going to be a fascinating college basketball season, but I really get upset when we get into the flow of college basketball because that means football's pretty much done.
Yeah.
Very bittersweet.
Yeah.
Well, LT, great stuff, man. Can't wait to talk about it with you. Although next
hey,
week.
one thing I did want to hit here, your man Joe K is talking about Juju Lewis committed to Colorado. You know, I think this is massive for a couple of reasons. You know, I thought it was interesting that he was in the mix, that he decommits from USC over the weekend, and that it was Georgia, no surprise, Colorado, well, because of the future of Deion, and then Indiana. I think that says a lot about Cignetti just to be mentioned. But when he committed, and look, a verbal commitment from these kids nowadays really means nothing. But there had to have been that conversation between Julian, his parents, Deion Sanders. I mean, there's no way he's committing to Colorado without Deion being there.
Right.
So good news for Colorado.
Yeah. LT, maybe we try and get you on early next week before Thanksgiving.
Joe K, I leaned Syracuse in this game just because it's a lot of points plus 10.5. I didn't play it though, and I went through the entire card this morning. But it was one of the games I marked off late. I was going to play Syracuse, but I don't trust that team at all.
You don't trust Syracuse?
No, I do like Texas minus the 20.5 against Kentucky this weekend though.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Kentucky is, I don't know what's going on. Do you guys know what Mark Stoops' buyout is?
No, what is it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you wouldn't. That's kind of a random ass question. But we had John Summerall on the show yesterday, Tulane's head coach, and he's just an awesome dude. I highly recommend if you guys can ever get him on, get him on. It's a bourbon drinker, former linebacker at Kentucky, 42 years old, still could probably go in and clean out a bar by himself. But Kentucky fans want this guy to be their next head coach. And I believe Ashton Genty's been an incredible story. And Boise State, if they went out, they're going to be that team. But I believe Tulane is the best Group 5 team in all of college football. And I think if you went back, and what's going to kill them is they're 2 out of conference where they played Kansas State within 7, and they lost in Norman to Oklahoma. If they play both those teams right now, Tulane would beat those teams. They're playing with a redshirt quarterback in Darian Mensah, who has been great. But I heard all these Kentucky fans, we've got to get Summerall. We've got to get Summerall. We got to get Stoops out of here. And then I found out Stoops' buyout is $44 million. So Stoops as many games as he wants, and he ain't never leaving Lexington.
Oh, man. Wow. Good stuff. Good stuff, LT, man. Appreciate it. Everybody get over to lanceslock.com. And like I said, I may be hitting you up to jump on with us before Thanksgiving next week.
I would love to, man. I'll make time for you guys anytime. Have y'all been going for 6 hours today?
You got a team.
Yeah, we got a team of shows.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boys are grinding.
Deep breath. Hey, lanceslock.com for the picks. Great stocking stuffer. I love that.
Okay, see you boys. Y'all enjoy
Thanks,
the
LT.
game.
Thanks, Lance.
Appreciate you. Lance Taylor, the Lance Taylor on the Twitters and lanceslock.com. What you shaking your head for?
Because I don't like what Lance is talking about.
I know. He's
How about Auburn's going to win this week and then A&M's going to beat Texas the following? They're out. Texas is out if that happens.
Yeah.
Texas has no chance of making the college football playoff if that happens.
Yeah.
Auburn isn't good enough. If they beat A&M, then A&M comes in and beats Texas. I don't care if it's a rival game. I don't care if it's at Kyle Field. That schedule isn't strong enough for Texas to take all of that and still try to be one of those 12 teams.
Let me just say this. Whoever plays a big role in a Texas win at A&M this year is going to be a legend. They're going to be talked about the way Case McCoy leading that last drive to Justin Tucker's field goal get talked about.
Yeah.
That's how big this game is. That's how big this game is. People will talk about the players of the game from this one in a Texas win for years. Just saying. All right. My man, Dan Neal, is just like me. He's a little bit of a caveman.
Yeah, if you send him the right email, usually does good jumping on.
No, he's driving. So,
oh, yeah. It's a little different. But shout out to Jamie French. He'll be in the house for the Kentucky game. That's good news.
Yeah. That's good news.
Yeah, because Hank had me worried. Hank was like, yeah, if he goes back to Gainesville, he gone. So Jamie French has put on his Twitter, I'll be back at the crib tomorrow with a little video of him rocking the icy white Texas uniform. So good news. I appreciate that because who knows what guys like Jonte Cook telling people like Jamie French, man.
Right?
Somebody asked me, did Jonte show Jamie French around on the visit? Was he the host? And I was like, I don't know. I hope not. I hope those guys aren't tight in any way. Because the way Jonte acting, he trying to burn the whole 40 acres down. So, yeah, Joe K, I'll talk about basketball at the right call, man. So, round 245, 250, I'll get around 10 minutes or so to end the show. I'm going to talk about the basketball game tonight. Don't worry. Got you. Come on, y'all. I got you.
This may be a little tricky. Dan says he'll be home in 20 minutes. So maybe
you want to do the chip shot and then the right call?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
All
right, it's okay. I lied. Just keep listening. We'll talk about basketball soon. Dan Neal.
Let's get a couple mentions in here. You know what I'm saying? How about passes.com? Passes.com/Texas One Fund. This is what's so cool. Right now, you can buy a question for a Q&A with Tashard Choice. That's going to happen next week. All you have to do is go to passes.com/Texas One Fund, and you'll see the opportunity to buy a question in the Q&A with Tashard Choice. This is the kind of cool stuff that's going on at passes.com. You're getting these cool opportunities. You're helping the NIL at Texas, but you're also getting something in return. These VIP experiences, like getting to do a Q&A with Tashard Choice, and signed memorabilia, really cool stuff. Rory Harmon is selling her own gear that apparently is all the rage. All you have to do is go to passes.com/Texas One Fund, and you'll see everything going on over there. Stuff with Anthony Hill and Ryan Wingo. Maddie Skinner of the Texas volleyball team, which seems to be getting itself back together. So just go to passes.com/Texas One Fund, and you'll see all the cool interaction that's available, especially to you Texas fans. You know what I'm saying? Cover three. Come on. Cover three. We got football tonight. We got football tomorrow. We got football Saturday. We got football Sunday. Just set up at Cover three. Just post up there with your friends. Great vibe, great food. I mean, this is what it's all about, kids. Those ribeye tacos are no joke. The brick chicken and mac and cheese. I always get that when I'm really hungry and I want meals for like a couple days. You know what I'm saying? The Chop House Burger, Texas Monthly calls it one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. You know how competitive the burger business is in the state of Texas? Come on. Cover three right there in Anderson Lane, up north in Round Rock at Old Settlers. And of course, cover two at 183 in Lake Creek. And of course, audiovisual consultations. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you only got to make one call to 255-8678. They're going to bring you the best price on big screens. Take it from me. They have set me up in 3 different houses in Austin. I mean, I only go to AV consultations. And it's whether you need big screen, surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. Yeah. avconsultations.com. You're busy. You don't need to be lugging TVs around, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All you got to do is call 255-8678. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent ya. All right, Zay. Let's get into it. So for the chip shot today, I talked about the insider at horns247.com today about 2 sources close to Quinn Ewers saying they expect him to enter the 2025 NFL draft. And so, you know, all the questions swirling around about, oh, is he going to come back? You know, blah, blah, blah. Now, look, it is interesting. I keep telling you the NIL agents are out there. Everybody's kicking tires on other people's situations. And I heard there was one high-profile school, very high-profile school, that inquired about Quinn Ewers as a possible transfer. And that school was told that's not in the plans. So, but that stuff's happening. It's happening everywhere. So that ability to retain the players you want, but just also the aggressiveness that is going on out there. It's a real factor. Now, some of the other situations, we know the seniors are all moving on, but let's talk about some of the junior eligible or, you know, like Quinn, underclassmen, guys with eligibility on the table who are, you know, what should they do? We know Kelvin Banks, he should go. He's going to make a fortune. He's probably going to be the highest drafted player for the Longhorns, and the money is real. First round money is $13.2 million to $42.2 million. The second round money is $6.8 million to $10.7 million for 4-year contracts. That's all the money combined. Once you get to the third round, it's $4.3 million to $6.4 million. And then you get to the fourth round, it's $4.6 million to $5 million. And really the 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds are, you know, $4.3 million down to, you know, or $4.5 million down to $4.1. So that's the 5th, 6th, and 7th round. You're basically getting a $4 million deal with some change. But the big money is in the top of that first round. So Calvin Banks is likely to to get in on that, and then we'll see, what's going on with Quinn Ewers. But Cam Williams, Zay, would you tell Cam Williams to go?
Yeah, I would.
Because his measurables, he's probably going to test well, and he's the kind of guy that teams will fall in love with.
Mm-hmm.
So he could end up being a first round guy, believe it or not. He's only started 9 games, or 10. Yeah. What? 9-1.
Part of that Kansas State game, right?
Games.
Yeah.
11 games, 1 game against K-State. And he's the most penalized offensive lineman in FBS, but he's 6'5". Really? Yeah. 13 accepted penalties.
Damn. That's not good.
But
they all came against Michigan.
Right. And a ton of them are false starts, for crying out loud. That stuff can be coached. It's one thing if it's holding every damn play, which it's not. So, okay. Then you've got DJ Campbell.
Stay.
Yeah. Stay. Michael Tapp.
Stay.
Trey Moore.
Stay. Better stay. Stay. Yeah.
He's going to test really well.
I don't care.
And if he keeps getting these sacks you keep predicting for him.
Yeah, if he goes crazy these next few weeks, if he could get about 7 sacks and do some real things to seriously change games, leave.
I think Isaiah Bond is gone.
Yeah, he's out of here.
So what about Matt Golden?
I think he's out of here too. Those hands are way too strong. NFL scouts will be like, wow, this guy in the red zone, tight situations. Yeah, he's tough. I want to see how he tests on everything, but yeah, he's one of those sub-10 100 guys.
He's probably going to end up with at least 10 touchdown catches.
Yeah.
And in a Steve Sarkeesian offense, that's usually attractive enough. A.D. Mitchell went in the second round. You'd love to have Matthew Golden back if he wanted more targets or something, but I think it's might be wishful thinking.
Yeah, because you don't know if them targets going to come. The ball spreads. I think they are. Once again, in the red zone, I think Matthew Golden is definitely a focal point. But, yeah, if the Horns continue to have team success, you got to strike while the iron's hot. And he's played some good football. So I'm never really worried about wide receiver and Sark and these guys regrouping and bringing in guys from the portal and those big-time 5 stars like Lockett and French who are going to be on campus next year.
All right, Jaden Blue.
Stay. Which is going to be real messy for that running back room. It's going to be interesting to see because C.J. Baxter, however recovery is going for him, I'm sure it's going really well in rehab. And what's it going to look like and when is he going to be available? But we usually know once you tear that, once you mess up your knee the way he did, that year that you get back, is he going to have that juice? Jared Gibson's going to get better. Contrevion Wisner is going to get better. Jaden Blue hasn't shown enough. I think he'll get drafted still, but probably not what he was thinking. Like, we were coming in a year thinking he could be the first running back taken off the board. That's definitely not going to happen. So are you willing to go for 5th round, maybe later, or come back for another year and boost your stock? And this running back room could be really special next season and be a part of that. I don't know. I don't know where his head's at, but I would recommend him staying.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be interesting because I know his thought process coming into the year was to be off to the NFL after the 2024 season, and his speed is ridiculous. I mean, he could run 4.3. He could run low 4.3. And then people are going to be like, oh, man, and he can catch. Oh, I kind of love him. Oh, I think, you know. They might be giving their O face for Jaden Blue.
Yeah.
He just needs to hang on to the football. Like, that cannot be a thing anymore this year where teams are going to be like, does this guy have small hands? What's going on? You know? I'm just saying. All right. I think that's it, Zay, of the guys who are, you know, have decisions. And so that means, let's say Cam Williams, Kelvin Banks, and DJ Campbell all go. Now you've got Trevor Gooseby. You've probably got a first-time, you know, well, definitely a first-time starter, and Brandon Baker at the other tackle position. Hopefully you still have Neto, Umazulu, and Cole Hudson, because they're ready to ascend if they're still, you know, feeling some love.
Yeah.
And then you got,
I think Connor Robinson's going to take a jump too. Something tells me that guy. Let's go back to that Oklahoma game where he had to go in for Jake Majors in 2023. He had some moments where you're like, yo, this guy isn't bad. It was just moving way too fast for him in that type of atmosphere. That's a lot. That's a lot. But remember, Quinn Ewers still broke a record that game for completions almost. Maybe he might have broken again when they played who they played this year, those completions. But you know,
Connor Robertson is on the depth chart behind Jake Majors. Now you've got Cole Hudson can play center, but Connor Robertson they brought him in to Texas as a center. So, you know, the kind of whispers you heard on him was he's not strong enough. He's got to get better technique against the one or the two gap defensive tackles in the SEC. Learn how to wall off guys. And look, Kyle Flood coaches his guys up. And, you know, he's been really loyal to Hayden Connor when he could have, you know, rotated Hayden Connor and Neto, kind of the way that he's been rotating Cole Hudson with DJ Campbell. More, I should say. Because I'm very curious about Neto. You know, he's got great arm length. He's got good size. I'm just very curious to see him get, you know, snap after snap and see how he holds up, because he's a guy who's been in the program as long as Banks and Cam Williams and DJ Campbell. They all came in together. And I think don't count out Daniel Cruz, the freshman, who they really like at center. You know, he's a freshman this year, just like Brandon Baker, but those two have been identified as impact players at some point, probably sooner rather than later, especially for Baker at the tackle position. Like we just said, you have Connor Robertson as a guy who came into the program as a center. Could Daniel Cruz, you know, move ahead of him in the offseason? Who knows? We'll see. There's a lot that goes into that center position. You've got to be super smart, super detailed. Your snaps have to be money. I told Jacob Majors that on Monday. I was like, your snaps are so money. Like, how much do you work on putting it right on Quinn's right side so that he's basically, dropping back as he's catching your snap? And he's like, thanks, man. Thanks. I'm like, well, I was watching Alabama last year. That guy was rolling the snaps back. That's the guy who's at Ohio State now, injured. He was rolling. He was like bowling the snaps back to Jalen Milroe half the time. So he's like, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
That's great.
Anyway, Jake Majors, man. Ollie pop to Jake Majors because that dude's snaps are money. They're money. When was the last time you saw Quinn going flailing around for a snap?
Yeah. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
I can't recall him doing that.
He's been pretty rock solid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. We can get to the right call because we don't know how long it's going to take for Dan to. We can save Dan for the end.
Yeah, let's do it. Before that, though, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you are in Central Texas and you're thinking about renovating your home, trust the experts. Don't trust these Joe Schmoes out here that just make matters worse and then charge you an arm and a leg to get it done. No, trust the experts with over 40 years in the game at McCall Custom Homes. Quality, craftsmanship, everything is grade A, family owned and operated. The father and son team have a combined experience for over 50 years. They're reliable. They're Austin Knights. They will make your house into a home that you feel truly special about. So look, check them out on Facebook, Instagram at McCall Custom Homes, and give them a call. Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580, or shoot him an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And Covert BK, remember tomorrow Casey Studdard will be in the building for the Covert BK luncheon. Smoky Bows via 313. Go chop it up with the national champ at Covert BK, one of my favorite places. That's where we got our Buick Encore that we're going to take on the road to South Carolina next week. Can't wait on the drive to South Carolina. I know we got to go past Tuscaloosa and Athens, so got to tell wife to make a quick stop in the SEC territory. And the Buick Encore wouldn't want to make those quick stops in a better vehicle. You could get one too, but they got other brands: GMC, Cadillac, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, and Chrysler, along with Buick. Go to covertbcave.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And you want to decorate your home: outside, patio, indoors, living room, dining room, even the bedroom. It doesn't matter. Leaf Landscape Supplies got you covered. Full service wholesale and retail plant nursery here in the ATX at two terrific locations, one off Monterey Oaks and 290, the other off of Pond Springs up north in my neck of the woods. If you're looking for a large quantity supplies to fulfill a landscaping job, trendy house plants, rare plants, or a collection of specialty plants, Leaf Landscape Supply are your guys. Check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, you can't beat the 10% off discount when you mention us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. When you mention your boy, Zay Collier, let me know about y'all. Hey, 10% off whatever you purchase. Take advantage of that at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip, a little basketball today. The Texas men's basketball team is in Brooklyn. Is Brooklyn in the house to take on the Syracuse Orange? And yeah, this is going to be an interesting game. Just Syracuse, they're 3-0 right now. No more Jim Boeheim. Those days are over with. They got Adrian Autry, who was an assistant for Jim Boeheim for 10 plus years. So They got, the next up within the family. And yeah, the Horns should take care of business tonight. I mean, this ain't the same Syracuse team that the Horns ran into in 03 with Carmelo Anthony and Gary McNamara and Hakeem Ward. They ain't got any of those guys, but they're pretty athletic. They're long on the wings. They're just so undisciplined. So undisciplined. Like watching their 3 games, going back, they played Colgate. They're in their 3 wins, Chip. They've won a combination of only 15 points. So they went in a double overtime against Youngstown State. They beat Colgate by 2, and their first win was a single-digit one. So when they play teams that are very disciplined and play smart basketball, they struggle with those teams, even though they have really good athleticism. So if you take care of the ball tonight, if you're Texas, you can't force anything, and you got to attack them. What I saw in those 3 games that the Syracuse Orange won but struggled with, they don't move their feet very well. Eddie Lampkin is not a shot blocker, so he's late to help side defenses. So if you could beat your man off the dribble and get in the paint, that will set up guys like Caden Shedrick to be open, or Zarek Onyema, whoever you have playing that 5 position. You got to make Eddie Lampkin work, because that dude, if he has energy on the offensive end, then you could be in trouble a little bit. He's a really good rebounder. He's a good passer too.
Remember when he ate up Texas for TCU in that Big 12 tournament game?
That's what I'm saying. He's a good passer. He's a good rebounder. When he's engaged, this team is very good. They got a player named J.J. Starling, who's a solid player. Their leading scorer, he had 38 in the double overtime win against Youngstown State. Quick trigger. He will shoot from anywhere on the court. Kendall Weaver, I'm sure that's going to be his assignment. You better be locked in, because this guy, he's going to try to get buckets any ways that he can. And then
what number is he, do you know?
He is number 2. Number
Okay.
2, yeah. So check him out. He's one of their better players. And then they have a 6'7" wing named Chris Bell, who is a really good shooter. This is going to be a Trey Johnson matchup, because they have another big that's around 6'9". I'm sure Arthur Kaluma and Jason Kent are going to have to deal with that. That guy, what's his name? Freeman. He's solid. He's also averaging double digits, almost 10 rebounds. But Starling, Lampkin, and Bell is what makes this team really go. Again, attack that paint. Get in that paint and make things happen. If you settle for threes, then you're going to struggle. That line minus 10.5, that's a little high to me. That's a little high to me. But hey, if Trey Johnson could get going, they don't have anybody on the Syracuse team that could stop them. Do not expect an old school Jim Boeheim 2-3 zone out there. They do not play zone. They play man. So work that ball around. You cannot stand and just get stuck in spots and watch the guy with the ball for those other 4 players on the court. When one player has it, you got to move. And that player that has it, you have to make quick moves. You can't hold on to it and, try to just go ISO. That's a recipe for disaster if you try to play that style of basketball. So Frank Have, I'm expecting to see a little bit more with the offense. Jordan Pope, he's slowly trying to get into a rhythm. I do like Jason Kent right now a little bit more than Jordan Pope, especially with the Trey Johnson and Arthur Kaluma lineup, because, Julian Larry, I like him as a point guard right now more than what Jordan Pope brings to the table. Jordan Pope, you got to show me something. You're a scorer. You're trying to pick your spots. You had a high volume back at Oregon State. This is an adjustment for Jordan Pope. So I'm not faulting him, but RT doesn't have time to wait around for him to find his groove and find his place on the team. Julian Larry, he's a traditional old school point. He's going to find Trey Johnson. He's going to find his big man in mismatch situations. He's going to pick and choose his time to attack. I'm not saying that Julian Larry's TJ Ford, but I think Julian Larry with a specific offense could make things click a little bit more than what Jordan Pope has shown me. Now, that could easily change. If Jordan Pope could hit about 4 threes tonight, then damn everything that I'm saying right now. Like, let that man roll. And I'm sure that's what
things have
Rodney
been a
Harris
little scattered when Pope is running things.
Yeah.
And it feels like Arthur Kaluma's like in a hurry to get a shot off because he's worried Pope is going to shoot it. The offense kind of gets a little scattered.
Right.
Whereas when Julian Larry's on the floor, stuff's getting set up. Looks like they might be running something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because his mindset's different. Like Jordan Pope's thinking, okay, I got to score, but also I'm a point guard. So how do I find the balance? Julian Larry's like, I'm just trying to run the offense. I'll find my spots when they come. I'm not going to force anything, but I know who our stars are. I know that Trey Johnson has to get his shots. I know Arthur Kaluma has to get his shots in certain situations. Kendall Weaver, when he's pressing too offensively. That's why I don't like him starting all the time. Like him starting, I could do without. You know, I get it. He might have earned that for what he did last year and just how hard he plays. And, you know, you need a defensive stopper. He's probably the most defensive stopper guy that you have at the guard position. But if he starts, you know, taking bad shots and trying to go one-on-one himself, you're Syracuse. That's what you want. That's a win. When Caden Shedrick gets the ball in the post, like he tries to go one-on-one, or Zirek Oyema, all those are wins for the opposing team. You got to move that ball from side to side and make sure number 20 gets it and make sure Arthur Kaluma gets his touches too. Jason Kent, he's going to have to knock down shots because he's a solid three-point shooter, but we haven't seen that. And again, it's still really early in the season. They haven't played many games. But so far with what I've seen, they have a lot to improve from. And we forget Tremont Mark, any day now, he's going to get back in the action. And I think they're going to be a completely different team where RT is going to have to completely change his rotations on what you see now because Tremont Mark is that good of a player and he's a 30 minutes a night guy. So, again, this game is going to be interesting how you know, they play this Syracuse team because, again, Syracuse, very undisciplined team. They're athletic. They can shoot a little bit, but if you play smart, high IQ basketball, you should be able to get any shot you want. We'll see how that goes tonight. 6 o'clock, ESPN2.
Texas by 10.5, right?
Yeah.
You don't like that?
No, I don't like that. Not at all.
You take the orange plus the 10.5.
I mean, they have struggled. All their games have been at home. And the 3 teams they beat, all mid-major. They haven't played one Power 5 team yet. So we'll see. We'll see. Like Trey Johnson, get the ball in his hands, man. Found out his name was Ronald, by the way. He went on Jeff Goodman's podcast the other day that came out. Good interview. Check it out when you can. But yeah, his first name's Ronald. Didn't know that.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
Joe K, I'm still salty about Texas versus Syracuse 2003, but happy that Melo never got a ring in the league.
Wow. Yo, Joe K, I need that hate in my life. I respect that. That's some serious hating, man. That's some serious hating. I mean, Carmelo Anthony.
That's some Zay Collier level pettiness.
I appreciate that. Now, I don't feel the same way. I love Carmelo Anthony. Like, Carmelo's one of my favorite players. I think he's underrated. You know, I think he's one of those guys, you know, like Charles Barkley and Stockton Malone, that he was just in a bad, you know, he was in the bad era. Like, you're going against Bron, you're going against Steph Curry, you're going against Kobe. Like, those guys, it's tough to win. It's tough to get a ring when you're going against those type of players. So, yeah, I'm still salty about that win too. Like I say all the time, once Melo hit Royal Ivy with that first shot on that little crossover thing, you knew it was going to be a tough night.
All right, well, let's bring him in. I see him now. The Longhorn All-American offensive lineman, 2-time Super Bowl winner with the Denver Broncos. and the man who walked into College Station in 1995 with James Brown, Ricky Williams, and said, "Not today, Daniel." Dan, how you doing?
I'm good, guys. How y'all doing?
Oh man, we're sad that college football season's going so fast, but it's getting exciting.
It's certainly getting exciting.
I mean, you're looking at these Texas Longhorns. First of all, give us your take on what you like about this team and what concerns you.
Well, after in-depth analysis, Chip, and hours of film study, I determined that I like our defense a lot.
Yes.
On the flip side of that, we need to have some consistency on offense. There you go. That's pretty much where we're at.
Well, one of the things that jumps out is, the offensive line. They seem to be good in pass protection. They had a rough night against Georgia. But the run blocking, the zone blocking is not where it should be. And you understand that better than anyone. What are you seeing on the offensive line?
Well, it's I'm babbling here a little bit. The offensive line has played really well, and there's been some really positive things. I think if you watch them, the right side, there's some more mistakes over there than there is, from Jake on over on the left side. They're pretty solid on that side. So there's some mistakes that you see made over there. It's a combination of things when it comes to zone blocking, and that is, one, the offensive line has to understand how to combo up to the second level linebackers. Backs got to understand how to hit the seam and where that seam is going to be. You can't miss the hole, and then you got to cut and get north and south. So I think it's just kind of them being able to really rely on that outside zone that I know they like. They also do some other things. They do some gap scheme stuff, some counter power, but I know they'd like to rely on that outside zone, but they just can't right now. And when I say that is, I give an example. When I was in Denver, my second year there, I guess would have been 98, excuse me. We rushed for 2,000 yards with Terrell Davis running one play. That was outside zone. So when you get it right, you just can't stop it.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. Dan, you talk about the right side of this offensive line. Cam Williams is on everyone's mock draft as possibly being a first-round pick, and the guy only has 11 starts. And Chip brought it to my attention that he also leads college football in penalties. When you see him, and you see what these scouts are looking at. Again, he's a monster, 335, 6'6". He's everything that you want in a tackle. Would you tell him to go to the NFL? Is he ready, or do you think he needs another year on the collegiate level?
I think if any position, time is your friend. It's offensive line. Just the maturation, physically getting stronger. You're going to get stronger. You're going to get better. It certainly is not going to hurt you. I think what they see in him is the same thing they see in the two LSU offensive tackles that are so highly regarded. They're very big. They're athletic. There's a lot of potential. I don't think any of them are near where they need to be today. I take Banks over all three of them right now. But he's a guy that I guarantee you're going to hear about it. Well, he's only 6'4". He's kind of a tweener. Is he a guard or is he a tackle? The guy can flat play, but that's the problem is they get so enamored with size. And as you guys know, that's one of my kind of pet peeves, I just don't get really excited about size. It doesn't mean everything to me. So I like guys that can play football. Now, I do like him. I think he's a good player, and I think he's got a huge upside. Right? You said it, Zay. This is his first year to really play significantly, and he's looked really good at times, but you can also see times he looks like he's making mistakes. I mean, the Georgia game, I thought they held up pretty well, but he flat out got beat a couple times, and there's no question about it.
So, and Dan is the king of leverage. What did you play at?
I played at 285. Guys, 285. Man, I could say this. Yeah, so I'm talking about, I was thinking about this, my offensive line in Denver. I played at 285. I had a minimum weight. If you talk to most offensive linemen in the NFL, they'll tell you they had a weight they had to be under or they get fined. I'd get fined if I wasn't over a number. And I was the only one. There's a few of us. Out of that offensive line in Denver, out of all 5 of them, I was the only one that actually played offensive line in high school. One of the guys was a wide receiver in high school. Yeah. And he was, a great player. I mean, all these guys were, but I was the only one that kind of grew up as an offensive lineman. All these guys were other stuff. They were athletes, fullbacks, linebackers, and they ended up as offensive linemen. So we believe in athleticism over size. Now, it's special when you can find those two together, but you don't all the time. So I'm one to say, give me an athlete over size, and you can win because, like you just said, it Chip, leverage. It's all that matters.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, so if you didn't weigh 285 every day, what was the fine?
It wasn't every day. It was every Friday.
Every Friday. What was the fine?
I forgot. I actually never really had too much trouble making that. I never got really below 285. I played with one guy, Matt Lepsis, our left tackle for years. His number may have been 290. I can't remember, but he would actually, because what they would do is we'd get on a scale right there in the locker room, and we had this guy. His name was Crime Dog, because he'd sit there and he was going to get to the bottom of any crime going on. Like, are you cheating? And he would kind of take his pencil and poke you to see if he could feel like a weight. So Matt would take these like weights and put it in his jock strap, knowing that Crime Dad wasn't going to go down there. And he put like 5 to 10 pounds in there so he could make weight every week. It was right in front of a locker, and I just died laughing every week at the spectacle. Crime Dog couldn't figure it out. He's got this little pencil poking at him.
Oh my God. Crime Dog.
Yeah,
that's
the good
best.
Yeah.
That's the best. Oh, okay, so did you do Sark's radio show?
Yeah, I did. That was a lot of fun. I did it last night.
Last night?
Yeah. It was first time I ever really kind of talked to him. I seen him in passing a couple times. I don't think he knew who I was, which I did not. I totally understood. I didn't expect him to. And last night was the first time I got to talk to him. Really liked him. I realized, he and I were the same age. He graduated BYU the year I finished at Texas. In fact, he pointed out to me that when we beat Nebraska, that knocked them out of the Fiesta Bowl and into the Cotton Bowl. And I'm like, ooh, sorry. So,
interesting.
Yeah. But nice guy, and I really, really had a good time.
What else y'all talk about? Anything? Zay's always looking for the salacious gossip.
Yeah, no salacious gossip. We talked a little bit about football. I kind of told him, he talked about character and how important that is. I told him, I don't envy him having to recruit today and then having to deal with the portal and building a team, with those philosophies. And he talked about the challenges of that. But he said, one thing he's always says, don't lose sight of character when you're looking at talent. And I told him, I heard him say that a couple of years ago at some event, and I came home and told my wife, I go, we got the right coach. That right there is all I need to know. And I still believe that. I think you see it. You're around these guys, Chip. You can tell you've been around football a long time. They all like each other. It's evident on the field. It's evident the way they talk. And that's why you just can't help but pull for them, because when you have that, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Dan, you obviously play with John Elway, Quinn Ewers, all the hate that he gets. Dude's still a Big 12 champion, took his team to the college football playoff, went in Ann Arbor and Tuscaloosa and got dubs there. Not too many guys could have that on their resume. Quinn, going into the rest of the season, what have you seen from him this year, and what do you expect for the last hoorah, these last few games that are going to be the most meaningful of his life?
Yeah, it was one thing we kind of talked about last night on the show. It was it's going to be senior day at Kentucky, and it's the last time these guys will put on uniform at home, which is kind of a special thing. But I said, hey, it's pretty fortunate, though, because majority of them will never play football again. They'll never do it again. But there's a lot left in front of them. Kentucky, A&M, we know for sure, maybe SEC playoffs. So ton of football left to be played, and the fun stuff's in front of them. Kentucky at home is going to be a great game for the reasons that are there and what they have in front of them. And then after that, it's going to be everything you got every week for the rest of the year. It's going to take your best effort. And what will we get out of Ewers? That's probably the problem. I don't know. When he's good, he's good. When he's bad, he's bad. And I think a lot of it is and I really like him. I don't ever like to be negative on college. I used to say they don't get paid, but I guess now they get paid. I can be a little bit. I think he's a great player, great guy. I think he's a lot of positives, but he just seems the time when there's pressure on him, he seems to struggle. And he's got to learn to handle that heat, which is the blitz, and handle the pass rush and, make plays in those type of situations. And he did a little bit against Arkansas, right? We knew they had a great pass rusher, and he did. He had his. I think he had 1 or 2 sacks. I forget. But we knew that was going to be. Landon Jackson, thank you. Whose brother's come to Texas, so we got that.
Yeah.
But and he did get his sub. So anyway, I guess what I'm saying is he handled it better against Arkansas, so that's positive. We know Kentucky's got a great defense. We know that they're going to get tested. So I want to see what they do there. And then, just because we know we have to play him, and that is A&M in College Station, I just can't emphasize there's not one guy on that team has any clue what they're about to get into and what they're about to see. So he's got to figure it out before he goes to College Station, because if you can't handle the heat, you can't handle the pressure, you ain't going to win there.
Yeah, I was trying to think, Dan, when you all went down there in 95, James Brown had never been there.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, it takes some special dudes to go in there. And you had Ricky Williams, and you had James Brown and Dan Neal, and by God, tell folks what that atmosphere is going to be like. And now Kyle Field's even bigger.
Yeah.
This is for Texas, a berth in the SEC championship and a berth in the college football playoff. If they lose this game, they could fall all the way out of the playoff picture.
They could. I think they'd still be in it. There's a very, very good argument for them to be out of it. But let's not go there. Let's focus on
not go there.
What are they getting into? You kind of. I think you did the light version. Okay, let me explain this a little bit more in depth, and that is, and all this, right? A&M left the Big 12 to get away from Texas. Okay, there's a lot to that, but that's ultimately why they did it. They were tired of being in our shadow. They always have been. They left to go to the SEC. What do you think that would do to the Aggies if we go into College Station, beat them, play in an SEC championship game, maybe win an SEC championship game before A&M's even played in an SEC championship game in all the years of their time in the SEC? The fact the last time we went to their place, we beat them 37-27. Do you don't think that sits with them? They can't stand us. Their life is to beat us. We have other games that we play that are very big and important to us. The only game that matters to A&M is beating us, because they're the inferior university of the state of Texas. It's in the state charter, and it pisses them off. And so it's one of those things where the players, and I sort of think about this, for the players and both teams, they don't really understand it. They understand it's a big game. It's these rivals, these guys that I know, but hey, I know the guys at Oklahoma too. And some of these other teams, I know the guys. But what they've been listening to, especially in College Station, here not as much, is all these things about this game. They've been brainwashed because they do that in College Station. And it's not the players that you have to worry about. It's that 12th man thing. Those fans are going to be insane. When we went there to beat them in 95, I don't know exactly, Chip. I think it was like their first loss in either 27 or 37 games at home.
31 games at home.
31 games at home they'd won, and we beat them. They didn't lose there very often, and they absolutely went ballistic. I remember after the game, some Texas fans rushed the field. And you know how the field is a memorial to fallen soldiers, and you're not allowed to step on it unless you're a player. At one point, Chip, you know the story, Corman pulled a sword on an SMU cheerleader and was commended for it. When our fans rushed the field, because there's a few that did, literally, they 5 or 6 of these corps men would tackle the fan and beat the crap out of the fan. The cops sat there and just watch it. They didn't try to keep the fans off. It was an excuse for them to go beat the crap out of UT guy, and they took full advantage of it. We're in the stadium, right? The game's over. We're showered. We're going to buses. They're still right outside the buses throwing crap at us and screaming at us. This is hours after the game's over. They absolutely just came unglued when we beat them. which made it one of the most enjoyable victories of my entire life. But it's, you know, the cheers, the environment, the cultishness of the whole place. It's a weird place, man. So it's you better be ready.
Well, and the thing about that 95 game was it was during the day.
Yeah.
And this game is at night. So, Dan, based on what you know of these guys, most of them went to Alabama last year. What's your level of, they can get there? They don't know what they're in for, but they can get there.
They absolutely can get there. I mean, when's the last time they lost on the road? Chip, I think, what was it? Oklahoma State?
Yeah, they won 10 in a row. It goes back to Oak State in 22.
And you mentioned they went to Michigan. I don't care what Michigan's season's turned into. That was a tough game, right? And they go to Alabama, and we all know that one, right? So they've done some special stuff on the road. None of them is going to hold the candle to College Station, I'll tell you right now. They might think it will, but it won't. And what it takes to win at a place at College Station is you have to play close to a perfect football game, and you have to understand the magnitude of each play. And that is every single time that ball snapped, it better be the last play of your life, because that's what it's going to take. And they're going to swing, and they're going to come at you, and you're going to have the crowd against you, especially on the offensive side of the ball. It's going to be stressful every play. It's going to be loud. They're going to play lights-out defense because they always do. You got to be ready to handle the ups and downs, because there'll be some mistakes here and there, and you can't let it turn into 2 mistakes. So it's kind of, I know it's all typical stuff, but it's magnified. I played a lot of football games, and you can go to some places and they can call a certain play, and you're kind of like, okay, I can crank it down a little on this play because it's a keeper, and these kind of games you can't. I played an AFC championship in Pittsburgh. That's a tough place to play. It's every single snap, man. It's all you got.
Yeah. Man, you might need to talk to the team.
They could do better than that.
For real. Yeah. So Dan, how do you handle this week then? Because Sark, he's already said that this is the most important game of the season.
Yeah.
And I feel like everyone's looking towards next week. But like you said, Kentucky, they beat Ole Miss. They're not rump bros.
Well, they beat Ole Miss, and they should have beat Georgia. So yes, I think these are the type of games where your leadership is everything. And that was one thing Sark said last night at the show. He's like, we've been really having some good practices, physical practices, which means these guys are still kind of chomping at the bit. They understand what Kentucky is, and that is Kentucky can only kill their year, and they're not going to let that happen, right? That's what I feel. I feel like these guys know the magnitude of this game. They're not looking away to A&M. They know what they have in front of them, and they're not going to let this one get away from them. Because they'll never forget that one. So I feel confident about where they're at, and that they'll play well. And they're at home, and it's the last time for a lot of them they'll ever play in Royal Memorial. So that is significant too. You want to go out in the right note.
Dan, great stuff, man.
No, I enjoy it, man.
Great
Which, by the way,
stuff.
I brought up last night. The last time I played at Memorial, we beat A&M 51-15. So. We kicked the crap out of them.
Beat the crap out of them. 51-15. There it is.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, before we let you go, I just want to ask you your opinion on this, because Steve Sarkeesian, he said in his Zoom presser today that practice got a little feisty, where it sounded like maybe a little squabble went down and guys might have had to be held back or so. That's normal, right? Like you like that kind of stuff this time of the year.
Well, and that's what he mentioned. He told me that last night, and I know what he's saying is he likes to still see that intensity this time of the year, because how many practices have they done this at this point? It kind of football becomes Groundhog Day really quick. It's the same thing every day, and so to still have your guys kind of out there getting feisty, and he said some of the linemen, offensive linemen, some of the scout team defense going at it, which. And that's the thing we talk about, like the importance of offensive line. You think of it like this: is in that locker room, there's as many offensive linemen as anybody else. They're the biggest guys. They're the kind of toughest guys a lot of times. No one really wants to mess with them. So they're the ones that set the tempo for that locker room. And when you have your linemen still getting feisty and scrappy, you're like, oh, hell yeah. If those guys can still want to get it and mix it up, you got to be tough to play that position. if you got tough guys up there, that inspires people. So I got excited when I heard that.
Yeah. Okay, real quick, Denver Broncos. What do you think? Bo Nix and the Broncos.
I think they're probably going to spank Detroit in the Super Bowl, Chip. That's my prediction right now.
Don't tell them that.
You know what? I tell you, it's too bad. I think they're 7-5 maybe now. Or so. I forget. That Kansas City loss. I mean, that was we used to always say if you win a divisional game on the road, it's like winning 2 games. That would have totally changed your season, and to give that away, it's heartbreaking. But you talk about a team that's kind of coach and what they're doing. That they made a huge mistake with Russell. That kind of burdened what they could do. But you got young guys that they're drafting, contributing, to this football team. And Bo Nix, obviously, the most predominant one. So that means that, they're drafting the right guys, they're building it the right way, because that's how you have to build a team is through the draft. And I think they have a shot at the playoffs. They got lucky with the draw of the NFC South, which is terrible. So they should win those games. They're about to kind of hit the AFC West now. They still have KC at home. I think they got Oakland this week. I think they got San Diego twice. So it's not easy, but they certainly have an opportunity to win some games and make some noise. And they're definitely on the right trajectory.
All right, my man. Listen, we appreciate it. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I love to, guys. Sorry I was late. Technology is not my friend, so thank you.
No, you're the man.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Happy Thanksgiving. All right, real quick, let's get a little mention in here for Fanbox, LonghornFanbox.com.
Hey Longhorn fans, it's me, Anthony Hill.
It's Madison Booker.
It's DeAndre Moore Jr.
And I'm here to announce that I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
I'm signing collectibles for the Longhorn Fan Box just for you.
Each box comes filled with signed posters, prints, trading cards, and more from your favorite Texas student athletes. And if you purchase the Longhorn All-American box, you can receive this signed poster from me.
So join the thousands of Longhorn fans who are supporting student athletes and capturing the magic through every season through the only player endorsed and university approved Longhorn Fan Box.
Your fan box come direct from my hands to your doorstep. Click below to support us and get a free gift valued at $99.
We are in this together. United
we fans.
Yeah, LonghornFanbox.com. Only 1,500 of those fan boxes. If you've got a Longhorn in your family, this is a great Christmas gift. LonghornFanbox.com. And don't forget about Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, best seafood in Austin. Seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend. Get over there for happy hour today. Best raw oyster selection, best raw oyster specials during happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Come on, man. You kidding me? All right. I'm going to bounce out and bring Cole Thompson in. Fellas, I got to jump on a call at 3. Love ya. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Well, you too, Chip. Appreciate you, man. Cole Thompson. What's happening, brother? How you doing?
Read the comment.
Well, hold on. I got to bring it up.
No. It's underneath my
Ask me about the strength of schedule.
Oh, Zay, you want to ask me about the strength of schedule? Thank you so much. I've been delighted to talk about this today because of here we are now judging people on the college football playoff scenario and how we think that we know who are the right teams that are supposed to get on in. So Notre Dame has been the one I have been arguing for a very long time. We should have put out there a while ago that when we came up with the college football playoff committee, it was going to be a group of 5 school or Notre Dame. Should have said or, not both, not guaranteeing, or Notre Dame. And here's the reason why. Because then it would force them to have to join a conference, play in a conference championship game, and earn their right to the postseason like everyone else has to. And then it got to me, well, now we're saying that if Indiana doesn't get enough done, if Indiana just doesn't look good on Saturday, I mean, you crazy. Even if they don't look that good, we're going to put them still in. So Zay, if I may.
Who gives a damn about Indiana football, Zay? What's up? Maybe we're in Austin. Let's go, baby. I'm just kidding. Actually, no. Listen, I shouldn't say that too loud. Funny enough. So at the place I'm staying,
one of my buddy's roommates is an Indiana fan. He is actually about to fly out. He is going to Columbus for the Indiana-Ohio State game. And the Wi-Fi in this house is Hoosier Wi-Fi. So somebody cares about Indiana.
So anyways, before Chris rudely interrupted me on my rant of all rants about
Go ahead,
why
Cole.
the schedule matters.
Go ahead.
Do you know that Tennessee, Texas A&M, Clemson, BYU, Miami, Arizona State, Iowa State, and Colorado all have tougher strength of schedules and have to play in a conference championship game, while Notre Dame can lose to NIU, who is the 8th ranked team in the MAC, and they guarantee their spot in if they just beat Army and USC. Do we not care about strength of schedule? I'm sorry, because all we're doing here is we're going back and forth in conversations about why we have to have these type of nonsensical thoughts about Indiana or Penn State. Meanwhile, Penn State has the 31st ranked schedule. Indiana has the 118th ranked schedule. Not going to argue that. But when we consider losses, that is as prominent. 82nd. They're 82nd in scheduling. They don't play in a conference championship game. They get no remorse from me. You lost to a middle-ass, class-ass, middle-nothing team in the MAC, and you're going to go to the playoff. Can we stop rewarding participation trophies?
I'm with it. Well said.
I think Cole said it perfectly. Yeah. I mean, it's very big participation trophy energy, Cole. Very big participation trophy energy. Nicole Auerbach's leading the charge on that with the participation trophy energy. I got nothing against Nicole Auerbach. Somebody asked me, do I hate her? I said, no, I don't care. I just think her logic is a little misguided when it comes to, let's make things all fair. It's like they're not equal. They're not equal. These things are not the same. Why do we pretend they are?
You're really going to convince people that Tennessee, who has the 17th ranked schedule, has played against Alabama, Georgia, a good Vanderbilt team, that they are nowhere near the same stratosphere as Notre Dame that we idly just looked over and said, hey, they're number 6 in the country. Yeah, they're number 6 in the country. We're just going to leave them at 6. That's what we're going to do. They're going to be fine at 6. Nobody's going to complain about that, right? What are we doing? Really? I'm not even talking about Alabama or Georgia or Ole Miss, who all have better resumes than Notre Dame combined or solo. I'm talking about Tennessee being on the outside looking in and Notre Dame being at 6. 6 with a loss to NIU. What are we doing? They'd be triple dog. They would be 21-point touchdown underdogs in every single matchup against one of those SEC teams. And you want to know what? Now all I want is for Alabama to go to South Bend, Indiana, hear everybody complain about the frigid weather conditions, how they can't handle it down the South. Alabama kick their freaking teeth in, and then we could end the argument and say, you know what? We probably should have put in SMU. We probably should have put in Tennessee. We probably should have put in anybody else but Notre Dame until they get a conference schedule.
Well said. That gold helmet goes a long way, though.
So yeah, the logos.
Let me ask you this: if Indiana beats Ohio State, is Ohio State out?
No, because they're Ohio State. They're staying in.
Well, you just proved the fact that the brands matter more than anything.
It does. It does. That's the bad part.
Texas, you're safe. Don't worry.
By the way, quick question: you said if Indiana beats Ohio State, right?
Cole, don't say something dumb.
You mean when? You mean when?
Hey, did you see the spread dropped from 13.5 to 11.5?
Ooh.
Seth McLaughlin.
Somebody's throwing some big money on the Hoosiers.
Nah, that's Seth McLaughlin injury cost them 1 field goal. That's what happened.
Okay. That's fair enough. Yeah, that could do it. Yeah. Zay, it feels good to be in the city, man. Austin,
yeah,
Texas.
man. What, you have anything to eat so far? Hey,
I haven't, man.
At the airport. The airport's terrific.
Dude, I honestly, man, we touched down. By the time I got off the plane, it was about 1:50. Knew we had Texas Sports Unfiltered, so went ahead and got the Uber and landed at my boy CJ's house at about 2:30 and haven't eaten yet. So I had some so I have not had anything to eat in the state of Texas at all. After we get off here, I think we're going to go out and about and do some stuff, go get some stuff. And
I want to know what the first meal is.
Yeah, I think tonight he mentioned we might go out and watch the who's the NFL game tonight?
Cleveland, Pittsburgh.
Okay, whatever game. I think we're going to go out and watch the NFL game.
You're not going to watch Virginia Tech? Disappoint again?
They play?
They're the Thursday night game against Georgia Tech.
No, it's Georgia Tech, NC State.
It's not NC State. It is NC State.
100% NC State.
Oh, shame on me with my ACC bias and hating on myself. It's a self-inflicted.
Yeah, but you know what's funny, Cole, to bring Cole into this? I've been telling everyone I can tell, I'm like, there's 3 things I got to try while I'm in Texas: barbecue, Mexican food, and chili. Because I was like, Cole, we've been talking about you this week. I've been saying I want to get you a gag gift for Christmas and if I can somehow send you chili. I don't know if you can do that, but send you chili with beans in it. And people are like, I'm like, you don't understand how disrespectful that would be. That would be the most disrespectful thing I could do.
I'll throw it.
I was like, Cole will quit.
Right before
Cole
the
will
playoff.
Quit. Yeah.
Right before the national championship. 100%.
Done. It was the chili that did him in. Yeah.
Yep. Not the bad takes, not the people coming at me in the comments section. The fact
chili.
that you gave me beans with chili.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Zay, you're the man. I know you're getting out of here, brother, but it feels good to be in the Lone Star State, baby. I know we'll see you this weekend. So,
appreciate you guys, Cole, Chris. Y'all have a great show. Y'all be cool.
You're the man, Zay. Appreciate you. Good to see you, Cole. We in here, man. I flew over you about a couple hours ago. I was looking at my little map on the plane. I was like, "There's Houston. There's Cole right there."
Oh, yeah,
there he is.
You do have to fly over Houston to get to Austin.
From Atlanta, yeah.
Yeah, from Atlanta.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Because for some reason I keep thinking that with you being in Greenville, I'm like, okay, is the nearest airport Charlotte? And Charlotte, you would go a different way to Dallas.
Yeah. I mean, there's an airport in Greenville, but it's cheaper and it's more convenient. I feel like just to go to the bigger airports are pretty close.
Yep.
And I've flown out of Charlotte, but I just picked Atlanta because I think the flight was like $200 cheaper, and it's only like 30 minutes farther than Charlotte is from me. So
you mean also you didn't want to go to the worst airport that has ever existed in the history of airports?
People say that. I don't know if I've flown enough to like understand how bad it is. I will say though, today was the first time I've ever flown out of Atlanta, and it was very smooth. It was very smooth outside of the fact that they thought my interface here for my podcasting equipment, I think, was a bomb or something. They pulled my bag aside. And
see, they do that every time. Like for me, whenever I go through now, because if I know I got to bring my microphone, my headset, all my pieces, my ring light, I'm like, I have to get there an extra 15 minutes early because I'm just prepared. I'm like, go ahead, just take the bag. I know you're gonna open it already, so let's just go ahead and knock this out. Yeah,
they're not used to the podcasting equipment, I suppose, but. The flight, everything was smooth. It was really smooth, though. Atlanta was smooth. It wasn't even busy, which was crazy.
Figured at some point they'd realize that it's a microphone and not like a Tech 3 level bomb that we have just created out in the middle of Greenville, South Carolina. You think that they would figure that out, but
yeah, I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, Atlanta was smooth, man. I mean, I don't have any problems with Charlotte. I mean, I guess like the way it's set up with the trams and stuff is kind of annoying. I don't know.
To me, Denver is the worst airport to fly out of, and it's only because I go there so much for skiing season. Because they have the. Are
you a big skier?
Oh, don't even tell me with a good time. I am one. Like if I get to
skier or snowboarder.
Skier. I used to snowboard.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Nearly cracked my neck one time snowboarding. I was like, okay, well, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not going to be a pro, and I don't feel like dying. So I'm going to stop snowboarding. Stop skiing. But no, so we go to the West Coast, Rocky Mountains. We'll do usually either North California, parts of Utah, Colorado. We do all of Colorado, but we always have to fly to Denver. And so Denver, I'll go once or twice a year. It is so annoying because of the tram system. So you wait in a giant line just to go get to baggage claim. I mean, just go through security. The line, you never know what to prepare for. It can either be a 45-minute wait or it could be a 2-minute wait. Like literally, I have done both. And usually you're exhausted because I will ski my last run and then go to the airport. Like I am done. And so if I have to wait in a line and I'm feeling like the wind burn on my face still hurting, it's already annoying. People don't know how to follow directions, so they never know which tram to get on. So you always see people going over to one side and then they go and they have to stop and they have to slam on the door and be like, oh, no, we got to open it. Everybody off. Everybody on. And then there's so long of a terminal. It's not a condensed terminal where it's just like, oh, we got gate here, gate here. No, it's like, here's gate 32. And then here is gate 34, like about a mile down the road. Oh, and by the way, there's 142 of them in the same terminal. So it's like, go figure it out.
You know what I learned about myself today, Cole? You know what my toxic trait is?
What?
I judge people at the airport that take the train instead of just walking to the terminal.
You mean the like little side tram?
Whatever. In Atlanta, there's it's like an actual like train.
Yeah.
Or
like
what? Train, tram, whatever. I low key judge you if you can't just walk 10 minutes to the fucking terminal.
See,
excuse my French. Sorry, I
don't
think BK cares, but yeah.
Houston, you have to though because of the way.
Okay, well, that's different. That's different. That's different. That's different.
Because Terminal A,
I'm just like I'm not getting on the train, man. Like it's a 10-minute walk.
No, but like Terminal A is its own building, and then Terminals B, C, and E are its own building, and then Terminal D is its own building. So it's
okay. That Tampa's like that.
Yeah,
Tampa Airport's like that. Yeah.
So you can't.
I get. But like in Atlanta, I'm like, dude, get some.
It's just one giant building.
Get your steps in. Get your steps in. That's it.
See, I judge people who take the what's it called, the little walking thing. What's it called? Whatever the moving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
damn,
whatever that damn. I've never known
it. Cole put me on blast here.
You're one of those people?
I'm not like committed to it. It's just there.
Okay, are you one of those people who stops? Is my question.
No, you keep it moving.
That's what I'm wondering.
No, you got to keep it moving. No. The whole point is you get on it because you can walk faster.
Yeah, no.
You can get there quicker.
No,
if you get on there and stand, it literally defeats the purpose of it.
Well, you stand because you're giving your feet a breather. You're giving your feet a moment to just relax. You're breathing. Yeah, and I'm like, no. It's all about moving forward, moving faster, getting there faster. I want to be sprinting on that thing if I could. I want to be like a treadmill. Like I'm turning it up to 11 and I'm going.
I agree with you. If you stop on the moving platform, you suck.
That's what I mean. And like because there was a time, literally, I remember it clear as day. I'd always fly because we'd always have to fly for work, and there would be a time where I remember the sign said, "If standing on the right, if walking on the left." And I'm like, dude, I'm going to be walking. If you're in my way, I'm going to barrel past you. I don't care where you're standing.
Fair enough. Really, we can continue airport chatter because it is funny. Horn takes. What's up, man? What's going on, Sean?
Is that his name?
Yeah, you out of here to Columbus, man? Are you out? Got you.
Is that his name? Sean?
Yeah. All right, maybe I shouldn't. He people know. I'm about to say I'm not putting him on blast. He damn goes live and says his name.
No, Sean's a very nice person.
You never know. Sometimes you never know. Dude, yeah. Sean and I have had some we've had some good banter on the timeline this season. I feel like y'all can tell me if I'm wrong in the comments. I feel like I've low key like defended Texas's honor lately. Like I made the point. I'm like, why is ESPN like coming at Texas every week? Like,
okay, here I'll put you on the spot to defend Texas's honor.
Okay,
if they were a 2-loss team, if they were like just randomly 2-loss team like everybody else, would they still be your number one in the SEC?
Well, Cole, I don't feel like it's going against them to say no. They of course they would. If they were a 2-loss team.
Yeah,
no, they wouldn't be in the 3 spot, and they wouldn't be number 1 in the SEC.
Right. So
they would have lost to someone else. That, yeah. I mean, that's it. Listen, I mean, the wins and losses matter. I mean, they do. And I'm also not going to pretend like Texas doesn't have that. Their schedule hasn't worked out well this year. Listen, even the most burnt orange glasses, and people get really upset about the SEC's a gauntlet every year, but this one that Texas is in. I mean, listen, the schedule worked out well. It did. It did. When your key wins are at Vandy and at Arkansas, like ESPN listed, it worked out well. But
also include at Michigan because if it's still.
Well, I'm just saying that's what ESPN, like if you look, they were showing like the resume and they're like key wins at Vandy, at Arkansas. I was like, damn, that's a compliment to Arkansas. They listed them as a key win.
Yeah. Well, no, what was funny was they also put key losses for Tennessee at Arkansas. So I'm like, oh, okay. So for one team, it's
a good win and a bad loss.
And a bad loss. Yeah. Okay. So which is it, ESPN?
Interesting. Yeah.
This is what I hate about it, dude.
It's all bullshit. But yeah, I mean, if they had a second loss, I mean, yeah, it's.
So are you defending their honor by saying that they would be the best? Or because I'll be clear, I think Texas is number 3. More importantly, I think Texas right now, because they have one loss, is the number 3 seed. That's it. If you told me which one am I picking head to head right now in terms of I would bet money on, the team I don't want to play is Ole Miss. Ole Miss for me would be number 1 because Ole Miss.
Well, we've done this exercise, right, with the ceilings and the floors. I mean, yeah. I think we agree Ole Miss at their ceiling. I mean, I just think Ole Miss top to bottom, maybe not. They may not have the best 44, but they've got the best 22. I think of anybody in the SEC.
I would go probably top. If you gave me 30 players.
Okay, I mean 30's fine. I mean, I still just kind of like maybe Georgia has more depth, but top 22 at least. If they're clicking, I mean, we knew this though, right?
Yeah,
we knew this coming in the season. Like, bro, they have dudes everywhere. Like, they should be elite. They got dudes all conference on NFL on like everywhere. The amount of guys that are going to get drafted off that team is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And the problem is also people are going to say, well, he's not a first-round pick. If you get drafted into the NFL and you're one of 246 names called, I don't want to hear it. You're one of 246 that got chosen by one of 32 teams saying you're good enough to play. Like, I'm sorry. I'll give you a 7th-round pick. Jared Ivey, JJ Pegues going in round 4. Oh, well, how good really were they when, they only played? It's like, dude, they got drafted. What are you talking about? You go get drafted in the NFL, then let's talk.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, I think the biggest wild card with Texas, and by the way, shameless plug, we had a conversation drop this morning with my guy, CJ Vogel, who I'm currently in his house. So, ironically enough. But we did that a couple days ago, dropped it this morning. We talked about the game this weekend, of course, but a lot of the conversation was about Quinn Ewers, hence the thumbnail, the title, etc. We talked a lot about Quinn. That's the biggest wild card, I think, Cole. I mean, I think they've shown they've got a championship level defense. It's just, what are we getting out of Quinn and the offense? I mean, that's the big thing, I think, right? I mean, it's just, at some point you just start to, he's not bad, obviously, but it's like, is he elite level to take them to a national championship? I don't know. I don't know that he is.
What does Dave call it whenever I say just randomly, and I give props to a team that has struggled all year or not? He calls a day trader. Is that what he calls me?
Day trader. Yeah.
Cool. You're day trading right now. And anybody you're day trading right now. So please stop. Because of what? Like, here's the deal. You know who he is. It's week 13. That's Quinn. Can you win with him or not? I know that's what you're pondering the question with.
No, yeah.
But everyone knows the answer to this. You can win with him. You just can't win because of him. If your defense is struggling, if your offense isn't able to get the ground game going, if your offensive line is taking a beating, you're not turning to number 3 and say, hey, go win us the football game, like you are with other programs. Or more importantly, like you look at the NFL, they'll turn to Patrick Mahomes and say, you're on your own, you're winning this football game. They'll turn to Josh Allen and say, you're on your own, you're winning this football game. A perfect example of this is honestly Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe is a quarterback that they say, you're on your own, you're winning this thing. You have to do it. If you do not show up, it doesn't matter what we do because we're already cooked. Quinn's not that guy. That doesn't mean that Texas can't win a national title with Quinn Ewers being the starting quarterback. I think that's the main emphasis that I have. If you're telling me I got one drive and I have to have Quinn deliver, or I have one drive and I have Jalen Milroe deliver, I'm taking Jalen Milroe. If you're telling me that I have one drive and I got to trust Jackson Dart or Quinn Ewers, I'm taking Jackson Dart. You tell me I have one drive and I'm trusting Quinn Ewers or I'm trusting Carson Beck, I'm trusting Quinn Ewers in that sense because I know what I'm getting. But I already know what I'm getting. He's not changing because of now they're playing Kentucky really well. It's not going to transform overnight where he balls out against Texas A&M and now he is the Heisman favorite. That's not happening.
You make a good point, Cole, because all those players you mentioned, I would also take them in a game-winning drive.
Would you take Carson Beck or would you take Quinn Ewers?
Yeah, that's a good.
That's a debate.
That's a serious debate. They're both wild cards. I mean, honestly, I'd probably take. I'll tell you this: I'd take Quinn with his weapons versus Carson Beck with his weapons.
That's my
yeah.
emphasis. If you're telling me, have you ever seen?
How about this? They're the same guy.
I was about to say, thank you, Sean.
They're the same guy.
You ever seen the episode of The Office where they show the picture This is your office. This is a trash bin. They're the same picture.
Yeah.
They're the same dude.
It's a Spider-Man meme.
Yeah. They're literally pointing at each other nonstop.
Yeah. 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 I mean, that's fair. That's very fair. I mean, it's funny, the Texas-Georgia game, like neither team won because of their quarterback.
No, not at all.
Neither one of them did. Like that was supposed to be like a showdown, a two of the best, and it was not anything of the sort.
The thing I will say, and why I would probably lean Quinn, it has nothing to do with the weaponry. It has to do with the fact that Quinn is who he is. You're still getting turnovers from Carson back. You're still getting consistent.
Quinn takes care of the football
better. Now he doesn't take deep
much
shots.
better. Much better.
Yeah, doesn't take deep shots the way that Carson Beck does, but he also has fewer turnovers by a lot, by a significant amount, nearly half the turnovers that Carson Beck has.
What do you think Sark would say if he wanted to come back?
If Quinn wanted to come back?
Yeah. I don't think they'd take him.
They would.
I think it's a very similar situation with Beck. See you, man. Best of luck this weekend. Give him hell.
Tell him I'm rooting for Indiana.
Well, he just walked.
I have Indiana winning.
He also has Indiana winning, but he's
I
an
do have
Indiana
Indiana
fan. So, Indiana fan living in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, I've seen weirder. I've seen a Utah fan living in New York City. I mean, I've seen a BYU fan living in Florida. I mean, come on.
BYU has fans. That's impressive.
I've seen a BYU fan actually admit that they exist. I mean, we've seen.
Did you see this on social media, by the way, Cole? This is what welcomes you at the Austin airport.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Hook 'em.
No, they wouldn't bring Quinn back. And the reason that they wouldn't is because they don't want to lose Arch. Arch is starting.
Well, and I just think at some point you're just ready for, the next chapter. I mean, you kind of feel like it, like you said, Quinn is who he is, right?
He's not going to do anything else at Texas.
Right.
He's not. Like that's because again, here's the deal. I bring this up with Jackson Dart all the time. The reason why I said Jackson Dart was QB1 going into this year is because he has been in the same offensive system for 3 years. He's learned with the same offensive minds, Lane Kiffin and Charlie Wise Jr. He has worked with only 2 people his entire tenure in Oxford. It's the exact same with Quinn. It's AJ Milwee, it's Kyle Flood, and it's Steve Sarkeesian. You're not getting anything else. You're not learning anything more. They've taught you everything possible. If you want to learn a new style of offense, then you got to go to a new school like Mississippi State. Learn how to play in the veer and shoot offense. That could work. But this offense, this is what you are at this point. They've told you everything that they can. They cannot teach you anything else. Either you know it at this point for the test or you're going home with a failure. That's it. That's all it is.
Cole, can Texas win the national title with Quinn?
Yes.
They can. Okay. All right.
Because again, that defense is so damn good. It truly is mind-numbing to me how much we have seen this Texas defense stay the course with what they lost last year. And it's not just it's not just guys like losing Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. It's also losing guys like Jalen Ford. It's also losing multiple cornerbacks. It's also losing multiple depth pieces. This was a team that felt really well connected, and they went out in the portal and they upgraded at multiple positions. They let Jerry and Thompson go to Auburn. They brought in Andrew Makuba. Great find. They brought in Trey Moore, former AAC Defensive Player of the Year. They trusted their younger players to take a larger role, much more substantial playing time, guys like Ant Hill. They went out and they added in great depth with guys from Arizona that were partners with Johnny Nason. You continue to see the growth of Vernon Broughton. Alfred Collins is like, okay, my turn now. He stepped on up. Probably the most underappreciated player on this team. And they're top 10 in almost every single metric. You can't stop them. The only way that they lose is if they shoot themselves in the foot. And so when you have a defense, and more importantly, Chris, they're mature. Like so many defenses we'll watch play this game that are really well put together, but they're not mature defenses. They make minor mistakes that lead to big time explosive plays down the field, or they're penalized a lot, or they put themselves in a really rocky situation where they're in the red zone. Texas doesn't do that. the most mature thing I saw last week, and probably where my brain said, I don't care what I'm getting from Quinn Ewers. I don't care what I'm getting from this rushing attack. I don't care what I'm getting for the play calling of Steve Sarkeesian. When Michael Taft fell on the football after Alfred Collins forced a fumble and didn't try to play hero ball, said, I'm going to give the ball back to my offense and trust that they're going to run out this clock. That was when I said, as long as they are not the ones shooting themselves in the foot, Texas will win every single game from here on out. They can, at least, because it's that much of a mature defense.
Yeah, I agree with you. I tend to agree. Let me ask you this: if you were to power rank, at least at the top, power rank like your comp, like if I had to ask you right now who's going to win the national championship from the SEC, best odds or best chance to do it, would you put Ole Miss one?
Now, let me ask you.
Put Texas one? A lot of it does depend on matchups, I will say.
I was going to say, am I looking at the matchup right now? Like,
well, you kind of have to, I guess. I guess I should have prefaced the question. You do have to look at the matchup.
I honestly,
I mean, don't you just kind of have to hope you get a favorable
I'm just
path?
gonna be completely real. I think that that every team in college football is praying to God they're not getting Ole Miss round one. I take Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I think every single team is saying, please, for the love of God, do not give us them.
I just think it's going to, I mean, listen, I just think it's going to be if it works out this way, fine, whatever. It just is what it is. But Cole, you want to see 3 SEC teams go on the road to Big Ten sites, or like 2 Big Ten sites in a Notre Dame? I mean, I'd love to see an SEC home playoff atmosphere. I'd love to see that.
Here's what I will say. And this is me being selfish and me kind of also wanting to tell everyone to shut the hell up. Go on the road. Have them go on the road. I have no problem with it.
That would really shut people up if you go into their house and just beat their ass.
Beat them and beat them bad.
Yeah.
Beat every single one of them. Beat Indiana by 20 points. Beat Notre Dame by 50 points. Beat who's the other one? Ohio? No, not Ohio State. It would be Notre Dame.
Penn State.
Yeah, no, I already said Penn State. Beat Notre Dame by 3 touchdowns. Nobody would everyone would just go, okay, this is why the SEC is getting an extra team over you every single year. You want to know why? Because when this shit happens and you run your mouth about us leaving out an SEC team, this is the problem. Doesn't matter that it's 20 degrees outside. They've been prepared for it. You know for a fact Kirby would have that AC unit inside the practice facility at -4.
Yeah, bro. Like the people that think cold weather is going to stop Kirby Smart from getting his team ready to that's crazy.
That's
crazy. Like
I would understand Tennessee, which by the way, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. People may not know this. Come close, Chris. It gets cold in Tennessee.
It gets cold as shit in Tennessee.
It gets cold as all shit in Tennessee.
Yeah, it gets very cold in Tennessee.
You want to know where else it gets really, really cold? Austin. You want to know where else it gets really, really cold? Tuscaloosa. You want to know where else it gets really, really cold? Atlanta. At times. You have it. Now, don't get me wrong. The way that you prepare for snow is different from down there. But, the cold weather is going to slow them down. Shut up. That is the worst take.
Like, you're acting like this is a Dolphins-Chiefs game when it's like -10 degrees. It's not.
And 2 is your starting quarterback. Yeah.
Right. I mean, come on, man. Like, it's cold for sure, but I mean, come on. Some Big Ten person's going to find this, clip this, and God forbid if they win one of those games, they're going to – it's not that cold. It's going to be like the sickest highlight tape you've ever seen.
Of course. I'm okay with it. Put me on blast because if you honestly think that the cold is
listen,
why
some folks in our industry, they want to be on the promo tape. They want to be on the hype tape. We want to be on the diss track.
I'm okay with it.
Put us on the diss track. We put us on the diss track.
But not the Indiana diss track because we do not disrespect Indiana in this household. Wherever you are, I don't know.
What household are you in by? That's a nice setup. Grandmother's household?
So my family is all in Mexico for a wedding and a family function with a couple of my mom's friends. And so I'm on dog duty. So I have my dogs. I have their dogs. My brother's dogs are eventually going to be coming over here later. So it's going to be a golden retriever household. Basically.
All the dogs.
Yeah, and my family owns Goldens, which is why probably Ben's death hit me harder than anybody else because of that dang dog reminds me of my dog that's 10 years old, and Ben was 10. But it's like 4 Goldens are going to be in here at one point, so it's like okay, cool.
Guys, again, would love to hear from you. Questions, comments, anything you got, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, X. Funny enough, I was actually listening to a little bit of BK and Bucky this morning on the drive to Atlanta because I departed from Greenville about 6:30 this morning. And so when it rolled around, I caught a little bit of BK and Bucky. They did a good job this morning. I did learn this morning from them, Cole, that Kentucky has sold out their allotment, which I thought this was – I guess maybe this is normal, and I just didn't realize it. I mean, DKR seats 100,000 people.
Yeah.
And the road allotment to Kentucky was 5,000. Is that like normal? That seems like a really small amount.
I think at Alabama, well, for starters, it matters on the team. That's a big deal.
That's fair.
So,
yeah.
So throw that in. It's not like the allotment for Georgia was 5,000. It was probably closer to. It was probably closer to 10,000. I'm not saying, but again, you're factoring in how many people are going to pay to not only go to the city, get the lodge, be here for several nights, be inside of the atmosphere, go to the tailgate, spend money at the tailgate, go and spend money around the town, and then still have enough money to go to the game afterwards. Like, there were so many times when I was in school and I was not working for the team. I was not covering the team at the time. So my freshman year and the beginning of my sophomore year, because I got hired like in October to go cover to Alabama, where we would go on road trips to watch the team, and we would never go to the games. We just would go to the tailgates, and we would just go party around there, get drunk, and try and meet some 5 individual women. Like, that's what we would do. And then if we had a place to stay, we had a place to stay. If not, depending on how far it was, we would sometimes drive back that same night, and somebody would stay sober. That's what we did. So 5,000 doesn't seem like that much. Plus, again, who's making the trip from Lexington to Austin?
Hey, there were a few. There were more than a few Kentucky fans on my flight. And so, I mean, so everybody else too doesn't know this, but I told Cole and Dave obviously already. I'm sitting in the Atlanta airport and have this random guy come to me. He's like, Dave, Chris. He wasn't sure which one I was, but dude's rocking a Kentucky hat. Met a Kentucky fan, big fan of the show. Said he tunes in all the time, and it was funny. I was like, "Yeah, man, how you feeling about the game?" He was like, "It's basketball season." I swear to God, he's like, "It's basketball season." He's like, "No, I don't know. I mean, and then you know what card he pulled out, Cole? He was like, "Well, we beat Ole Miss, and that's better than anybody Texas has played. So I mean,
there you go.
They ain't played nobody. So, but
I want him to come on the Sunday Funday show if he actually is. If Texas loses this game, I'm sorry, I want him on there.
It was. I got his name, and then his buddy's name was Eddie, who's actually a Bama fan, who's just tagging along with him, just having a good time.
That's nice. Go support your friend.
Yeah.
As
they're just going to have a big weekend in Austin, and again, that's why they're coming for the party. They're coming for the city. Yeah. So, but it was cool. But there was definitely some big blue on the flight.
There's going to be big blue there. It's also, you're going to Austin. Like, you get to be in the ambiance of Austin. People would love to see that. It's like whenever somebody says, hey, when you go, like, Americans are so uncultured because they don't travel around the world. And it's like, guys, I can go travel to Bismarck, North Dakota and Orlando, Florida in 2 days. And guess what? I will see 2 drastically different lifestyles, just like you will traveling from Germany to Ireland. It'll be the exact same thing. Like, I don't have to leave the country.
I've been all over the place.
I don't have to leave the country to learn about culture in other cities and other locations. And trust me, every part of the country looks completely different. Every part. What you think that you see in South Dakota is nothing what you will see in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Yeah. I've traveled all over, man. It's been a blast. They were picking my brain about the best spots. So, yeah. Well, I'm excited to see DKR, man. I have confirmed, Cole, that we've been able to pull the strings enough to. I'm about 99% sure that yours truly is going to be on the field pregame.
There you go. That'll be a fun time. I'm not even going to ask you how you did it. Beautiful that you did.
It's just good to know people, man.
I say,
just a guy who knows a guy who knows another guy.
It's very nice to know people in your life that can know people in your life.
Well, it's just because it's funny because people are always asking me, like, do you get credentials? I'm like, for what? For what?
Except in the press box. Yeah,
bro. Honestly, I would. Here's the situation. I would love. I would certainly love to be in a position. I'd be open to being in this position where I could get us credentials to where like we could all go to a game. And Cole, if you wanted to sit in the press box, or if Dave wanted to, and y'all wanted to cover the game that way, fine. I'm not a press box guy.
I'm a press box guy.
I'm not. I want to be down there in the trenches.
No, I love press boxes. I do. I love every minute of it. I love being able to go out on the field for the last 8 minutes. I'm always for it. 100%.
I mean, listen, I'm not like knocking like the bad. I just remember being at the College World Series, and I spent most of my time in the press box at the College World Series. And it was fine. It was fun, but it was dude, it was weird, man. They were piping in like field noise. So it wasn't just dead quiet in there, but I'm like, dude, like you walked out, it almost made you forget like how loud it actually is. Because it was so quiet in the press box. You go out there, bro, it's like, I mean, the sound would just hit you. Like you're like, holy shit, it's loud out here.
Yeah.
So
no, I mean, well, even when you're at like Texas A&M, perfect example. I was there for the last 3 years covering the team. Like it was still loud. Like they didn't have to worry about pumping up crowd noise, even for games like against Mississippi State, like last year when Jimbo got fired.
Right.
Still a loud environment. Like if your stadium is built a certain way, it carries the volume in that diameter. Like the DPI level that we talk about, or whatever it is, the frequent movements. I'm making up words today. I don't understand why I just continue to do that. But that level, the frequency volume level, it rises and the decibels just continue to hit the roof. Like it shakes. And they tell you that in the press room. Like they tell you, hey, here's the deal. You're going to feel this thing going through an earthquake. You're fine. Life is all good. They read out a statement letting you know, don't tuck and cover and pray to God that you survived this. You're fine. It's just the loud noise outside.
By the way, Cole, on a completely unrelated side note, you want to know something really funny I'm doing immediately after this that I've just now remembered?
You're
not going to guess. It's okay. I've got a radio hit at 4 o'clock Central with the ref in Norman.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Live from Austin.
Hey, we're in Austin, but yeah, good job.
Tyler, I'm going on with McComas. He knows. He knows.
At least he knows.
I'm like, don't put me on the spot, bro, and ask me something stupid. Don't ask me some silly question.
How do you like Texas? How do you like Austin? Because you came to visit them, but you didn't come to visit us.
And be like, well, because y'all stunk.
Why
didn't you come to OU Bama? It's like, well, I mean,
I'm still nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
You're nervous for Bama?
Yeah, I would be. Okay. Bama's gonna win. I don't doubt that. I have no doubt about that whatsoever. But like that 13.5 point line, that's too
Cole,
much for me.
I hammered it.
Did you? All right.
I hammered Bama.
That is a line that
if OU beats that spread, if they win straight up, I'll tip my cap and I'll be wrong. But if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die on that side of the line. I refuse to bet Oklahoma. Refuse to bet them out of principle.
If I was given $1 million simply to bet that game, or I could have $1 to bet any other game, I take the $1. I don't like that line. It's too disgusting to me. It runs me. It's gonna end up being like something like, I don't know, 28-12.
28-12.
Yeah, just field goals from Oklahoma. It's gonna be something like, I don't know, 27 or 29, because you get a safety in the back of the end zone if you're Alabama, to 16. Like it'll be something weird like that, because that's what this game is gonna be. Just straight up.
Weird. Is it OU's defense that scares you?
Yes, that's part of it. The other part is also there's something about wanting to look ahead. And I've already called it. I think that Auburn beats Texas A&M this weekend. I do.
Is that typical? Do Auburn and Alabama, do they typically not play well the weekend before?
No, but the reason I'm saying that is because of it's your first.
Like DeBoer's,
DeBoer's first. And what do we see last year with Hugh Freeze's first? Diego Pavia and the legend that has become Baba Yaga out in Nashville was born. That's what we saw the weekend before this. So it's like, I just, there's something about me saying Alabama will win. Alabama may not cover. And there might be a few people sitting like, whoo, I was a lot closer than I wanted to be. I was a lot closer than I thought it was going to end up becoming. And it's because of they're already looking ahead to the Iron Bowl. You want to make a good first impression in the Iron Bowl for your.
Oh God, yeah.
So, and again, Hugh Freeze, honestly, after losing to New Mexico State and then taking the team that went to the college football playoff all the way down to 4th and 31, there will be some people that say, I hate this man. There'll be some people that will say, holy crap, we nearly beat them after losing to Diego Pavia because nobody knew how to say his name last year. What are we?
Is it Pavia?
No, last year on the broadcast they called him Pavia.
I was about to say, God.
And then when he got to Vanderbilt, he went on to the radio show and he said, by the way, I just want to make it clear, my name is not Pavia, it's Pavia. But they called him Pavia on the hit when they played New Mexico State.
Pavia is so much cooler.
Yeah, 100%.
I like Bama minus 13.5. You and Dave were on that preview, right? What was your score prediction?
I think I said 28-14. Or 20
14 points for Oklahoma.
Yeah, 28-14, or it was 24-10, something like that. It wasn't. It was right on the line. It was right at the line was 14.5 when we came out with it. I think it moved down to 13.5. I said it was going to be right on that line at 14. 2 touchdowns. And I think it's a 4-quarter battle. I think Alabama does what Tennessee did when they went in Norman, where it was close, not really a lot of offense moving. And then here comes the third quarter. You get a big time run from Justice Haynes or Jam Miller. You get a touchdown pass to Ryan Williams. Now you're up by 14. Like, that's what I think is going to be the game.
If I had to go score, I'll go 27-10, Bama.
See, I feel like that. I feel like you're missing something. Like, let me explain. Let me explain. It should be 25-10. Because watch Alabama.
They still cover. They still cover.
But watch Alabama not get the field goal. What they do is they get the safety instead. Like,
Cole,
that's what's
Cole. You're as unbiased as they come, and I'm always complimentary of you and Dave. And I tell people that I'm like, my 2 guys, Cole and Dave. I'm like, they're Bama alums, but you would never know. You'd never know. But when you look at Bama, do you think they can win the national championship?
At their peak, yes, with a lot of help from others.
They need the right path too.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you tell me right now that they're the, let's just say, humor me and say that they're going to be the 6th seed, like they go to the SEC championship. The playoff committee goes, no, you weren't promised to be in this game, so we're not going to penalize you two, whether it be Indiana and Alabama or Texas and Oregon or whoever it is. So the runner-up gets 5 and 6, and they're the 6th seed, and they have to play, I don't know, Penn State in the first round, and then they have to go play the number 1 seed. I mean, they're the 5 seed. They get 12 spot, and then they play number 1 seed, and the number 1 seed is Ohio State. Hate that matchup. Hate it.
Yeah,
absolutely hate it. Number 1 seed Oregon. Still hate it. Hate that matchup. They play the number 3 seed, Miami. I personally hate it. Me because of Cam Ward is going to do some voodoo shit, and he's going to find a way to get Miami a win, and then they're going to have bragging rights over Alabama. Hate it. But if it's like you play the Big 12 runner-up, the Big 12 champion, or you play Boise State, yeah, they can win the national championship. They can coast their way to the semis, and then at that point, that's where you have the conversation.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the other SEC teams, how it fits in with Bama. I mean, I don't think Tennessee can. I know I remember a couple weeks ago we were like talking about how many teams can realistically win the national title. I don't think Tennessee is a national title team. I don't think they are. They haven't. Like, they have the defense, they have the running game. I just don't think Nico's ready to carry them to that.
By the way, Sean, I am on that Sooner magic kick. Because guess what? Watch it happen this weekend to us. Watch it happen to Alabama.
Well, I think he's giving you shit for picking Oklahoma to beat Texas earlier this year.
Of course he is. Listen, somebody had to be the bold one. We could all just be I like Texas. I like that. No, somebody had to be that dude. Someone had to.
I thought it was going to be a close game too. It was nothing of the sort, my friend. Oh, by the way, I do want to highlight this in case anybody missed this. We dropped our weekly picks, of course, yesterday. Cole, Missouri fans are not happy with me.
I love it.
They honestly think I'm picking that because I'm salty because I've got this South Carolina bias and after the game I'm just dancing on their grave. I'm like, and Cole, that I'm sure you laugh when you see that because you know better than you and Dave know as well, if not better than anybody. Like, I promise you that has nothing to do with my pick.
That is not buy-in at all. No.
Not a single thing. Like the furthest thing. I think Jeff Lebby's going to get him one. I do.
I mean,
I just do. Getting Mizzou off the emotional loss in Columbia. I mean,
good for you. I'm very glad that you decided to make that take. I may or may not have thrown the picks onto the Mizzou Reddit board and then said,
"Oh, come on!"
I may or may not have.
You did not do that.
That's
tough.
Not
tough.
Listen, I'm not outing myself. I am protecting my rights at this company, so I'm gonna make sure that I don't ever say anything. I may have reached out to all the Mizzou message boards that have said we would like to bring Cole Thompson out there. I might have done something like that. I might not have. I'm just saying it's a wonderful feeling to know that when I get flack from A&M fans for picking against them, now you know my pain. Now you know how I feel. Even though A&M fans are kind of saying, "Oh, he picked against us," that means we're winning. They still believe
I haven't built that goodwill up with Mizzou folks.
Nah, I have built that goodwill up.
I mean, I would be grateful for you sharing the content either way, whatever. I don't care. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, it's so funny with the picks. It's like Mizzou fans will give me shit all week. If Missouri wins, they'll come back to it, and they've all probably bookmarked it, and they'll come talk shit to me. But if Mississippi State wins, I'm not going to go through there and talk shit to the Missouri people. I don't know. I just taking a bit of a flyer. By the way, we were talking about this, Cole. Speaking of bold predictions, Dave and I were. I think I've got to pat myself on the back for a second because I think the boldest pick that came true of this season in our pick'em
was it Toledo, Mississippi State?
Toledo. That was the most off the wall. Yeah. The Toledo pick.
I will agree with you. I think I'm probably second with Arizona State, Mississippi State, just because of that SEC dominance.
Yeah.
Is there even another one that came close?
I don't know. We were thinking about that. I don't know.
I don't even think there's one that's even in the same.
I wish somebody. It would have never. Like, I wonder. Do you think there's anybody out there that bet Vandy money line to beat Bama? Is there anybody like there? I'm sure there was just some Vandy dude in Vegas or something. But like, come forward.
I will say, probably the most degenerate gambler who was picking every single line possible, and then threw a couple of bucks on the over under when it came to Jalen Milroe passing yards, and then took the over under on the Diego Pavia interception. Then said, "Yeah, just give me Vandy money line," and he didn't think about it until it was literally the fourth quarter. Like, that's the dude that you can project to actually make that type of bet.
It's just, I was like, I wish one of us would have picked Vandy, but it's like we could, dude. It was the week after the freaking the Bama Georgia game. That's the craziest part when you think back about that. Yeah. It was the week after the Georgia game. I mean, by the way, Cole, you weren't on yesterday, but literally yesterday and today, our TSU folks have been like, where do you go in Austin? Where should I go? You
should totally go to Yellow Rose.
Bro, they're all telling me to go to strip clubs. What is going on?
How do you know about?
I'm not going to Diva Men's Club.
See, I thought you didn't know what Yellow Rose was.
Because they told me yesterday.
Oh, they told you? Why?
Well, no. They didn't tell me. I Googled.
Why'd you Google?
They were like, go get a steak at the Yellow Rose. I was like, all right, let me Google Yellow Rose. I mean, I'm not going to not Google.
Fantastic.
I was like, this is a gentleman's club. All right, cool.
It is a fine estate affair.
You've been there.
Oh, I have. I've been to Yellow Rose. Yes, I've been to Yellow Rose. I've been to Yellow Rose more times than I like to count on. My wife's not watching, so it's all good. I'm not going to get in trouble about it.
Yeah, I don't want to ask you any questions that'll get you in trouble, but now I have questions.
No, I have questions. Go ahead.
Are you a strip club guy? Like, are you?
Yeah. Okay.
You didn't say no, so
okay.
Nothing wrong with it every now and then,
No.
whatever. Like,
I am a strip
fine.
club. I am a strip club guy, and I love the strip clubs. If you have the all-you-can-eat buffet, as Jake Bayless brings out, if I can get a lap dance at a breakfast buffet for this low price of $8.99, it's got the best of both worlds. Don't think anybody's complaining about having bacon and pitties in your face. I don't think so.
I'm not a strip club guy, for the record. I'm not.
Now, when I was younger, hell yeah. When I was like 22, actually, when I was like 19 and using a fake to get in, and they didn't give a shit. Yeah, 100% was. There was so there was one time, and I'll never forget this. I was in we were in New Orleans we had formal in Greek life. You go to a big time city and you have a big event there and you're all dressed up. And so I brought my date, and my date ended up finding her new calling in life and actually got onto the stripper pole and was asked to leave after flashing the entire crowd, and men threw dollar bills and she was trying to collect them up. And she actually ended up becoming a stripper afterwards for about 3 years. So I would like to say congratulations to Karma, as she was called back then. Congratulations on me helping you find your calling in New Orleans.
Well, I will not be going to the strip club in Austin. Put it that way.
If they have the $5, okay, but the $5 steak night, it's a win-win. It's a win-win.
$5 steak night. Oh my goodness. Oh
yeah.
My goodness. Horn, our guy Sean Cole gave her the tools she needed to be her own boss.
Yes, she did. She became a money move girl, and I'm very proud of her. Now she's married and has a kid. Good for her.
Good for her, man.
Good for her.
P. Coughlin, CP, if you pick Texas over A&M and Texas wins, you better have security with you to get out of College Station. Making picks next week on Rivalry Week is going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. And yeah, I mean, again, everybody knows I'm going to be in College Station. Yeah, it's weird, man. Back-to-back weeks, Austin and then College Station.
You know what's funny with Pete Coughlin's comment here?
Yeah.
Is that everybody else that picks Texas to beat Texas A&M is going to have to need security to leave College Station if they win. If I pick Texas A&M to beat Texas,
Jesus, you can't. You can't. You're gonna need security at your home.
They're gonna find me,
bro. If you were to pick A&M and they lost, oh my gosh,
they will kill.
They'd never forgive us. They'd never forgive us.
You know that.
So you picked Auburn this week. Let me ask you this: you picked Auburn. If Auburn wins, is that nixed? Is that?
Yeah, the curse is. Well, the South Carolina.
It's technically over already.
Yeah, the South Carolina one is where it should be over. It should, but I thought.
You picked South Carolina and South Carolina won? Yes.
No, and I was adamant. I said that they were.
Yeah. I mean, you called it. I mean, you absolutely called it. I mean, it wasn't even close at the end.
I mean,
so.
I called it months ago. Like,
right.
Yeah, I had it in the preseason that was going to be a game that A&M lost.
Yeah.
But every other time, I picked A&M. I picked against A&M. I picked A&M when they lost to Notre Dame, and I picked against them in every single other game. And at one point, it was simply I thought they were the better team. I really did. Then it went to, okay, well, let's just see how long this shindig can continue before I actually am going to get in trouble. And it's covered up, and I do think that Texas A&M is going to win this weekend, but I picked Auburn just to continue the path. You know you have to put me on that one, on that preview. As a native Texan, as somebody who has watched this rivalry his entire life, as somebody who wants this, they're going to want me on that pick, too. They're going to hate us if I pick Texas A&M to win.
Bro, yeah. It's not going to matter what has happened. I mean, for those that don't realize, which many of you probably do, because I'm sure most, if not all of y'all follow us. But if you don't follow us on Instagram, if you're just on one platform, I mean, it got to a point where literally another Instagram account took notice and highlighted the fact that Texas A&M, wins every time Cole Thompson picks against them.
Yep.
They literally highlighted that with his clown face.
They went fully through, and I thought it was listen.
That was beautiful. I love that. They care that. I mean, listen, that's a compliment, Cole.
The fact that I am pissing people off that much is a complimentary side to me. I will 100% agree.
The goal is to not get every pick right. It's just to make sure that you guys care about our picks.
Yeah, and
That's
so
it.
now, so I know for a fact, and I've already gotten a text message from 2 A&M people saying, "Please pick Texas, please pick Texas," and I'm like, okay, maybe I am picking Texas, but I'm picking them in a different way.
Yeah, listen, I can't sit here and tell anybody I know which way I'm going in that game. I can't. I can't sit here and tell you for sure. I mean, listen, I maybe this isn't the right way to go. I mean, listen, I'll just say it. Like, I think the way that both teams look this weekend is going to dictate some of my pick. How does A&M look without Le'Veon Moss? Like, how do they look now more beat up at the running back position? Like, I think that's an important part of the game. Do what?
You saw the injury report, though, right?
No.
Ruben Owens is listed as doubtful for the first time this year.
I thought really?
There is a scenario, and I've talked to some people just to find out. It's a long shot, but there is a scenario where there is a package deal for him next week to play. There is a very, very decent shot that if Texas A&M were to make it to Atlanta and then make it to the college football playoff,
that he could go.
He would be good for the college football playoff. There is a very good shot that happens.
I mean, you got to think, man, next weekend's the kind of game like you're like, coach, if I can breathe, I can play.
Yeah.
I'm not play. Like I will have to be paralyzed to not play, you know? So, which I wouldn't blame anybody, man. It's the game, but tell you what, A&M's got a tricky one on Saturday night. Tricky one. I don't trust Auburn to make the winning plays down the stretch, Cole, to win that football game. I don't. But Jordan Hare at night, Auburn, it feels like they're due to win one of these.
Senior night, too.
Senior night. They're not a bad football team, right? We know that. They're not like a terrible team.
They've been masquerading as a bad team all year.
So, like, if Auburn wins, I'll be like, you can see it coming from a mile away.
Yep.
Or if A&M squeaks it out and Auburn does something stupid, you're like, yep, that was just Auburn this year.
Honestly, no matter what, you see it coming. That's the way that you view this game. Is okay. I could see that. You could see A&M being down by 3 on the last second. They need a field goal, kick 6 return for a touchdown. Yep. All right. Well, that's Auburn. Yeah. It's like the fourth quarter, and it's tie game, and Peyton Thorne throws into double coverage, and Marcus Ratcliffe runs it back for a 76-yard score. Yep. Could see it coming. A&M drops the ball by 10 points. Yep. Could see it coming. Like that. Like that's this game. 100%.
Cole, we're going to get out of here because, like I said, I'm jumping on Oklahoma radio at 4:05 Central. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. Please don't hurl things at me through the screen. We got to show some love to the folks in Norman too. But no, man, listen, we're on the ground, boots on the ground in Austin, going out and about in the city tonight. Really excited to be here. Weekend's going to be a blast. Cole, it's always a pleasure. We'll leave on this one. We'll leave on this. These 3 comments in a row. Cole has a crazy pass. That's for TSU after dark. Jake Bayless says they're just a bunch of milkmen that ain't going to do anything, referring to A&M. And Jose says, ask the A&M bros why they have a jizz jar they pass around as one of their traditions. On that, we will bid you adieu. Next week's going to be insane.
It's going to be fun.
It is. It's going to be very fun. It's going to be very fun. Guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow along, both Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered. You can find us all the same places, everywhere you get your content. BK and Bucky are back with you in the morning tomorrow. And, of course, we'll be back in this same exact slot, 3 to 4 Central, getting after it. Again, stay tuned for all of our content. Stay tuned to everything, again, both of our platforms. And, Cole, thank you so much for taking the time, man. It's always a pleasure. Glad I was able to do it with you live here from Austin, Texas. And, again, so excited to be in the city. I will keep you guys up to date. Follow along on social media. I'll probably be documenting essentially everything I do this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. Guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. Thanks so much. For Cole Thompson, I'm Chris Phillips. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We will talk to you all on the other side.